Chapter 1 The Meeting. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, is standing on the same bridge that Team 7 has used as their meeting place for the past month, since the activation of their cell. Naruto is the shortest of the people standing there, standing only at 4 feet 9 inches with blonde hair and bright blue eyes filled with mirth, happiness, and a hint of mischievousness. He is wearing a orange and blue jacket which is rolled up at the sleeves. His black undershirt peeks out at the top of the zipper of his orange jacket. On his back is a red swirl emblazoned between his 2 shoulder blades. His legs are covered in orange pants which are rolled up, a length of tape strapped to his right thigh. Above that is a kunai pouch for easy access to his throwing weapons of choice. His feet are covered in blue open-toed shoes common among ninjas. His Hitai 8, the proof that he is a ninja, flashes in the sunlight as it stands proudly on his forehead, holding back his spiky blonde locks. Next to him stands his teacher and mentor since he graduated from the academy, Hatake Kakashi. He is the tallest and stands at an impressive 5 feet 11 inches. He is wearing the usual Konoha shinobi attire. His Hitai 8 is wrapped around his forehead but slanted, so the cloth covers his left eye. The lower half of his face is covered by a blue face mask. His silver hair and single black eye are the only distinguishable features available, with his face so heavily covered. His chest is covered by his green jounin vest which has many pockets for placing various things. His blue undershirt is shown as his shoulders, and arms are covered in the blue fabric from his shirt. The only break of the blue is the same red swirl presented proudly on his left shoulder. His hands are covered in fingerless black gloves with metal handguards from his ANBU days. His pants are a dark blue which are rolled up allowing for his shins to be wrapped in tape and his feet to be covered with the common blue open-toed shoes. His leg is wrapped similarly to Naruto's with tape and his kunai pouch on his right leg. Across from them the remaining 2 members of Team 7 stood. First was Haruno Sakura. She is the second shortest standing on the bridge and she stands at a rather normal height of 4 feet 10 inches. Her bright, bubblegum pink hair draws the stares of any passersby. Her green eyes almost in the shape of a star as she looks at her crush. She is wearing a red qipao dress with circular designs, which reaches down to her knees. Underneath the skirt, she wears tight, form-fitting dark green shorts. Her legs are bare which lead to her feet covered in the same open-toed shoes that Naruto and Kakashi wear. Her Hitai 8 is used as a bandana to keep her long pink hair from fraying too much. The final member is Sasuke Uchiha. He is the tallest of the genin there, standing at a 4 feet 10 inches, only slightly taller than Sakura herself. He wears his Hitai 8 around his forehead much like Naruto. His black hair combined with his pitch-black eyes making for a very dark look. He wears a blue shirt with the Uchiha clan crest, a red and white fan, on the back of his shirt. His forearms are covered in blue and white bracers. His shorts are white with blue tape around his right leg and his kunai pouch on top of that. His shins are covered in warmers just as his forearms are. His feet are covered with the same open-toed shoes that the rest of his team wears. Naruto smiled as he watched Kakashi poof away after their teamwork exercises. He turned to Sakura, still with that goofy grin on his face. "Sasuke-kun, would you like to go on a date with me?" Sakura asked Sasuke, who was standing a few feet away. Sasuke turned around and said, "No," before walking off. Naruto's eyes narrowed at Sasuke's back for turning down the beautiful Sakura-chan's invitation for a date before he turned to Sakura, and his grin returned full force. "Na Sakura-chan, would you dash?" Naruto began only to find himself looking up from his back at the sky. "Shut up, Naruto baka," she said as she huffed and retracted her fist, which had planted itself onto his head causing his fall to the ground. "I will never go on a date with you. Get it through your thick skull," she shouted before turning around and walking away. Naruto picked himself up out of the crater his body had made when being punched and dusted himself off. He looked back to the sky with a longing expression. "Is she really never going to accept me?" He thought in a depression before his normal exuberance shone forth. "No way. I will beat Sasuke teams this, then she will have to acknowledge me and go on a date," he thought as he raised a fist to the air in a pump of victory. Naruto sighed and let his arm fall, an air of depression around him as he looked at the ground. something not seen for Naruto since his discovery almost a month ago when he found out about the demonic fox in his belly. How can I beat Sasuke team when all Kakashi-sensei teaches us is teamwork exercises? He thought, still standing on Team 7's bridge meeting place. I don't want to pester him, as he said that he would teach us when he felt we were ready. But it has been almost a month and we haven't learned a thing, he lamented. Naruto had asked Kakashi for help early on, but he had informed Naruto that their teamwork needed the most work and that he would not teach any of his genin something else until he felt their teamwork was up to his satisfaction. As such, Naruto had dropped asking his sensei for help since it was obvious the man was adamant about this requirement. Suddenly, Naruto looked up. Well, guess I will just have to try and train by myself, just like always. He thought with some slight bitterness at the end. He was a happy-go-lucky guy. He could even ignore many of the bad things in his life. But he was completely tired of being alone. He had been alone since his first memory. It was of him walking along the street from the Hokage Tower back to the orphanage, and he was being glared at as he walked by. Alone again. That was all of his memories. Even his times as a team made him feel alone, though less so as his teammates did actually interact with him. He knew they only interacted with him because they had to, though. He shook off those bad times and began to walk into the forest, heading to a clearing he had used since the formation of his team. Not a single person saw the shake of a head with spiky silver hair and a single eye shining in the darkness as Naruto's teammates left him and then Naruto left himself. Kakashi shined away, disappointed at his team's teamwork. Naruto walked onto Training Ground 7. He looked over at the memorial stone and wondered, not for the first time, who his parents were. He hoped they had been awesome shinobi that took down corrupt governments and rescued princes and princesses alike. He imagined his father, tall, handsome, with one wicked set of kunai standing in a ferocious pose as he looked out along the battlefield ready to risk life and limb to defeat his enemies. His mother stood beside him, her mouth spread into a fox-like grin much like his own. She had a dangerous-looking katana that seemed ready to drink the blood of her foes as she stared down her enemies. He let a smile cross his face as he thought this, though it was bittersweet as he knew that he had no idea who his parents were. He shook the bright image out of his head before extending his senses a bit, as he didn't want anyone to find his new practice clearing. His previous clearing had been disturbed after his last training session there after he had graduated. As such, he searched for and found a new training clearing for his awesome new techniques that he would create and learn as a ninja. So, once he found it, he tried as best he could to keep others from finding it this time. Once he knew that no one was watching him, Naruto used the stealth techniques he had learned while running from the ANBU after his pranks to sneak away into the forest and headed off to his clearing. Naruto crept along the underbrush, keeping quiet and making nary a sound as he continued on his way. His orange clothing was not the best for his stealth, but he loved the color orange and no one would ever talk him out of wearing it. He smiled as he finally walked into his training clearing. He looked around and nodded his head as he was satisfied he hadn't been followed. He walked into the middle of the clearing and put his fingers together in a cross-like shape. With a soft cry of Kagabunshin no Jutsu, 3 other Narutos popped into existence next to him. 2 went and sat down on opposite ends of the clearing as one clone faced off against Naruto. Each took the beginning stances of the academy style and began to lunge at each other. Instead of hitting his clone, when Naruto would make contact, Naruto would lightly tap his clone, easily stopping almost all of the force from his attacks. He had learned early on that his clones did not last for strong hits, so he had adapted his hits so he could pull his power away from them at any point he wanted. The first clone continued fighting him for close to 30 minutes before it was dispelled. When it did, his other clones did not give him a chance to rest as one of them jumped in and continued the furious fight he had begun with the other clone. Continuing in this manner until he had beaten his 3 clones and fought for an hour and a half straight, Naruto collapsed on his back, breathing slightly labored as he lay there. "Kyuso!" he screamed. A few birds leapt from the trees as they heard his scream, but many just flicked their feathers and looked down at him as if they were trying to understand why he was making such a noise. Naruto took a deep breath and let it back out while relaxing his muscles. "This is pathetic. I can't train anything other than my own taijutsu, and it doesn't even get any better because I cannot improve on it at all." he yelled in his head. I wish the librarians would let me into the library so I could look for stuff, he thought sadly with a downcast look. Naruto sighed and picked himself up, deciding he didn't have any other workouts he could do. He began to walk through the underbrush, heading towards a little waterfall he knew was near that he could wash the grime of his training away. The amazing thing about this waterfall was it was slightly heated. He had followed the river back to the natural hot springs that gushed from the mountains around Konoha. So, it was better for him to take a bath out here than to take a freezing cold shower in his own apartment. The water heater never seemed to be working and Naruto could never understand why. The best part of it, though, was no one but himself knew about it. He had never seen anyone ever come to the waterfall, and he had once camped out there for 2 weeks during summer vacation. It was fun and he quite enjoyed the experience. Of course, he returned to the village every few days for some supplies, but he basically lived out in the forest. He hadn't known about his new training clearing, having never searched for it. So, he quietly crept to his heated waterfall so no one could follow him. He made it close to the edge of the brush and was pushing the last bush out of his way as he stepped forward when a woman shunshined in front of him on the banks of the small pond the waterfall emptied into. Naruto froze for a second before slowly putting his foot back down and crouching down with the bush hiding his presence as he watched the woman. Normally, he would immediately jump ahead and ask who the hell she was, but something stopped him from even revealing his presence to her. A sixth sense he had honed over the years running from the occasional mob that would happen around his birthday compounded with the constant glares his village gave him. This sense told him not to move nor to make a sound or horrible pain would befall him. He had always listened to the voice as it protected him from the mobs until he could defend himself. When he could defend himself, the mobs stopped. So he listened and crouched down, spying on the woman he now inspected scrupulously. She was very beautiful. Even only seeing her from behind, Naruto could tell this woman just exuded a confidence and grace not found in many women, at least not in comparison to the women Naruto met. Her black hair fell from her head in an almost messy fashion, but, for all its messiness, it seemed orderly, almost as if she willed it to follow her demands. He followed the hair down to her mid-back. Underneath it he could see the wrappings of white bandages with a pattern of something that looked like rose thorns, but he couldn't see any blood stains. He concluded that the woman was using those wrappings as clothing. His assumption was proven correct as he followed her hair to the edges of it and saw that the bandages wrapped around her whole body. Below her hair, he could see the bandages, but he followed that lower to her posterior. Now, Naruto was not perverted like many people assumed because of his sexy jutsu. He was simply looking for a way to beat people when he made that jutsu. As such, he was surprised when a bit of blood leaked from his nose when he saw how shapely her backside appeared and the way it jiggled slightly when she moved. Seriously, I don't know why some sites say he is perverted. He obviously knows nothing about sex and sees no problem using his sexy no jutsu on who he claims to be perverts, not just to use on a whim. His eyes continued their downward journey to see some of the most toned legs he had ever laid witness to. He could see that this woman's legs were shaped with muscles. Nothing too drastic, but enough to prove that she worked out enough to keep her body fit. Even through the bandages on her thighs, he could see her muscles ripple as she shifted from foot to foot. Her calves were sculpted just as perfectly as her thighs. Her feet covered in sandals just like his own. His eyes snapped up from her feet when he saw her shift her upper body to look around. He couldn't manage to see anything about her chest or face because of his angle, so he had no idea who this was. He did notice, though, that her right arm was covered in a red sleeve as her hands and forearms were wrapped in tape. He was about to leave, intent on coming back later, when he saw her relax. Curious, he stomped on the urge to leave and continued spying on the woman. He wiped his nose to remove the one blood droplet he had and flicked it onto the ground next to him as he watched the woman completely relax. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the woman reach up and untie something from under her curtain of hair. They widened further when he saw she had untied a Hitai 8 from her head. She's a ninja. Shit, now I can't move. Wonder who she is. He thought to himself as his body froze up upon the discovery of her profession. He knew she wasn't a genin. That left her being a chunin or jounin, and he couldn't help but shake the feeling this woman was a jounin of the highest caliber. For some reason, when he thought of Jounins, her dress seemed familiar. He shook that thought as he saw her reach up and begin to unwind the bindings that were her dress. He watched transfixed, as inch by tantalizing inch, her skin became exposed to the outside world and to him. His eyes darted around quickly as she laid the clothing on a nearby rock. His eyes then locked onto her posterior as he saw she had bandages covering her downstairs, as Naruto would call it, along with her chest. He noticed she also had a mesh shirt on that was connected to her right sleeve. She reached down and pulled her mesh shirt off along with her sleeve, leaving her back completely bare besides her bindings, and Naruto saw her muscles ripple as she did so. It was very obvious she trained extensively to keep her torso well muscled but not overly so. Naruto's heartbeat increased and his lower head started to swell slightly. Naruto was confused at this reaction. He had never experienced this before. He looked down, tearing his eyes away from the woman in front of him for a moment to see his member poking at the fabric of his boxers and creating a slight bulge down there. He shook his head and turned his attention back to the woman, deciding he could figure that out later. When he managed to look back at the woman, he saw her slowly unwrapping her chest bindings. His heartbeat seemed like a drum in the silence of the forest, but he could only see her arms as she slowly unwrapped herself. She draped the bindings on top of her dress and reached down. Naruto, guessing what was going to happen, yelled at himself to move, but his body stood, transfixed as he watched this woman start to reveal her creamy skin to the world. He watched as, wrap after wrap, uncoiled itself from her skin. When she had finished, Naruto was presented with a scene many men would die for, a shapely posterior completely bare and staring right at him as she bent over to pick up Hitayate. His brain was almost fried as his better-than-normal eyesight seemed to hone in on something he had only seen in pictures on the adult magazine rack. He saw a small slit, pink in color. It had no hair around it, just her perfect creamy skin, her luscious thighs framing it perfectly as he felt his nose begin to almost gush blood. The thing to finally put him into blessed unconsciousness was the fact he saw her breasts from between her legs hanging from her chest. He noticed how she had these little things on the tip of her breasts that stuck out. He felt his member throb painfully as he took this sight in before he felt his eyes roll into the back of his head. Somehow, his body remained locked in a crouching position as Naruto fell unconscious. It was only a few minutes, but Naruto recovered from his sensory overload and returned to the land of the living to witness that same woman underneath his waterfall, completely naked. He stayed in his position, completely immobile as his member throbbed painfully with her back turned to him. He looked down and frowned at his body. What the hell was this? He didn't even know why he had fallen unconscious or why his nose was bleeding. He only saw that happen when the old man read that stupid perverted orange book. His eyes widened as he took that in. "I am not a pervert," he yelled to himself as he fell onto his butt from pumping his hand into the air. Unfortunately, this was right when the woman turned around and heard his movement. Naruto caught a glimpse of pink circles on the woman's chest, just like his own, and a trimmed black bush of hair down by her pink slit before the woman covered herself and was suddenly right by her clothes as she spoke in an ice-cold tone. "Come out," she said. Naruto's body moved on its own again as he suddenly leaped out of the bushes and stood in front of the woman, startling her. Naruto stared at her slightly before he felt some ki coming from her and his eyes snapped to her own. He noticed how her hands were covering her chest and downstairs before he saw her face. His eyes started at her jawline. He noticed she had a rather dainty-looking jawline, but he was sure that this woman used her looks to her advantage. Some part of him idly noted that those looks were obviously weapons. So he ignored her daintiness and looked closer, his eyes picking out the strong muscles underneath her skin. Even for her face she was trained. Her cheeks were dusted a light red with something on her skin. Her lips were a full, luscious red covered in red lipstick. His eyes traveled further up and finally locked with her own. His own eyes widened as he saw ruby-red eyes glaring back at him. Her eyes had 2 rings of black within them. One so small it almost seemed like a pupil, but Naruto's eyes picked out the speck of red in between them. The two stayed in that position for almost a full minute, Naruto just staring into her ruby-red eyes and her glaring back at him before she spoke. What do you have to say for yourself? She asked. Naruto's ears almost flew off of his head. That voice was heavenly, almost as if listening to an angel. The musical notes seemed to draw him in and confuse him as she glared at him. He almost stuttered a response, but his sixth sense kicked in and, in one of his once-in-a-prank genius moments, he responded. I have nothing to say, for the beauty which lies before my eyes is beyond comprehension and, as such, would be an insult to try and put in words. Naruto said, the words spilling from his mouth as if he had always been capable of speaking to women like that. Truthfully, in his own head, he was wondering where the hell those words came from. Her response would have stunned anyone who knew her. She blushed. Her cheeks went red and her hands almost moved away from her body as she took in his words, almost as if his words had triggered something within her. Her eyes glazed over a bit as she stared down at the whiskered blonde boy in front of her. Naruto, his moment of intuition having passed, immediately lowered himself onto the ground, his head between his hands as he bowed on his knees. Please don't hurt me. I didn't mean to peek on you, but I just always clean here, and I was tired, but my senses told me to stay, and then my body and… He stuttered as he feared he did something wrong by making her blush. Go Manasai, he cried as he remained in his bow. The woman's red eyes looked down at him, and she giggled at his admission. His response to her question having evaporated her anger at him, as she now knew he was not just a pervert trying to watch her. Just a confused kid who was very good with words and willing to take his punishment as he hadn't tried to run. Her red eyes suddenly widened as she took in exactly who he was. She sighed as she spoke. Uzumaki-sen, please get up and turn around, she said in her same melodious voice. Naruto looked up at her with fearful eyes. She was surprised when she moved and his eyes still remained locked on hers and didn't move to her body despite his acceptance of punishment. I wish to clothe myself, Uzumaki-san. I will not hurt you, she said gently. Naruto's fearfulness abated somewhat, but he got up and turned around, making each action deliberate and keeping his eyes locked on hers before he turned around, proving to the woman he was serious about this. When he turned around, he heard her rustling with her clothes and pulling them on. He took a discreet sniff of the area. The scent of the forest filled his nose, but he could smell something sweeter in the air. It was a floral scent that he was almost certain emanated from the woman behind him. It smelled of roses and lavender. Something he was almost sure wouldn't mix but somehow managed to meld together in a mixture of scents bordering on perfection. His eyes rolled as he almost purred in delight from the smell. He took a few more sniffs before he heard her clothes stop rustling and asked, Can I turn around now, Kunoichi-san? He asked politely. The woman answered almost immediately, Yes, Uzumaki-san. I believe we need to have a talk, though. Naruto shivered, but he turned around to see the woman with a fiery gaze. Though it didn't seem she had any intention on hurting him, just talking. Naruto walked over to a softer part of the ground and sat on the ground. He looked up at the woman and spoke. All right, but who are you? And how did you find this place? I thought I was the only one who knew about this place, he said. His fear of the woman had him acting a bit calmer than normal. Though he knew she didn't mean him any harm physically, he shuddered as he thought of what women did to perverts, Sakura being the prime example. The woman looked down at him before moving closer to him a bit and sitting down so the two of them were facing each other. She looked him straight in the eyes. I guess it isn't surprising you don't remember me, but you have met me before, she said. Naruto's eyes squinted before he pointed a finger at her like he was accusing her of something. You're Hinata's, Dog Boys, and Shino-sensei, he exclaimed, his normal exuberance showing through. The now revealed sensei of Team 8 smiled slightly. Glad to see I made an impression, she said. My name is Yuhi Kurinai. I know about this place because I stumbled across it a few days ago and I like to take showers away from the village. I have problems with my own shower, she said with a bit of a dark tone in her voice. Although Naruto did not know it, she was the suspect of many men trying to peek on her just as any of the prominent kunoichi were. Unfortunately, many of the men in Konoha seemed to be perverts, so it was hard to feel safe while in such a vulnerable position as bathing. Naruto nodded, surprising her. I know. Her eyes widened. "My shower is always cold," he exclaimed as if that was her problem too. "This place is perfect for taking a shower though," he said. Kurenai chuckled slightly. "That it is, hence the reason why I am here," she said with mirth in her voice. "Though that brings me to what you were doing, Uzumaki-san," she said with complete seriousness in her voice. Naruto's eyes lowered. "What you did was wrong and dash." She started only for Naruto to cut her off. "I know, Kurenai-sensei. I just couldn't stop myself. You are very beautiful and I had never seen something like that. I am very sorry and I will never do it again. Please just don't tell anyone about this," he said in a pleading voice. Kurenai's blush came back as his words struck her. She cursed herself in her head as she prided herself on hiding her emotions. Luckily, Naruto was quite dense and currently trying to get out of a punishment. She looked down at him with a scrutinous eye. "Look at me, Uzumaki-san," she said. Naruto's blue eyes raised and locked with Kurenai's. "Do you admit you peeked on me?" she asked. Naruto nodded. "Do you know that it is a crime to peek on people while they are taking baths?" she asked. Naruto nodded again. "You understand that I could take you to the Hokage and have you thrown in jail for this, correct?" she asked. Again, Naruto nodded. Kurenai sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "Very well, since you obviously weren't trying to peek on me deliberately." She shot a glare at him which had him smiling sheepishly. "And you did not try to deny what you did, but instead accepted your responsibility to the consequences of your actions. I will not report this to the Hokage," she said, drawing a relieved sigh from Naruto. Honestly, she never would have reported him. She would never admit it, but the fact he had managed to hide from her senses and stay hidden until she was already washing herself required some serious stealth skills. Aside from that, the fact he had seen her naked was not something she wanted common knowledge. So, she scared him into silence while simultaneously gaining something to blackmail him with if she ever needed to. She grinned evilly. "On one condition," she said as she figured something she wanted to do for the blonde-haired boy in front of her. He had complimented her in ways no one ever had before, and she was feeling quite connected to him as his burden must not be easy. Naruto's eyes snapped to her. "What?" he asked, his eyes squinting. He would normally have run away as soon as she conceded not turning him in, but his curiosity of her actions, i.e. not acting like Sakura, confused and intrigued him at the same time. "You let me take you to go get some better clothes," she said as she eyed his orange monstrosity. "How in the hell did I not see him with that on?" she screamed in her head. "What?" he exclaimed. "My clothes are perfect, what's wrong with them?" he asked. He loved the color orange, and it was a miracle the store had these orange jumpsuits on sale when he went to buy his clothing. He loved this thing. It had many extra pockets and it was extra durable, plus he had many different Z's, all for the low price of half of anything else he tried to buy. Kurenai looked down at him with disdain. "How exactly would orange help you in a fight?" she asked. "My clothes lead my attackers to focus on other areas before my own attacks," she explained. "Your orange just sets you as a beacon," she said as if it explained everything. Naruto just mumbled something under his breath. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. "What was that?" she asked, her righteous fury coming into play. Naruto shrank away but repeated himself in a louder voice. "It's cheaper than anything else," he said. "I managed to get this for half of anything else I try to buy in any of the stores. I don't have the money to pay for new clothes," he explained. Kurenai's eyes narrowed. "Damn civilians," she thought to herself. "Tell you what, I will pay for it if you promise to let me use this spot, seeing as you already knew about it before me," she said. Naruto looked up at her with wide eyes. "You can use this anytime you want, Kurenai-sensei. You don't have to pay for it. It's not like I own the place," he said. Kurenai smiled at him. "Then just think of it as a friend helping out another," she said. Naruto's eyes squinted as he looked at her. "Why would you want to be friends with me?" he asked. Kurenai's smile disappeared. "Why wouldn't I?" she countered. Naruto looked down. He spoke quietly. "You know what I contain, Kurenai-sensei. Many people within the village glare at me. I am dense and stupid, but I am not blind. I can see that many people would not like to be my friend, and the ones I have aren't too well liked. He said, his morose-sounding voice cut to Kurenai's heart as she imagined that. Her small group of friends was by choice, his was by necessity. Kurenai leaned forward and smiled at him. Then I will just have to join them, because I want to be your friend. Do you want to be mine? She asked. Naruto smiled brightly at her. Yes, he said with his happiness almost boiling over. Kurenai couldn't stop herself and giggled at him. She looked almost startled as she hadn't giggled in years. But she shook it off as Naruto's smile seemed to disappear before being replaced by something. His lips twitched and slowly spread as they curved upwards. Naruto's smile seemed to be reborn as it slowly spread across his face. Kurenai's lips twitched upwards as she saw his first true smile. Then we are friends, Naruto-san, she said, his happiness as infectious as always. Arigato Kurenai-san, he said. Kurenai smiled slightly. One other thing though, Naruto-san, she said. Naruto cocked his head to the side as if he were confused. A demonic mask seemed to materialize behind her head as she smiled sweetly at him. Please refrain from peeking at me when I am taking a shower from now on, she said. Naruto blushed and nodded his head emphatically. Kurenai's slight smile returned. Then, since it is getting so late, I will meet you here tomorrow right after your team training, she said. Naruto nodded and smiled at her. As she turned, Naruto spoke up. Would you like me to walk you home, Kurenai-san? He asked. Kurenai turned around, a bit surprised at his offer. You don't have to, Naruto-san, she said. Inwardly, she was wondering why he would offer. It's no problem, Kurenai-san. Besides, a gentleman should always walk a lady home. A light pink dusted Kurenai's cheeks as his constant flattery did not fail. He may not realize what he is doing, but he is being the perfect gentleman. Especially since we just became friends, he said with a smile to her. She smiled lightly at his gesture, as any idea of an ulterior motive was swept from her mind with his blatant honesty. If you wish to, Naruto-san, I would enjoy the company, she said politely to him. He stepped forward and fell into step with her as the two began to leave the clearing and their embarrassing moment behind themselves. Edge of the training grounds. Kurenai and Naruto approached the edge of the training grounds as darkness settled across the land. Naruto smiled up at Kurenai as they began to walk into the shinobi sector of the village. They had been walking in comfortable silence from the clearing, and they were nearing Kurenai's apartment. Naruto looked up at Kurenai as they walked and decided he could ask her for something. Kurenai-san, you're a jounin, right? He asked. Kurenai looked down at him and smiled slightly. Yes, Naruto-san, she said. Do you think? He stopped, feeling bad for asking his friend for something so soon. What is it, Naruto-san? She asked gently as they continued walking. Naruto took a deep breath. Do you think you could teach me a few things? He asked. Kurenai's stride faltered as she heard his question, but she recovered fast. You have Kakashi who can teach you anything I could, she said. Naruto looked down slightly. I guess that wasn't a good question. Gomen any, Kurenai-san, he said as he smiled at her, and they approached her own apartment. Kurenai was about to say something when she saw they were at her apartment building. Here we are, she said. Naruto looked at the apartment and smiled. Well, see you tomorrow, Kurenai-san, he said. And, arigato, he said before he turned around and ran back towards the town. Kurenai stood there, looking back at him for a bit before she sighed and entered her apartment complex. Naruto ran from Kurenai's apartment, his happiness boiling over and giving him more energy. He wondered how he had managed to make friends with her, but he just brushed it off as he ran down the street, excited that he had another person he could call his friend. As he passed the main square, he slowed down and started to walk on the street. His smile could not be beat as he continued walking. He looked around at the slums of Konoha where his apartment was located. He didn't care about his apartment. It was homey and he enjoyed it. So he walked to his apartment complex and entered his house. Because he had forgotten to take a shower, He stripped down and jumped into his cold shower, smiling all the while. After he finished, he dried himself off with an old tattered towel and headed to his bed. As he lay in his bed, with his froggy headcap and orange pants, he began to think back and smiled as he came across his first new friend since his school days. During the school year, Irika-sensei had helped him near the end of the year, but that was it. He had his team, but they weren't friends so much as acquaintances. He counted Irika as a close acquaintance, but since he had waited so long to help him, after letting Mizuki sabotage him for 5 months, Irika had quickly lost friendship status. Finally, he thought about his Gigi, the Hokage. He frowned as he thought of him. He had trusted him explicitly and had followed his instructions to the letter. But all it had brought him was pain to this point. He had told him he never did anything against the villagers and that all they needed was time before they would stop trying to hurt him. He said he didn't know why the villagers were attacking him, but he knew all along. He knew why the matrons at the orphanage would not take good care of him. He knew why the mobs would amass on his birthday to find him. He knew why he was hated and he never told him. Naruto rolled over to his side and let a choked sob be ripped from his throat as he acknowledged that his Gigi lied to him. He never let his Gigi know he didn't trust him anymore, but he didn't. If he lied about something so big, what else might he be hiding from him? Might he know who his parents were? Might he have known he would have never graduated if he hadn't stolen the forbidden scroll because he had abnormal amounts of chakra? Unfortunately, because of his Gigi's actions, he no longer trusted the most stable part of his life up to this point. But, as he let the one tear fall from his eye, Naruto's frown turned into a bright smile as he thought of Kurenai. She was someone he felt he could trust even with their limited time together. She hadn't ratted him out like others would have. She actually asked for his friendship. He smiled brightly as he allowed himself to drift off into sleep. Chapter 2: Shopping with a Friend. Naruto groaned as he woke to the blaring of his alarm clock. He turned over and blocked his eyes from the harsh glaring of the sun's rays as they peeked through the tattered curtains on his windows. His other hand searched for his alarm clock by feeling alone as he attempted to stop the infernal racket it was bringing. He groaned again as his hand finally found it. He brought it down in an arc, smashing his hand onto the off button and stopping the blaring of the alarm. He relaxed as he let out a sigh and rolled out of bed, allowing his body to rest on his feet as he landed on his cool floor. He scratched his head as he put his froggy headcap on his bed and walked into his bathroom. He walked in front of the mirror and blearily looked at his reflection. He shook his head and slapped his cheeks to wake himself up. With a cry of "Yash!" he splashed some cold water onto his face. He grabbed the same tattered towel as last night and dried his face as he grabbed his toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. Once he had finished with this, he walked back out of his bathroom and into his room. He stripped his pants off and looked into his dresser. He smiled brightly as he saw his orange jumpsuits. "Oh yeah, Kurenai-san!" he exclaimed as his face brightened up and shone with happiness. Then he frowned. He would have to say goodbye to his usual clothes if he went with Kurenai. He sighed. "Well, I guess a change couldn't hurt," he said reluctantly. He slowly slipped his jumpsuit on, as if savoring the last time he would be putting it on. If Kurenai had her way, he was sure that she would be getting rid of his jumpsuit. She had made it clear she didn't like it, just like the majority of people who found out he was a ninja. He couldn't understand why everyone was so against his jumpsuit. Orange was awesome. He only had 2 pairs, but he loved them dearly as they kept him quite comfortable and hid his less than desirable body. He sighed as he remembered this. He hoped Kurenai wasn't going to leave him because he could see his bones. That was part of the reason for the jumpsuit. He couldn't get real food, so he was malnourished. Not that he understood that, he just knew that he had to skip a meal here or there because he couldn't afford it. Sometimes he would go a few days without it before he got his weekly pay from the Hokage Tower. Now the odd thing about this was, he had weapon money set aside that he had not touched since he started to put some aside each time he would get his weekly amount. He knew he would need to buy some more weapons for when he made genin, so he still had that money set aside because he refused to dip into it even when he was hungry. He had not spent it yet, as Kakashi had scared him into thinking he wouldn't make genin and, upon seeing the horrors of D-rank missions, He didn't want to spend the money he had set aside, which reminded him that it was today that he got paid his weekly allowance. He thought it odd, now that he was a ninja he shouldn't get an allowance, but once he saw how little the D-rank missions paid, he was glad he still had it. Naruto smiled as he pulled on his pants and leaned under his bed. He pulled a loose floorboard up and reached into it. He withdrew his trusty gamachan, which was bursting with bills from what he had saved, and frowned at the small amount he had. "Damn, only 160,000 ryu," he said as he looked at it. "I get like 10,000 ryu every week. I was hoping to save some more," he said. "Note, that's about $1,600 he saved. He gets 100 a week." He sighed and simply put gamachan into his inner jacket pocket and replaced his floorboard. With this done, he walked into his kitchen and began to make himself breakfast. After throwing away his rotten milk, he realized he didn't really have anything to eat other than some dry cereal. "Well, I guess I will just have to suffer through training until we get our paychecks and I get my allowance," he said with a dry chuckle as he put his cereal back into his pantry and finished getting ready. He grabbed his kunai pouch and strapped it to his leg as he walked to his doorway. He slipped his shoes on and walked out of his apartment. Naruto walked down the stairs of his apartment with a small smile on his face as he contemplated yesterday's events. "I can't believe I got a friend like her," he thought to himself. "She is smart, pretty, and must be pretty strong to be a sensei. I am so glad she is my friend. Plus, she doesn't glare at me for the damn fox," he stated in his head as his smile grew marginally. He reached the bottom of his stairs and set off to the bridge to wait the customary 3 hours for his eternally late sensei. As he walked, he greeted a few of the people in the red light district. He had been living here for years now and knew most of what went on down here. He knew that there were places where men, married or not, could have a good time at. There were places for people to get drunk. Personally, he wanted to try that as it seemed rather fun for some people. Though he didn't like the morning after stuff he witnessed, he was still curious about it. There were a few places down here that he didn't go to since people had warned him off of it. He generally avoided those places as it spooked him whenever he saw someplace like that. Not scared, just spooked, he assured himself. He saw that he was reaching the town square and began to get more glares as he walked further and further into the bustling center of the city. His smile seemed to be a bit forced to any who might know the blonde, but none of these people spared him a second glare as they went about their business. He tried to ignore them all, but it was hard as it happened every day. Ever since he had found out about the QB, he caught more of the glares now. For some reason, he was no longer oblivious to their blind hate. He knew why they glared now, not that it made bearing the burden any easier. He still had yet to confront his Gigi about why he had never told him about the QB himself. He supposed it didn't matter since he doubted his Gigi would answer him truthfully. It was getting harder and harder to call the old man his Gigi ever since that night. He sighed again. All this brooding wasn't like him. He put a bigger smile on his face and started to wave at the people he passed by on his way to the bridge. All he got in return were glares, but he continued anyways, just taking it all in stride as he walked. His eyes never wavered from the mirth and mischief that were reflected in them. He never saw the ANBU on the roof shunshin away after seeing his small bout of brooding. Naruto finally made it to the bridge and noticed his two teammates already sitting there waiting for him and their sensei. He walked up to them and greeted them. "Good morning, Sakura-chan." "Team," he shouted. Sakura turned to him and screeched, "Shut up, Naruto Baka! Stop being so loud." Naruto's eyes narrowed at her. Despite his crush, he could only take so much abuse. Not even Sasuke saw Naruto's eyes narrowing as Sasuke responded, "Chin." Naruto sat on the bridge and began the waiting game for his sensei. But he thought of something not even a moment later. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a leaf that had somehow managed to get put in his jumpsuit. He looked at it quizzically until an idea popped into his head. "I have large chakra reserves according to Kakashi-sensei. If I manage to continue trying to increase my control, won't that make my jutsu even better?" He questioned himself. Upon deciding that he was right, he put the leaf on his forehead and began trying to make it stick to him. Sakura and Sasuke simply sat there. Sakura staring at Sasuke with stars in her eyes as Sasuke tried to ignore his team. Eventually, Sakura stopped staring at Sasuke long enough to notice what Naruto was doing. "What are you doing?" she asked as if he were stupid. Naruto's concentration was broken and his leaf fell from his forehead as he looked at Sakura. "Chakra control," he said simply. Then he grabbed the leaf and began to try to place it back on his forehead. "I know that, Naruto. I meant, why are you doing it?" she asked. Naruto looked at her, surprised. "To increase my control, Sakura-chan," he said, still oblivious as to what she was trying to say. He put the leaf back on his head and began to let it stick to him. He smiled as he released it from his hands and it stayed floating on his head. Sakura scoffed and turned away from him, watching Sasuke again with stars in her eyes as she ignored Naruto. Naruto sat there concentrating on his chakra and succeeding in keeping the leaf on him. For close to an hour, Naruto managed to suppress his normal impatience and kept his technique going. But once that time was up, he could not contain himself anymore. He began to think of ways to increase his training as he realized that, if he let his mind wander, his chakra control exercise became harder. He thought up many different things, but the easiest would be seeing if he could push the leaf back and forth across his body using only his chakra. Deciding he could try that first, he attempted to channel chakra directly below the leaf and slowly tried to turn off the chakra that was holding the leaf to him so the leaf would float down and attach to the new place he had chakra channeling. Unfortunately, once he let go of the leaf, it flew off and landed across the bridge. He sighed as he stood up and walked over to the leaf. He grabbed it and walked back to his original position before sitting back down and staring at the leaf, trying to figure out how to do this. He turned the leaf over and looked at the back of the leaf as if that would solve some great clue. Finally, a proverbial light bulb appeared over his head. When he first started this technique a few years ago, he would always push the leaf away with extra chakra because he had so much. If he could provide the push with excess chakra, timing it just right so the leaf would be pushed in the direction he wanted, then he could attach it to other places on his body. So he slowly put the leaf back onto his head. He channeled chakra to a spot just below the area and tried to increase the chakra running to the leaf but not to the other area. The leaf blew off of his forehead and floated to the ground. He ground his teeth in failure. He looked down at the leaf, his usual determination shining in his eyes as he picked up the leaf and continued trying to perfecting his self-made control technique. Each time he failed, he grew increasingly frustrated with the technique. As the failures compounded upon each other, he finally reached a point where his frustration clashed with his control so bad that when he put the leaf on his head, it simply was blown away by the amount of chakra he used. He huffed and crossed his arms as he decided to take a break. Sakura and Sasuke, meanwhile, were simply standing on the bridge wondering what the hell Naruto was trying to do with that leaf. Sakura thought it was funny to see him unable to complete such a weak exercise. She knew he had large reserves, but she could complete this exercise almost instantly when it was introduced. She simply ignored his attempts and stared at Sasuke. Sasuke kept his eyes closed for the majority of the time that they waited for their sensei. But he opened his eyes once to see his teammates. He held back a snort of derision as he saw Sakura staring at him. He shivered as he saw her eyes were almost in the shapes of stars. But he turned to the only person he considered decent on his team. Oh, he was not dumb. Naruto was actually quite smart. He knew that Naruto was almost invincible if he was brought to a blow of the mines. Naruto's in-combat strategies caught even him by surprise, and that was hard as he was taught to expect attacks. As hard as it may be to admit, Naruto's unpredictability was probably the best ninja weapon ever invented, as a single wrong move by the enemy and Naruto's mind would have them eating dirt. No, Naruto may be naive, but he was far from dumb. As such, when he saw Naruto playing around with the leaf, his eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out what he was doing. After staring at Naruto for a good 20 minutes, he could only see that Naruto was constantly using too much chakra for this control technique. He scoffed and turned away, closing his eyes again. Naruto may be incredible under pressure, but when he was out of combat he was way too naive to be of any use. With this decided, Sasuke ignored what Naruto was doing, as his unpredictability led to his greatest weakness and strength. As smart as Naruto could be in battle was as dumb as he would be out of battle. Sasuke ignored Naruto's curse and thought to himself, "It's only Naruto." None of the genin noticed Kakashi staring at them from across a few buildings. He narrowed his eyes at Naruto but sighed in disappointment as his plan of making them work together while he was late wasn't working. He rubbed the back of his head. "What would you do, Minato-sensei?" he asked his sensei as he looked at the man's head on the mountain. Receiving no answer, he sighed before shining onto the bridge and greeting his team. "Yo!" he said as he appeared next to a frustrated-looking Naruto. "You're late!" A screech came from Sakura. Kakashi cast a quick glance at Naruto, worried that something might be annoying him beyond the training, since he hadn't bothered to yell at him as usual. But when he saw him staring intently at a leaf, he shrugged it off. When Naruto was focused on something, it was almost impossible to dissuade him from it. "Well, you see, there was this old lady that needed Kakashi began. "Save it. Are we going on a mission today or not?" Sasuke said as he glared at his eternally tardy sensei. Kakashi smiled from under his face mask. "Well, since my cute little genin saw fit to annoy me, I think we can skip a mission today and simply do teamwork exercises to make up for it. Meet me at the training grounds in 5 minutes," he said before poofing away. Sasuke and Sakura looked torn between being happy that they didn't have to do a D-rank mission and sad that it was teamwork exercises again. Naruto simply looked up as Kakashi poofed away and almost started to panic. "What happened? Where'd Kakashi-sensei go?" he asked. Sakura sighed as she said, "Naruto Baka, weren't you listening?" Her voice finally reaching a screech. "He said to meet him at the training grounds." Naruto looked at her and smiled. "Thanks, Sakura-chan," he said before turning around and heading to the training grounds as Sasuke had already taken the lead. Sakura simply sighed before following her teammates. Naruto lowered his head as he walked in between his two teammates. He saw how they interacted with the public. Sakura was greeted by a few people, and she responded kindly as they walked to their training. She seemed to know a few of the important civilian shops and businesses that they came across on their short little trek. Sasuke was almost being bowed to as the trio walked by. He was his usual stuck-up self, but Naruto could now pick out the subtle nuances that showed Sasuke liked the attention he was given by the civilians. Being the poster child for pain must have been great. Naruto's hands balled into fists as he saw the glares that his presence brought. He was starting to grow tired of the blatant hatred that people seemed to associate with him. He couldn't even walk down the street without being glared at by one person. He sighed and placed a huge smile on his face as the trio continued their journey. He waved and smiled at people who did nothing more than glare back at him. His eyes held mirth and happiness to many, but to one who cared to look close enough, they held a loneliness so profound it would bring others to their knees even as he walked along in the presence of his own two teammates. Naruto and his team walked into their training grounds to see their sensei sitting on the same log he had tied Naruto to in their bell test. They each walked closer and Naruto smiled at his sensei as he shouted, "Good morning, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi chuckled as he returned the smile with his own and said, "Ohio, Naruto." Naruto's eyes squinted as his smile widened. "So, are we going to learn some jutsu finally?" he asked excitedly. Kakashi's smile didn't waver as he responded, "Nope," he replied cheerfully. Naruto's smile disappeared and he frowned but was soon back to smiling as he continued bouncing on his toes in anticipation. Though he didn't like only doing teamwork exercises, they were supposed to help him get better, so he tried to focus on them. Kakashi looked at his other two students and had to hold back a frown as they just glared at him or brooded about how teammates did nothing but weaken you. He sighed as he clapped his hands together and began to explain their teamwork exercise. "All right, all three of you get in a triangle," he said. The three genin shrugged and set themselves so that, if you were to look at them from a bird's-eye view, it would seem they were each one tip of a triangle. Kakashi nodded and pulled something out of his pocket. He flicked his hand forward, throwing something at Naruto as he yelled, "Catch!" Naruto's hand shot out and grasped the small white object flying through the air. "What gives, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto shouted as he looked at the object in his hand. He noticed it was an egg, He was surprised he hadn't crushed it when he caught it. The now revealed egg was the whole point of this exercise, but Naruto simply cocked his head to the side, confused. Why did you give me an egg, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, so Sakura and Sasuke both now knew what had been thrown. Kakashi smiled under his face mask. I have decided to try a new teamwork exercise, he stated as if it were obvious. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all sweat dropped as they looked at their teacher. Kakashi-sensei, how does an egg help our teamwork? Sakura asked. Kakashi's eye closed as he said, I am glad you asked. What you are going to do is take that egg. He pointed to the egg in Naruto's hands, and toss it to one of your teammates. He indicated Sasuke or Sakura with a wave of his hand. The trick is, you must not break the egg when throwing it to your teammate. This requires you to know not only your own limitations but your teammates as well. We will continue this exercise until you can throw the egg around for an hour continuously before I deem you worthy of the next stage of this training. He explained. Kakashi-sensei, what are the other levels? Sakura asked hesitantly. Kakashi smiled eerily. Why then we get to move on to more dangerous things, like Senbon or Kunai, after we use easily popped air balls and a few other things I have concocted. He said with a cheery smile on his face. Well, get to work, he said before sitting back down and opening his porn again. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all looked at each other for a few seconds before Naruto shrugged and turned his body so he was facing both of his teammates. He took a stance and lobbed the egg in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke watched the egg until it came within reach and his hands flew out to grab the egg. Once he did, however, it immediately splattered onto his hands in a mess of raw egg. Sasuke looked at his hand in disbelief before turning a scathing glare onto Naruto, who was grinning like a madman at his teammate's misfortune. Naruto baka, look what you did, Sakura screeched. Naruto immediately stopped grinning and turned to Sakura. But Sakura-chan, I didn't burst the egg in his hand. Sasuke team did that on his own, he shouted at her. You threw it too hard, Sakura accused. Naruto pouted as he turned away from Sasuke. He should have caught it softer then, he retorted. Kakashi sighed and produced another egg. This is the purpose of the exercise, so continue, he said as he threw the egg to Sasuke, who immediately hurled the egg in Naruto's direction. Naruto, being himself, suddenly reached out and managed to cradle the egg as it came close to him. He was about to bring the egg into his body when his hand suddenly crushed the egg as he caught it, leaving his hands much like Sasuke's. He stared at it in disbelief before turning and accusing Sasuke of exactly what Sakura had accused him of. Kakashi sighed as he saw a pattern. He pulled out a dozen eggs and threw one to Sakura and flared his killing intent, aka KI, getting Sasuke's attention and Naruto's battle-ready stance as he looked at him. Kakashi's eye widened as he took in Naruto's stance. Naruto suddenly threw a hand behind his head as he realized who had flared some KI. Years of being glared at desensitized him to small amounts, but large amounts brought back memories of his days running from the occasional mob. He rubbed his head sheepishly as he smiled disarmingly to his sensei, who was the only one who saw him in a battle-ready stance as Sakura had been watching Sasuke. Gomen Kakashi-sensei, he said. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. What the hell? Why would he immediately jump into a battle stance when faced with Chunin-level KI? What the hell happened that I wasn't made aware of? He questioned. Finally, admitting you did it on purpose, Hadobe? Sasuke said with an arrogant smirk on his face as he took Naruto's apology as an admittance of guilt. Sakura stood a few yards away, nodding her head. About time you admit you did it just to try and upshow Sasuke-kun, she said. Naruto's eyes turned to his teammates and opened his mouth to deny it when Kakashi spoke up to avoid a conflict. It's a good thing that Naruto did admit it, at least he is getting the point of the exercise. That he is supposed to start measuring his own strength and observing your own so as to accurately be able to fight at your side. Kakashi said, letting Naruto know that he knew what he was apologizing for by praising him but also getting his point about the exercise across to the whole team. HN, Sasuke said as he turned around believing he was superior and didn't need teammates. Sakura looked down about being put down, but she knew Kakashi was right. Okay, Let's continue, your turn, Sakura. Toss the egg to one of your teammates, Kakashi said as he smiled under his face mask at his team. This continued for the better part of the day until Kakashi decided it was the normal time for them to end their training. As Naruto threw the final egg at Sakura, Kakashi watched as it landed in Sakura's hands and waited for it to burst. When it didn't, he smiled as he said, "Good job, Naruto Sakura, you managed to keep it from busting. I think that is enough for today." Naruto preened under his sensei's praise and Sakura smiled as she looked at Sasuke, expecting him to be happy. She was unprepared when Sasuke's usual dour expression seemed to sour even more as he took in Kakashi's words. "Well, we will continue this until I think it's time to change. Meet on our bridge tomorrow at our regular time. Ja-ni," he said as he poofed inwardly away, laughing at how much his genin stunk. Naruto smiled brightly as he heard Kakashi praise him. He looked over at Sakura and Sasuke and was about to ask if the two wanted to accompany him for some ramen. But then he suddenly looked down at his clothes. "Kurenai," he thought then, without a second look. He bounded out of the training grounds to take a quick cold shower before he met up with her. He didn't want to stink for when he went out with his first friend. Sasuke was slightly surprised when he saw Naruto suddenly dash away, but his thoughts were interrupted when Sakura came up to him, and he mentally scoffed. "Sasuke-kun would dash," she started. "No," he stated and turned around, following Naruto's path back to the city. Sakura looked down. She was a bit depressed that Sasuke would never go on a date with her. She turned and opened her mouth to speak. "No Naru dash," she said before she noticed she was standing alone in the training grounds with no Naruto standing there to ask her on a date. "Two," she finished as her mouth snapped shut. "Good thing he finally decided that he would stop asking me on a date," she thought. "Finally, we have Sasuke-kun all to ourselves." "Shinaro," inner Sakura said. Sakura nodded and began to walk to her home. She clenched her hand over her heart for a second before passing off the phantom pain that had stopped her heart as she thought of Naruto again and headed home. Naruto bounded across the rooftops heading to his apartment. The smile on his face was an unusual sight. Many times when the ANBU would see Naruto jumping around like that, it was because he had managed to accomplish a prank. But this smile was different. It shone in the light as a picture of his happiness instead of his mischief. Many of the ANBU smiled under their masks. They didn't hate the kid. His pranks livened up their lives and kept their usual bleak and dull day fun and entertaining. As much as they may not like it when they were the objective of the pranks, they could respect his skill in stealth and the ingenuity it took for him to accomplish them. As a whole, the ANBU were particularly fond of the blonde Jinchuriki, not that Naruto knew that. Naruto paid no heed to the ANBU. He spotted and ran into his apartment. He stripped down as fast as possible and jumped into his shower with freezing cold water. He quickly rubbed himself down with soap and scrubbed his hands furiously to get the raw egg off of them. Once he had finished, Naruto jumped out of the shower and pulled the other orange jumpsuit he had out of his drawer and put it on. After that, he grabbed his kunai pouch and strapped it on before running to his door, slipping his shoes on, and rushing back out to meet with his friend. Naruto came to a stop in Training Ground 7. He looked over at the memorial stone, giving a respectful bow of his head. He began extending his senses, trying to see if anyone was following. He stood there for close to 2 minutes, making sure that he didn't have anyone there. As impatient as he was, he didn't want anyone else finding his little sanctuary. Once he was satisfied he didn't have anyone watching him, he glanced around before creeping into the underbrush and setting off for the waterfall where he was supposed to meet Kurenai. It took him a little while, but after managing to sneak into the woods, he crept around to make sure no one could see him before stepping up his pace and running through the underbrush. Completely forgetting yesterday's incident, Naruto burst onto the banks of the river shouting, "Gomen Kurenai-san, I didn't mean to be late." Naruto froze as he took in the sight in front of him. But it was for but a mere second before he twirled on his toes and did a complete circle facing away from the waterfall. His face was a neon red as he said, "Gomen Kurenai-san, from now on, I will yell before coming into the clearing," he said as he trembled from the sight burned into his eyes. Behind him, Kurenai smiled at him. She was completely naked, standing near her clothes again. She had just finished a shower before he showed up. She had frozen when he suddenly burst into the clearing, but when he didn't stare at her and instead turned back around, she was proud of him. She knew many men would just stare and then apologize, especially with her as their object of affections. Instead, he immediately turned around and didn't even try to take a second look. She chuckled as she took in his trembling form. She grabbed her dressings and dressed before walking up behind him and laying a hand on his shoulder. She turned him around and gave him a small smile. "Thank you for not staring, Naruto-san, and I don't think you need to yell. Simply try to announce your presence before coming in here, and I will do the same," she said. Naruto smiled up at her hesitantly. "You're not mad?" he asked. Kurenai shook her head. "I may not like it, but you proved that it was an accident by turning around immediately. I appreciate that more than you know, Naruto-san," she said, still with a small smile. For a second, she wondered who might have taught him how to be such a gentleman. But she brushed it off. "Now I believe it is time to go get you some clothes," she said. Naruto looked down but turned back to her with Gamachan in his hands. Kurenai-san, I know this isn't much, but this should help cover some of the costs," he said as he offered her the overflowing wallet. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock at his wallet. What the hell? With the amount sitting in there, he should have no trouble buying new clothes. Why did he say that the only thing he could afford was that hideous jumpsuit? She thought to herself. Then her eyes narrowed. "Naruto-san, how much did you pay for those jumpsuits?" she asked. Naruto smiled brightly. "About this much for one of them," he responded. "It was such a lucky deal. Even one shirt cost like 3 times this much. But with this, I got a full set of clothes for less than one article," he said with a huge smile. Kurenai frowned. "I can't believe that they would try to price gouge him so badly. Well, that stops now. I am introducing him to Takashi's shop," she thought. She hadn't want to take him to the highest shop in town, but she was sure Takashi wouldn't see him badly. Naruto shrunk back from Kurenai as Ki started coming off her in waves. He knew she was angry, but he didn't know why. He simply looked at her with some trepidation as he pulled Gamachan back to his chest. He worried that he might have offended her with offering to pay after she had said she would, but he couldn't let her pay for all of his stuff. He took a few steps back and was about to speak when Kurenai suddenly looked down at him. He froze at the cold fury shining within her ruby-red eyes. He felt his heart skip a beat as he stared into her almost murderous gaze. His eyes finally showing the fear he had from what she was doing as he began to back up slowly. Suddenly, the Ki abetted and her ruby-red eyes shone with a compassion he had never seen except in his Gigi's eyes. She reached out tentatively, making her actions deliberate as she held her hand out to him and said, "Gomen Naruto-san, I didn't mean to be so angry, but you shouldn't have been paying so much for your clothes." Naruto's eyes widened. "I see you know why. So I want to introduce you to a shop that won't try to overcharge you. With the money you have there," she pointed to his Gamachan, "you should be able to buy almost 8 different sets of clothes," she said. Naruto looked down, sad that he had been spending his money so horribly. But he looked back up with determination in his eyes as he nodded and smiled at Kurenai, who smiled back at him. "Arigato, Kurenai-san," he said. Kurenai merely waved him off. "It's what friends are for, aren't they, Naruto-san?" she said as she smiled at him. Naruto smiled happily before suddenly jumping at her and wrapping his hands around her stomach. He rubbed his head of shiny blonde locks into her breasts as his eyes leaked tears. "Arigato, arigato," he continued repeating as he hugged her tight. Kurenai herself blushed as he rubbed his head into her breasts. She was about to knock him away when she noticed what it was he was doing. She smiled sadly down at him and wrapped her own arms around his shoulders as she allowed him to hug her despite his position. "I hope Anko isn't anywhere around. She would get such a kick out of this," she thought to herself. Naruto suddenly jumped away and blushed furiously as he looked at her. Gomen Kurenai-san, I lost control of myself again," he said. Kurenai giggled, and again had to slap herself inside her head as she looked at him. He looked so contrite that it was funny, It's okay, Naruto-san. Let's go get you some clothes and eat, she said. Naruto nodded happily. He turned to leave. Naruto-san, what say we travel by Shunshin? Kurenai offered as she held her hand out to him. Naruto looked at her hand and smiled as he stepped back and took her hand. She smiled as the two disappeared into a swirl of leaves. Naruto and Kurenai appeared in front of a nice-looking shop. Naruto looked around and noticed that he could see the main hub of the city a few blocks up. The shops around here would usually be way too expensive for him to buy anything, so he hadn't been down here in years. He sighed as he noticed that everyone started to glare at him as soon as he appeared, even next to Kurenai. He looked up in front of himself and noticed a shop with the name Dragon's Claw painted above the shop's windows in bright gold letters. On display in the shop windows were weapons and battle armors of all kinds. Naruto looked up at Kurenai and she smiled down at him as she stepped forward and proceeded into the shop. Naruto hesitated but a moment before following her into it himself. Once he entered, he was almost overwhelmed at the huge amount of stock sitting on the shelves. The store was filled to overflowing with different types of swords, staffs, short swords, and even clubs. His eyes didn't really land on anything in particular. Everything seemed perfect to him. So, once he observed the whole store, he turned his attention back to Kurenai, but he noticed her eyes were lingering on a particular weapon on display. He followed her eyesight to an impressive-looking short sword. The blade sat on display with the sheath lying underneath it. The blade itself was double-edged and dark gray, perfect for concealing it during even a full moon. He wondered how it could have such a color as most weapons were a shiny silver. The tsubo was a normal square, but it had intricate designs that one could see if you looked hard enough. The handle was wrapped in a red cloth with a wooden base. A red tassel fell from the end of the handle, giving it a regal-looking appearance. The sheath itself was almost as magnificent as the blade to behold. The tip of the sheath had a black guard on it. The sheath itself was blood red to match the hilt of the blade. The only blemish on the whole red sheath was a single kanji resting in the middle of the sheath in black. Naruto's eyes honed in on the kanji, and he spoke softly, "Silencer." That was the name of the blade. He followed the sheath up to where the sword was to be put and noticed that the edge of the sheath was black just as the guard was. The thing Naruto noticed, though, was the hilt and sheath were the same color red as Kurenai's eyes. All in all, an assassin's weapon. He and Kurenai were brought out of their observation of the weapon as a tall man with bulging muscles walked out of the room in the back of the store, and his voice boomed out from where he stood. "Ah, Kurenai-chan, what brings you here today?" he asked as he smiled at Kurenai. Kurenai smiled back at him. "Takashi-san, how are you?" she asked. "I'm fine, but you aren't due for more resources just yet. What I sold you last time should have held you over for quite a while, especially with your genin team," he responded. Naruto watched as the two conversed, and he wondered exactly how Kurenai knew this person. He wanted to jump up and introduce himself, but he didn't want to offend Kurenai by embarrassing her in front of an apparent friend. So, he let his eye wander around the store as the two continued to talk, completely oblivious about him. Kurenai looked down at Naruto, drawing Takashi's eyes to him as well as she answered him. "I brought my new friend here to come shop for something a bit more ninja-like than this Kill Me Orange," she said. Takashi stepped forward and looked down at the minuscule Naruto. His eyes widened as he took in the blonde hair and whisker marks. He stared at Naruto as Naruto continued looking around the business, oblivious to the two stares being directed at him. But, as Naruto's eyes panned around, they eventually came to lock onto Takashi's. The blonde took a slight step back from the huge man. However, right after that, Naruto began to stare at the huge man, matching the intensity of Takashi's stare. Kurenai watched with a small breath as the stare down continued. Naruto and Takashi suddenly both broke out into grins. "Naruto-san, the prankmaster from hell who managed to actually prank my store," Takashi boomed out. Naruto's chest puffed out. "I knew that the sign looked familiar," he shouted. Kurenai stared in shock as Takashi reached out and held his hand out to Naruto. Naruto's minuscule hand was completely engulfed in the bare of a man's hand, but the two shook hands. which only further increased Kurenai's shock as Takashi had never shaken another person's hand other than one person. Good job, my young friend. I must say I was impressed with your ability. Now what can I do for you today? He asked as they released hands. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly as Kurenai snapped out of her shock and smiled slightly at Takashi. Naruto-san seems to be having trouble paying for something other than that orange monstrosity as people tax him, she said, grounding out people. Takashi looked down at Naruto with surprise before his face broke into a grin. Well, you are more than welcome to shop for whatever you need here, and I will even throw in a discount for a first-time shopper if you come back, Naruto-san. Kurenai's jaw almost unhinged as she heard that. Takashi's shop was one of the best in the village, and for him to give a discount was unheard of. She looked down at Naruto with wide eyes. What the hell did he do to get this treatment? She wondered only to remember Takashi was known as one of the fairest people around, and he probably knew of Naruto but couldn't help him until now. She shook her head as she asked Naruto, "What size are you?" Naruto looked up at her with wide eyes. "I don't know. I never really looked," he said. "I would just hold it up and take it. Even if it was a bit big, it didn't matter." Kurenai sighed and looked down at him, taking in how big he looked with the orange monstrosity. She decided she couldn't figure out his size with the jacket on. "Take off your jacket," she said. Both Takashi and Kurenai noticed how nervous he became when she said that. "Why?" he asked, stuttering as his body froze almost as if he was going to bolt out of the store. Takashi, upon seeing his reaction, moved to the front door and turned his sign to closed before turning around. "Take it off, Naruto-san," he said as he looked at him from in front of the door. Naruto looked down and his body shivered slightly. Kurenai was about to speak when he reached up and began to unzip his jacket. Both Kurenai and Takashi had to raise an eyebrow as they saw he had a mesh shirt underneath his jacket. His chest was slightly muscled. You could see there was a small amount of muscle underneath the tan skin, but there wasn't much fat, as would be expected by a child. That was where the normalcy ended. As Naruto's ribcage became visible, a Ki washed over the store as Takashi's hands trembled, but Kurenai's eyes seemed almost aflame as she looked at his ribs, standing out as his skin clung to his frame. Naruto flinched slightly at the Ki but continued, showing how his stomach was sunken in, looking almost like there was nothing there. Takashi could swear he almost saw his spine. Naruto finally pulled his jacket off and put it on the ground. Both of the adults were a bit mollified when his arms showed some decent muscles. Naruto curled into himself as he took in both of their murderous expressions. His shoulders started to shake as their Ki didn't let up. He didn't know that their reaction would have been this bad. He was just hoping they didn't try to hurt him. He was hungry and slightly tired from standing almost all day trying to throw eggs to his teammates. Even though he was naturally hyperactive, he did have his own limits regarding how much he could do on an empty stomach. Takashi's eyes were wide with anger as he didn't understand how Naruto could be so malnourished. He thought of his Tenten like that, and his Ki almost seemed to double as he saw her despondent face instead of Naruto's. He was furious at this village. Kurenai was shocked at first, but soon her eyes were aflame with justice. She was going to help him eat properly. No one deserved to be starving, especially not a ninja. Besides, if he couldn't eat healthy, then he was almost finished as a ninja already. Her Ki was barely being restrained as she felt Takashi's wash over his shop. She managed to restrain herself as she didn't want to scare Naruto too badly. However, she finally noticed how he was shaking. She turned to Takashi and made a motion to Naruto, telling him to cut his Ki. Once he did, she stepped closer to Naruto. She went to put her hand on him, but he flinched away and looked at her with fearful eyes again. Her heart broke as a face of pain and loneliness was present on such a young person. "I know my body isn't the best looking, but please still be my friend," he said in a quiet, almost breaking tone. He stared into Kurenai's ruby orbs, his face reflecting all of the times he had felt alone. He felt Takashi's gaze on him, but he only had eyes for the raven-haired goddess in front of him. His first friend, even if it was for only a day. He didn't know what he would do if another person betrayed him like his Gigi had. He watched apprehensively as she bent down to his level. His heart almost soared as he heard her speak. "Naruto-san, I don't care what you look like, I just was surprised. I am sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. I am still your friend, she said. Another true smile split his face as he launched himself forward and hugged her tightly, almost suffocating her as he squeezed her head like a lifeline. She reached around him and hugged him as well. He blushed and stepped back a few seconds later. Arigato, he said. Takashi stepped forward and bent down to Naruto. I would like for you to be my friend as well, Naruto-san. You have endured something no child should. As much as I wish to call you a child, I cannot. Young man, I would be honored to call you among my friends, he said with a small smile and his hand held out again. Naruto's smile almost blinded the two adults as he reached forward and grasped Takashi's hand with all his might and shook it. Arigato, Takashi-san, he said. What do you eat, Naruto-san? Kurenai asked as he released Takashi's hand. Naruto looked up at Kurenai and grinned slightly. Anything I can afford, usually ramen from Ichiraka Ramen as they are the only ones I can pay for. Sometimes they even give me free food, he said smiling. But when I run out of money, I can't eat, so I sometimes just go a few days without eating until I receive my allowance from the Hokage Tower. He was ecstatic with his new friends, so he ignored how worried they looked. How much do you get each week, Naruto? Takashi asked curiously. Naruto pulled out Gamachan, drawing a surprised look from Takashi. About 10,000 ryu, he said as he pulled the bills to show that much. Takashi and Kurenai's eyes narrowed. You can only afford ramen with this? Takashi asked. Naruto nodded. Both the adults shared a look that Naruto missed as he was basking in the fact he now had two friends. Well, it looks like your tenant helps you out in multiple ways, Kurenai said, drawing surprised looks from Naruto and Takashi. Without it, you would probably have a bulging belly but no muscles because of malnutrition, she explained. She was well versed in human physiology to be able to take people out for interrogation. Takashi nodded as Naruto cocked his head in confusion. What's malnourit? Naruto stuttered. Malnutrition, Kurenai offered. Naruto nodded. It means you aren't eating correctly, Naruto-san, Kurenai said. Guess the damn fox is earning his rent, Naruto said quietly, drawing chuckles from Kurenai and Takashi. But let's get some clothes. Can you guess my size now, Kurenai-san? He asked. Kurenai nodded. I will be right back. I already have an idea of what you would like, she said as she walked off into the store. Naruto looked around for a second before spotting the weapon Kurenai had wanted. His face split into a grin and he looked at the price. It was 250,000 ryu. His grin fell a bit, but he turned to Takashi. Takashi-san? He asked tentatively so Kurenai couldn't hear him. Takashi looked at him. Could you tell me how much it might cost me to get that? He said, pointing at the sword. Takashi's eyes widened as he took in the weapon. That has been sitting there for a while. I know, Kurenai. Takashi looked down at Naruto with a surprised look. You want to get it for her? He asked. Naruto blushed a bit but nodded. She's my first friend. She doesn't need to be doing this, but I want to repay her. I saw she liked it, so I wanted to get it for her, he said. Takashi nodded. She has been looking at it for a while. All right, I tell you what, I will sell it to you for 200,000 ryu. But I will let you make a payment plan, he said. Naruto cocked his head to the side in a curious fashion. I know you won't have all the money just yet, as you still need weapons, I am sure. Naruto nodded. A payment plan just means I will take your money at set times for a set amount until you pay it all. Understand? He said. Naruto's eyes squinted, but a moment later, Naruto nodded. Almost like rent, but it is building to a certain amount? Naruto said, drawing a surprised look again. How do you know about rent? Takashi asked. I pay it for my apartment. How much for one payment? Naruto answered as Kurenai came back with some dark gray items in her hands. About 120,000 for a down payment, and I will allow 10,000 ryu a month. Work for you, Naruto-san? Takashi asked, drawing a surprised look from Kurenai. What could you be buying for that amount? She questioned, but Naruto merely smiled mischievously before turning back to Takashi. Perfect, Takashi-san. Arigato, he said. Go try these on, Naruto-san, Kurenai said and shoved them into Naruto's hands. Naruto smiled and took off to the changing rooms. As Naruto changed, Kurenai tried to pry out what was so expensive from Takashi, but he thoroughly denied her as he didn't want to ruin Naruto's surprise for her. Naruto walked back out and looked at Takashi and Kurenai. Both of them smiled upon seeing his new clothes. He was wearing a dark gray shirt with the kanji for illusion on the back, oddly enough, and a small swirl on his front right breast. It hugged his body, showing some of his ribs but flaring out around his stomach. This led to dark gray pants with burnt orange stripes down the side. He was wearing the usual blue shoes on his feet, but his headband was tied around his left arm, leaving his bangs to hang into his eyes. He smiled at them and said, "Well." Both of them nodded at him, but he frowned. "It's missing something," he said. His eyes panned around again as he tried to figure out what was missing. All of a sudden, his eyes landed on something hanging in the bargain bin. He smirked a foxy smirk as he walked forward and grabbed the item. He tied it around his waist, twice, before letting the excess hang down to his calf. He looked up and grinned at them. "There." Kurenai put a hand to her chin as she contemplated what he had added. Takashi, however, laughed. "Perfect, Naruto," he said. Kurenai took a few minutes more before she spoke. "You are set on that?" she asked. He nodded. She sighed but nodded her head with a small smile. "I suppose you always need your own flair, huh, Naruto-san?" she asked. Naruto grinned at her as he looked down at his new addition, a burnt orange sash that, if his observation was correct, would act much like Kurenai's single red sleeve, distracting the enemy. The great part about it for Naruto was that if someone tried to grab it, he could use it to move into close range. Takashi grinned and said, "Okay, I can have a few more of those made and it will cost you about 20,000 Ryu altogether. If you add in kunai and shuriken plus your down payment, then about 155,000 Ryu." He counted in their purchases. Naruto nodded and smiled at Takashi. He handed over the money. Takashi grabbed the money and put it in his register. Takashi turned around and grabbed silencer. He then put it in its sheath and said, "This has seals in the guard to keep the blade eternally sharp and free of blood and rust. It is perfect for Genjutsu masters," he said. "It is said, it even allows you access to an opponent's mindscape," he explained, drawing a slight gasp from Kurenai. "And now it is yours, Kurenai. Thank your little friend there," he said as he turned around and presented the sheathed blade to her. She reached out and grasped the blade, cradling it almost lovingly as she looked at what she had wanted for a while but couldn't justify spending the money on it. She looked down at Naruto and frowned at him as she didn't really nat him to spend his hard-saved money on her. "You don't have to buy this for me," she said. Naruto shook his head. "You didn't have to help me. I want you to have it. Arigato, Kurenai-san," he said as he smiled at her. Kurenai shook her head and said, "Arigato, Naruto-san," she said. Naruto noticed it was getting dark outside and said, "Let me walk you home again. I think we should call it a day today," he said. Takashi grinned and leaned down to whisper to Naruto. "Again, and Naruto, don't you think it's a bit fast for you to be dating Kurenai?" he asked, grinning. Naruto blushed bright red, drawing Kurenai's attention, but he turned to Takashi. "I am just friends with her. Takashi Baka," he shouted and proceeded out of the shop with a bright red face. Kurenai looked at Takashi, but he simply whistled, feigning innocence as Naruto walked away. She narrowed her eyes before sighing and deciding she didn't want to know. She tied her new weapon onto her back and followed Naruto out of the store. The walk to Kurenai's apartment was spent in companionable silence. When they were outside the complex, Naruto turned to Kurenai and smiled again. "Arigato again, Kurenai-san," he said. Kurenai smiled at him. "No arigato to you, Naruto. I always wanted that weapon, but I couldn't justify spending the money on it," she said as he looked at her blade again. He looked down and blushed before saying, "It matches your eyes, Kurenai-san." He rushed through it. Kurenai almost missed it before he shouted at her. "Bye, Kurenai-san, see you around," he said as he suddenly turned and ran off. Kurenai smiled at him as he ran away, a bit amused at how shy he was being. She smiled a bit wider as she walked into her apartment. Naruto could definitely be unpredictable. Naruto's smile couldn't be beat as he walked down the streets with his new clothes on and replacements in his hands. He grinned widely as he began to run to his apartment. "I can't believe I got another friend," he shouted in his head as he dashed up his stairs and through his door. He threw his new clothes on his couch before running into his room. He threw himself onto his bed and sighed happily as he thought of today. Today was perfect, he thought. Chapter 3: A New Start. Naruto slapped his hand down on his alarm clock as he blearily rubbed his eyes. He sighed and stretched before standing and heading towards his bathroom. He brushed his teeth and washed his face before yawning loudly and leaving the bathroom. He grabbed his new clothes from his nightstand, where he had put them when he dressed for bed. He had 4 more sets in his closet. He smiled as he pulled on his dark gray shirt and pants. He tied his orange sash on around his waist and grabbed the leaf from yesterday before heading to his kitchen. He opened his cabinets and stared for a few moments before remembering that he had never picked up his allowance from the Hokage Tower yesterday in his team not picking up a mission and his excitement in meeting back up with Kurenai. He frowned as he realized he hadn't eaten yesterday and would have to go hungry for today too until he could pick his pay up for the D-rank mission plus his allowance. He closed his cabinet with a sigh and headed to his door as his stomach growled. It was a miracle it had never growled yesterday when he had been around others. As Naruto pulled his shoes on, he thought about going hungry, then realized that Kakashi was always late 3 hours. He would have plenty of time to pick his money up and grab some Ichiraka ramen before his sensei would appear at the bridge. With this in mind, Naruto smiled before leaving his apartment and heading to the Hokage Tower. Naruto walked through the red light district, smiling at the few women around who smiled coyly at him and waved happily. He didn't know the meaning behind those smiles, but he smiled back and waved as well, just happy someone would acknowledge him. They had been doing this since he was 10 and he doubted they would ever stop. For some reason he didn't want them to. It felt good for them to smile like that at him. It caused a feeling deep in his chest to move as they continued to show their affection by acknowledging him. He didn't know what this feeling was. It seemed similar to what he felt when he thought of Sakura, but with Sakura that was more of a physical feeling, like his body wanted him to go after Sakura, but his mind and heart set him towards these women almost Kurenai's age. He blushed as he remembered what Takashi had said yesterday about dating Kurenai. She was definitely beautiful and stirred feelings inside him that even Sakura didn't. These women who smiled coyly at him stirred it somewhat, but he didn't know them too well, and Kurenai had made an active point to get to know a little about him even over the course of only 2 days. Even though he had no idea what these feelings were, he followed them, and that was what had led to him pursuing Sakura. Of course, the fact he would be stealing her away from Sasuke, who had everything he wanted but threw it away, would just make it all the better when he would have the lovely Sakura-chan all to himself. He smiled as he thought of beating Sasuke at his own game, but then frowned as he thought of Sakura. He wondered why Kurenai would hold more appeal than Sakura. His body had reacted oddly to her body at the waterfall, and he still didn't know why that was. He couldn't like Kurenai more than Sakura, could he? He stopped walking just before reaching the market district and shook his head. No way. Kurenai was beautiful, smart, and strong, but she wasn't as cute as Sakura. Nodding his head in agreement, he continued walking again, entering the market district and becoming the focus of glares as he left his home district. Naruto noticed that he was actually being glared at less. When he looked around, he noticed that most of the people did not recognize him without his trademark bright orange. He pouted in his head as he realized that his favorite color had drawn their stares. However, he was happy with his new clothes, and the added bonus of less glares was definitely worth losing the majority of his favorite color. He did still have his sash to represent the awesomeness that is orange. He smiled brightly as he continued heading to the Hokage Tower. Naruto walked up to the Hokage Tower and smiled up at the huge symbol of the Land of Fire. His eyes twinkled as he looked at the kanji for fire, standing at the top of the tower where his Gigi worked. His smile diminished as he thought of the old man who had been a constant within his life and helped him on more than one occasion. He thought of all those times when he had woken in the hospital after his yearly beating. No, it wasn't much in terms of physical beatings, but it was still depressing, emotionally, to be beaten on your birthday of all days of the year. He had taken the old man at his word and believed that he didn't know why they hurt him or why they glared at him. He had believed the old man explicitly and trusted him just as much. Upon hearing of his burden, subsequently learning that his Gigi had lied to him, he couldn't stop the thoughts that now whirled in his head about what else he might know about him that he was lying about. His parents? Did they leave him upon learning he had the demon sealed inside him? Did they die trying to kill him when he was younger? Despite the ANBU doing their job, he knew that people had tried to kill him before. The Ki they exuded was more than enough for him to sense them when he got older. Or, did they love him but die during the Kyuubi's attack? Did they die trying to protect him from the village when he was younger? So many questions that he feared to ask of the old man. His normal personality was actually pretty close to his usual attitude. Naruto was a very hyperactive and exuberant child. However, he also had a dark side that no one saw. It didn't manifest in brief spouts of insanity. It didn't try to control him or speak in his head like he had heard of for others. No, this dark side simply took revenge on the populace by pranking for him or thinking these dark thoughts and keeping it from his happy persona so that the old man or the precious few people he had trusted wouldn't be worried about him. Now, he wasn't pranking anymore and his previous trusted people had not seen him in weeks, so his other side stopped keeping the ideas to himself and shared them with the happy child. Naruto was slowly losing the innocence that his dark side had kept intact. As a result of this, Naruto's eyes turned steely as he looked at the Hokage Tower. He wanted to get stronger to protect himself. Not the village, he just wanted to protect himself and anyone he liked, and he would become strong to do so. But he knew that he needed to study more and read more to learn because his teacher wouldn't help him, Kurenai and Takashi couldn't, and he didn't want to trust the old man again just yet. His prankster side immediately began planning on how to gain the materials he would need to train. As this happened, Naruto was standing in a single spot for more than 5 minutes, a bad thing for him, as it would allow others to notice him even without his orange jumpsuit. A single civilian sneered at him as he looked at Naruto. He walked straight up to him and scowled at the diminutive ninja in front of him. Naruto came back to his senses upon seeing the man standing in front of him. He took a step back and the man smiled eerily. "Why are you standing around here, you brat?" The man said, growling out brat with unusual force. "Hoping because you are a ninja you can gain your power back?" he said. "Well, they will keep you weak. I am glad you are near Uchiha-sama, he will subjugate you," he said. Naruto smiled at the man and said, "Sasuke team will bow before my awesomeness. You just watch, old man," he shouted. Naruto completely missed what the man had been saying. The man looked at him like he was nuts before turning around and muttering under his breath, "Damn demon just ignoring me. I'll show him later," as he walked away. Naruto cocked his head to the side as he couldn't understand why the man would just ignore him and leave. He shrugged his shoulders and headed inside the tower. He walked inside the lobby and headed to the receptionist. He completely missed the sneer the assistant gave him before walking up the stairs. He smiled brightly as he approached the receptionist and said, "I am here to pick up my allowance." He never knew the woman's name because she refused to give it to him, even with all the years he had been coming here. The woman looked up at him and Naruto missed the flash of hatred from her eyes as he smiled brightly, closing his eyes in a squint as he did so. She did not even make any reference to his new clothes. She smiled down at him, but it was a sad smile. "I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san, because you have not picked up your check on the day that is set. I cannot give it to you." His eyes widened as he looked at her. He missed the spark of mischief sitting deep in her black eyes. "Just as I have told you the past 3 years, if you do not pick up your check on the appointed day, then it is given to the civilians," she said sorrowfully. Naruto's head hung as he looked at her. "What do you mean, Tabeo? You never told me that." He shouted at her, his normal Databeo making a reappearance from his high-strung tension of not having money to eat this week. He had missed his check before, but he had never been denied it. He thinks. The woman glared down at him. "Keep your voice down, Uzumaki-san. I have indeed told you this before. I will not have you disturbing our work, please leave," she said. Naruto's eyes squinted at her as he stared at her before he sighed dejectedly and hung his head. "Hi," he said before turning and leaving the tower, as he knew that if he made too much noise the ANBU would remove him. Naruto sighed as he exited the tower and looked up at the ledge that led to his Gigi's office. He could climb up there and ask for lunch from the old man, but he didn't want to talk with him just yet. His fear of what might be said keeping him from doing as he wished. His parents had always been a sore subject with him, and he didn't think he could take it if the old man lied again. His stomach growled again, and he looked down at his sunken stomach with a glare. "Be quiet," he said before putting his hands into his pockets and heading off to his team's bridge. Still 2.5 hours before his sensei should get there. As he approached the bridge, he saw his two teammates sitting in their usual positions. That is, Sakura was sitting next to Sasuke trying to talk him into a date as he ignored her with turning his head away from her and closing his eyes as he feigned sleeping to anyone who could see his face. Naruto was about to announce his presence when he remembered his chakra control exercise. Again, he did not say anything as he sat on the opposite side of the bridge and began working on the same chakra control exercise as before. For close to an hour, he sat there trying to complete the same exercise. He saw a decent improvement the first few times he attempted to move the leaf, as it would stick for half a second before the leaf burst from his head as he finished releasing it from its initial position. Again, he continued getting frustrated with the exercise until he felt his control start to slip. He sighed and put the leaf away, deciding to try it again later. He looked up and noticed that his teammates still had not acknowledged him. He looked down. It hurt to know his teammates wouldn't even notice him sitting here for a whole hour. Granted, he was usually louder. He shouldn't have to draw their attention for them to at least greet him, should he? He scratched his head in confusion. The old man always talked about how teams would be like little families. That was why he was so happy about his team initially. Sakura was his love, and he would have been happy having her on any team with him so he could show her how awesome he was. Sasuke was a mixture of feelings. He enjoyed having someone who felt as alone as he did. However, Sasuke was such a stuck-up prick that he ignored Naruto's attempts to have a rival within him. Even if he didn't realize he was ignoring him until they became teammates, it hurt to know Sasuke brushed him off so easily. Kakashi-sensei was perhaps the worst. For some reason, he felt he knew Kakashi. He felt familiar to Naruto, like he should recognize him even though he said precious little about his own self. Because of this, he had felt happy to have him as a sensei. However, it had turned into another disappointment within his life. He refused to teach them anything until he deemed them worthy of it and, despite Naruto's urgings, had remained adamant in that. He didn't feel it was fair like much in his life. Sasuke had a whole clan library he could use to gain knowledge and power. Even Sakura could go to the public library, somewhere he was denied because of his tenant, and gain the knowledge she needed to keep herself in shape until Kakashi decided to train them. Unfortunately, Naruto could do nothing to make Kakashi train him. As dense as others may claim him, he was not stupid enough to think Sasuke and Sakura were as stalled in their pursuit of knowledge as he. So he was stuck. He was quickly beginning to contemplate going to the old man again, despite his fears. He was brought out of his musings as Sakura finally said something. "Naruto?" she asked. Naruto raised his head to look at his teammates and noticed that both of them were staring at him with odd expressions. He smiled at them, happy they had finally acknowledged him. "Ohayo, Sakura-chan, Sasuke team," he said. Sasuke merely grunted at him as he cast a look at his new clothes. Sakura couldn't answer as her eyes feasted on Naruto's new clothes and lack of orange. It actually looked as good as Sasuke's. Naruto cocked his head and looked at Sakura with a question on his face. He opened his mouth to ask a question when Sakura's face twisted into a visage of rage. "Are you trying to draw me away from Sasuke-kun?" she asked accusingly. Naruto's jaw dropped. Sasuke looked over at her with surprise flitting across his face. "It won't work. No matter what you do, Sasuke-kun is so much better than you. Right, Sasuke-kun?" she asked as she looked back at Sasuke. Sasuke grunted as if it was obvious that it was true. Then he turned back to feigning sleep. Sakura sighed wistfully before casting one more scathing glance at Naruto, and then turning back to Sasuke with stars in her eyes and beginning another rant to get him to take her out. Naruto's hands clenched into fists as he shook. A few tears escaped his eyes as a huge wave of sorrow passed through him. Without his dark side to soften the meaning behind their actions, Naruto's innocent side finally realized how horrible his teammates were as teammates. Why? He asked himself. Why me? Why must I have to endure such hatred and ignorance? He asked sadly before rubbing his cheeks and standing. He turned and began marching towards the forests of Konoha. Sasuke opened his eyes as he felt Naruto moving away. His normally composed expression completely dropping as he saw Naruto's eyes shining with unshed tears as he walked away. Shock and sorrow running through his body as he looked at Naruto. Despite him being the dobe, he knew that Naruto and he shared a bond deeper than anyone could comprehend unless they experienced loneliness the likes of which they had. As soon as he saw Naruto begin walking away, he stood completely and looked at him with hardened eyes. His Uchiha pride standing forth as he looked at him. You better not leave, Dobe, we need to take a mission today, you are already late today, he said in hopes of keeping Naruto here. Naruto didn't even respond as he continued walking towards the forests. Sakura stood and ran over to him. Naruto Baka, come back here. Sasuke-kun told you not to leave. She yelled as she pulled her fist back and let go, pounding his head into the pavement as she had done so many times before to get what she wanted. Naruto didn't make any noise other than standing and stumbling almost drunkenly away from his teammates. Baka! Sakura yelled at him as he disappeared into the foliage. We can't take a mission without you. Sasuke scowled and realized he had said the wrong thing, especially with Sakura around. He didn't understand what he had done to hurt Naruto so badly to leave. He had always been such a dense person that he never needed to explain his actions, as Naruto took it to be part of their rivalry. Even if Sasuke didn't show it, he did respect Naruto and, as a result, honored their rivalry. Sasuke turned to leave as they couldn't do missions without Naruto. Kakashi shined onto the bridge and looked down at them. Sorry I'm late, he said. Sakura turned to yell at him, but Sasuke glared at his sensei and beat her to it. I don't care about your stupid excuses. The dobe isn't here, so we can't do missions. Because you want us to only work on teamwork exercises, today has been ruined. Goodbye, he said before turning and leaving the bridge. Kakashi looked on silently as Sakura bowed to him before running off, though he could tell the gesture wasn't meant to be of respect. As his students disappeared from his view, he sighed before looking off in the direction Naruto had walked. What am I going to do? He asked to the silent bridge. If Naruto no longer tries to keep the team together, what little teamwork there have will fall apart in no time. Sakura constantly berates him for the simplest things, sometimes even for something that she should praise him on. She hits him whenever possible and just plain ignores him. Kakashi mused. Sasuke is just as bad, though I can tell he holds a grudging respect for Naruto's in-fight capabilities. He ignores him outside of that and plays his rivalry off as nothing important when it is actually completely opposite. I know Naruto isn't as happy and as dense as he acts, but I had always figured he would remain so around his teammates long enough to change them, as he seems to do to anyone who makes a connection with him. If Naruto continues acting this way, my plan to have him unite the team will be ruined, and I can't think of another way for it to happen. He shook his head and shined away, trying to figure out how to salvage his team. Naruto stumbled through the forest as his eyes shined with tears. He stumbled through the brush and fell to the ground as he curled into a ball and let loose tears he had kept inside him for 13 years. All of the pain and ignorance he had suffered at the hands of the villagers came crashing down on his young shoulders. He cried his eyes out as his shoulders shook from the sobs coming from his weak frame. For close to an hour, Naruto stayed on the ground crying, wishing he could just leave the village behind and ignore them like they did to him. Once his sobs started to subside, he slowly sat up, his blonde hair full of twigs and dirt from his convulsions on the ground. His stomach growled, but he ignored it as he thought of what had happened. I always thought we were a team. I thought we were comrades and would become close, but they just ignore me. He scowled for the first time in his life. Those teamwork exercises do nothing but make Sakura and Sasuke become angry at me. He thought as his anger grew, Kakashi-sensei does nothing to stop them either. He remembered quite vividly that Kakashi would not step in and do anything beyond just adding an egg from yesterday. Even before, if Sasuke and Sakura combined against him, then Kakashi wouldn't step in until after Sakura had hit him. He frowned again, thinking of how much Sakura hit him. His previous feelings having been crushed by their actions, he finally saw how she beat him as much as possible. Sasuke was apathetic at best, and he felt that familiar pang of loneliness run through him as he remembered how Sasuke had brushed him off so easily. His normal ocean blue eyes seemed to turn to ice as he thought of his team. He scowled for the second time in his life as that thought crossed his mind. He would have to ask his Gigi to change the teams if he could not convince Kakashi to change something. This was getting out of hand, and Naruto was now fed up with it. He would no longer take his teammates treating him as if he was a puppy to be kicked around at their whim. He brushed his hair with his hands, removing the twigs from his blonde locks, and took a step forward. His mind set on what he must do when his stomach gave a particularly loud growl. Naruto blushed slightly and looked abashed before hearing someone say something. "Excuse me, we are using this training ground. I need you to leave so you won't get hurt," the voice said with an unmistakable tone of authority in it. Naruto walked forward a few feet and came to another training ground. One he wasn't familiar with, but he was familiar with 3 of the people standing in the clearing. He smiled brightly, despite the dirt on his face, clothes, and hair, while greeting them, "Ohayo, Ino-chan, Shikamaru, Chuji," he said. Team 10 blinked in surprise as they took in Naruto's new clothes and less than fresh look. The Jounin was the first to recover as he looked over Naruto. Naruto's eyes flashed to him, and he could see the Jounin observing him closely. He almost flinched away, but, instead, smiled brightly looking at him. "Hi, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, who are you?" he asked as he approached the still dumbstruck Team 10. The Jounin blinked before smiling slightly at him. "Sarutobi Asuma," he answered as he took a puff from his cigarette. Naruto took this time to look at the Jounin. He was wearing a flak jacket just like Kakashi, blue pants and shoes, with his shins wrapped in tape just as his elbows were. On his shoulders, the swirls that accompanied every Konoha uniform stood proudly. His Hitai 8 was wrapped around his forehead, holding back spiky black locks reminiscent of Naruto's own hairstyle. The man's hair wrapped around his face in a full beard covering his jawline. A thin trail of smoke drifted upwards from the cigarette laying lazily in his mouth. His light brown eyes spoke of curiousness and no hint of malice. The oddest part of this Jounin, however, was the sash on his waist that had a single kanji in red for fire. Naruto's smile widened slightly as he saw that and turned back to the still confused Team 10. At least 2/3 of them seemed confused. To Naruto, Shikamaru seemed annoyed. Naruto smiled at them despite feeling uncomfortable under Shikamaru's intense stare. Indeed, Nara Shikamaru was, for perhaps the first time in his life, perplexed. He was used to knowing what was going to happen, his huge IQ allowing him to plan several steps in advance for almost any situation he had come across. He had yet to come across a situation where he could be caught off guard except with his own father. Thus, when Naruto, the class enigma that would always throw his plans asunder, the boy who was ever happy and constantly a beacon for good feelings, appeared in front of him with new clothes, a somber demeanor, dirt in his hair and on the side of his body, and puffy red eyes that should be shining with mischief. Shikamaru decided that he wanted to talk to Naruto. He did not find Naruto too troublesome, as he would announce to everyone else. Naruto would be the only one Shikamaru could count on to give him a challenge within any point in time. As such, when he noticed Naruto's out-of-place characteristics, his curiosity, something which had seemingly lain dormant all his life, sprang up and consumed his over-intelligent mind with a burning need. He glanced at his teammates and did not want them to be around when he questioned what had upset Naruto so much that he would show this to them. He discreetly signaled Asuma, using a hand language they had developed as the two played shogi, and asked him to please remove Chuji and Ino. His answer was a shocked look from Asuma until he quickly glanced at Naruto and looked back at Shikamaru before nodding and speaking up. "Chuji, Ino, let's go. I need to talk to your parents about something, so practice is cancelled for today. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto-san." he said before grabbing his two students and shining away. Naruto cocked his head to the side in a confused fashion, looking at the remaining member of Team 10 standing in front of him. Shikamaru's gaze intensified as he looked back at Naruto with piercing black eyes. Naruto took this quiet time to study Shikamaru. His black hair was in a pineapple shape upon his head. He had on a mesh shirt with a gray jacket over it. His hitayate was tied around his left arm. His pants were blue, as were his normal shinobi sandals. His kunai pouch must have been somewhere on his back, as it wasn't strapped to his leg. As he was doing this, Shikamaru was going through thousands of scenarios of why Naruto would actually be showing his sadness. He knew that in his academy days, Naruto had been an unusually happy person, but Shikamaru could see the small hint in his eyes when someone would put him down or he would be ignored in their classes. The reason behind all of the prejudice had never really intrigued him, but this did. He wondered what could have possibly happened when he decided that it must have something to do with his team, or Irika. "Is there something wrong, Shikamaru?" Naruto asked curiously, no hint of hurt feelings hiding in his words, as Shikamaru would have expected. Again, Naruto surprised him, or was simply an expert at hiding his feelings. Shikamaru had a feeling it was both. "I would ask the same of you, Naruto," Shikamaru countered, trying to get Naruto to drop his act. He was fairly sure Naruto had a serious side. He had caught glimpses of it when he would plan a prank. As frightening as it was, Shikamaru was scared of Naruto in his serious state. Despite not ever seeing it full-blown, Shikamaru knew what Naruto did, while serious, was far beyond what anyone his age should be able to do. Painting the Hokage monument in broad daylight and outrunning full-blown ANBU agents, as well as a majority of the Jounin and Chunin of the village, was no small feat, and should be impossible for anyone not of the Sandame's prowess or Shikamaru's intelligence. Even with these, Shikamaru would be wary of attempting such an act and would only do it should he have backup. Naruto did it by himself and managed to get away from everyone except Irika. Shikamaru felt that was probably on purpose. Naruto's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, but Shikamaru was no genius for nothing. He caught it as Naruto's grin came to his face. "Eh?" Naruto said as he threw his hands behind his head and grinned at Shikamaru. "Nothing's wrong here," he said as he grinned. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Naruto," he said seriously, drawing Naruto's grin off his face at seeing Shikamaru serious for the first time in his life. "Something he was curious about. I may not be your friend, but I am curious about why you, who was the picture of happiness and mirth." Shikamaru started as he waved at Naruto's direction. A person who could laugh off any joke or insult and take it in stride. A person who wore "Kill Me Orange" and still managed to be inconspicuous when you wanted. A smile of pride came to Naruto's face from hearing what he thought were praises. They were, but Shikamaru had a point to make. A person who has never once shown any type of sadness or hurt from anything anyone has said or done to you. Why would you be out in the forest wearing new clothes and ruining them? Why would you be crying? More importantly, why wouldn't you leave before being found? Shikamaru questioned as he stared at Naruto. Naruto's jaw was almost hitting the floor as he looked at Shikamaru, his mind trying to process the fact that Shikamaru had deduced all of this so quickly. He suddenly chuckled darkly and looked at Shikamaru with a dark and haunted look that he reserved for only those villagers who tried to beat him now. It contained none of the malice that he usually had accompanying it, but the glare was still enough to make Shikamaru freeze. "How do you know so much about me?" Naruto asked, his eyes not the pool of mirth and mischief that usually occupied that space. No, these eyes held loneliness of a level Shikamaru could not fathom, and he answered almost instantly, hoping it would cause Naruto to drop his stare. It made him feel vulnerable. "I may be lazy, but that is just because nothing piques my curiosity. I am a genius of a supposed IQ above 200. Nothing ever catches my eye enough to make it interesting enough to warrant my interest until you," he said. It was quite big of his ego to say this, but it was no less true. With Shikamaru's mind, most things people considered impossible were some of the simplest things for him. Naruto's eyes lost the haunted look and returned to their mirthful nature, almost as if not ever having been there in the first place. But now, Shikamaru could see that spark of loneliness hiding deep in Naruto's eyes. "Glad I interest you, Shikamaru," Naruto said in a happy voice, and Shikamaru believed him. Naruto suddenly looked sheepish as he looked down at his feet and muttered so quietly Shikamaru almost missed what he asked. "I don't have many friends, Shikamaru. If you wish to know my story, would you be my friend?" A slight stutter entering his normally boisterous voice. Shikamaru almost face-planted at such a drastic change so quickly. But he was so curious it was unreal, and he was not about to let his target get away. So he smiled a lazy smile and put his hands in his pockets. "Sure, Naruto," he said as he smiled at Naruto. Naruto's eyes almost bugged out of his face, but silent tears began to leak from his face as he looked up at Shikamaru and muttered a small "arigato" before sitting on the ground with the largest smile Shikamaru thought he had ever seen. Naruto patted the ground next to him, and Shikamaru noticed he was motioning for him to join him. Shikamaru wasted no time in sitting next to his newest friend and current point of curiosity. Naruto took a shuddering sigh before starting what must be his longest single narrative in his whole life, the summary of which came almost 45 minutes later. "In all, I tire of the villagers' glares, but I can understand why they would glare at me. That does not make taking their glares any better, especially now that I cannot prank them. It leaves me bored when Kakashi-sensei dismisses us from practice. If that is not bad enough, I can't study anything because the library says that I cannot get a library card because of where I live. So, I am stuck on a team with Sasuke, a person who ignores the many attempts I have made to have a working friendship with Sakura, a girl whom I thought I loved and now see she was just annoyed by me, and Kakashi-sensei, who seems to ignore me just as the rest of the village does despite being my teacher." He finished with a small frown. Naruto had refrained from telling Shikamaru about Kyuubi. He didn't want to run off his only friend his own age. So he made up a few excuses, such as the one about the library card for the library. He also didn't mention Kurenai's intervention as he didn't want something to happen to her. Not that he didn't trust Shikamaru, he just was hesitant to risk the only person he felt he could trust right now. Shikamaru and Takashi were quickly making that list, but Kurenai had automatically been placed upon it by her actions at the waterfall. Shikamaru's mind was in overdrive. Denied access to the most basic of utilities? Lives in the red light district? A team that acts nothing like it is supposed to and completely ignores his attempts to create a working team. He glances back at Naruto as Naruto sighs wistfully into the sky. "His life is fucked up and I will not stand for it. He still hasn't told me why the village hates him or what made him change so much. Though he did mention how he wouldn't take shit from his team anymore. I think he has matured a bit since the academy," Shikamaru thought. "Well, Naruto, I have to say that is one hell of a life you live. If anything, I am only more curious about you," Shikamaru admitted. Naruto beamed. "I know you didn't tell me everything, but I think you are entitled to a few secrets." Naruto's head dropped in slight shame for not telling his newest friend everything. "I hope you will eventually tell me, Naruto," he said, smiling at Naruto. Naruto's face shot up and he locked eyes with Shikamaru. Bright, happy blue eyes were reflected in happy black eyes as the two friends smiled at their newest companions. Suddenly, Naruto's stomach let out a small growl. Naruto blushed and Shikamaru blinked before smiling slightly. "Would you like to eat at my house tonight?" Shikamaru offered. Naruto immediately looked nervous and Shikamaru wondered if he had said something wrong when Naruto relaxed slightly and nodded his head. Shikamaru put the odd reaction to his question out of his mind and stood, offering a hand to his friend, who gladly took it. In almost no time at all the two had headed towards Shikamaru's clan compound. Naruto and Shikamaru were taking the outer rim of Konoha to the clan district. Naruto had started walking towards the outer part of Konoha to reach the clans, not wanting to be glared at with his new friend, and Shikamaru had questioned him on it. Naruto had just said he wanted to enjoy a peaceful walk. Shikamaru knew there was more to it, but he agreed and the two spent the time simply walking in each other's presence in silence. Neither felt the need to speak and neither spoke because of it. Normally, Naruto would be abuzz with energy, but his recent revelations and subsequent acquisition of a new friend had left him quite speechless and drained. Not to mention the fact he hadn't eaten in almost 3.5 days. So, he walked with a small smile on his face and his hands thrown behind the back of his head, while he walked on as if he hadn't a care in the world. Naruto had come to the conclusion that he would no longer make huge attempts to encourage his teammates. He would act as if he were not hyperactive, something he knew would be hard seeing as he always had energy, but he would endure so that his team either took the steps on their own or he was reassigned. Apart from that, he had decided to remain almost completely the same. He would tolerate the village's glares and become strong enough to protect himself and Kurenai. With a sidelong glance at Shikamaru and Takashi too. He thought to himself as he nodded his head. Shikamaru was mulling over all the information Naruto had told him. He knew there was a big piece of the puzzle missing. But what? The main problem is the root of the issue which causes everything that has happened to him. But he doesn't seem to want to tell me. Shikamaru thought as he caught Naruto's sidelong glance. I will figure this out, Naruto. But in the meantime, I have a gift for you that I think you will hate. Shikamaru looked up and nodded. Here we are, Shikamaru said as he looked at the gates to his home. Naruto looked up at the gates and saw there was a wall surrounding the entire compound. The gates had the emblem of the clan emblazoned on them. Naruto couldn't see anything else about the compound. He shrunk into his clothes a bit at how intimidating the gates looked. He looked over at Shikamaru nervously because he wasn't sure how his parents would handle Naruto being his friend. On top of that, he was being invited into another's house for the first time in his life. He was taught some etiquette by his Gigi, but he rarely ever used it. He took a deep breath before smiling at Shikamaru, drawing Shikamaru's gaze. Shikamaru smirked at him and opened the door. The two stepped forward and were greeted to the sight of buildings in a U-shape facing away from them. In other words, the houses started on the left and right side of the gate and continued away from them until being connected by another set of houses that curved in a crescent, giving the appearance of a upside-down U. There was plenty of grass laying on the ground leading to all of the houses. Naruto's eyes were wide at how simple it was, yet it seemed so inviting. Shikamaru actually chuckled as he stood next to his friend, seeing his gobsmacked expression. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and snapped his jaw shut as he shouted at him while pointing at the houses. You live here! Naruto's response was a slight chuckle before Shikamaru started to walk forward. Naruto stood there for a few more seconds before, Hey, wait up! He shouted as he ran after his friend. When he drew closer to Shikamaru, he noticed they were heading straight towards the biggest house in the crescent part of the houses. Behind these houses, Shikamaru waved at the houses, lay the yards for our deer to graze, he commented as he walked forward. He smirked as Naruto's eyes grew wide upon hearing this place was even bigger. Shikamaru stepped up onto the porch of his house and took his shoes off. Naruto quickly followed his example. Shikamaru walked into his house and waited for Naruto to follow. Naruto walked into the house and the door slammed shut behind them. He saw that there was a hallway leading further into the house with a flight of stairs on one side of the hallway. It was surprisingly bare. Mom, I'm home, Shikamaru called out to his left. Oh, Shikakuen, dinner is almost ready. Please go wash up. A woman's voice floated down from upstairs at first until the person who was talking began descending the stairs and caught sight of the two people in her doorway. Naruto looked up to be greeted to a woman who was obviously Shikamaru's mother. She had black eyes and hair just like her son, but her hair was pulled over her back. Two bangs, one on each side of her face and a single bang coming down from the top of her head. She was wearing a red dress with a white undershirt peeking out from her collar. Her feet were covered in the normal blue shinobi shoes. Shikamaru immediately started to speak when she appeared on the stairs. Ka-san, this is Uzumaki Naruto. He trailed off as he saw his mother glare at Naruto. He began to sweat as he realized what that look was for. Naruto froze like a deer in the headlights when Shikamaru's mother turned a death gaze on him. He immediately seemed to shrink slightly as the thought of losing his friend because Shikamaru's parents held a grudge against him. His normally boisterous and rough attitude would have shined through and he would have left with a smile, but right now he just felt like crawling into another corner and weeping. He cringed as her mouth opened to speak. We do not allow dirtiness in my house, Naruto-san. Strip and take a shower so you may join us for dinner. Shikamaru's mother spoke in a tone Naruto had recognized from Sakura. His surprise over the words coming from her resulted in an awkward situation as he immediately pulled his shirt off and was proceeding to take his pants off before he actually registered what he had done. Two soft gasps came from the room as they beheld Naruto's sunken stomach and the horrible state his body was in from malnutrition. He immediately recognized his mistake and was about to replace his shirt when Shikamaru's mother spoke again. "Shikaku!" she yelled. Naruto froze as his eyes darted to Shikamaru. Shikamaru was stunned at Naruto's body. His body was in a horrible condition and he had never seen such a bad case of malnutrition on a child before. As he heard his mother's call, he blinked at how fast his father appeared in the hallway. Troublesome woman. He couldn't stop thinking at how she had his father whipped. Yoshino herself was furious, and it shone in her eyes as they held a rage none but a mother could possess. She turned her head and yelled for her husband. She knew the perfect way to fix this. When he appeared underneath her, she simply pointed at Naruto and said, "Contact Chuza. Tell them we are having dinner at their house." Shikaku's confused look was the last thing she saw before he turned to look at Naruto. When he turned back, she shivered at the gaze he held. It almost matched her own. "Get them ready. Chuza will have it ready in a half hour," he said in a cold voice before turning and disappearing back into the house. She turned to look at Naruto and instantly recognized the fear hidden beneath his eyes. Her anger abated somewhat as she looked into his soft blue eyes. She smiled at him and was about to speak when he said, "I am sorry. I won't come back. Just please don't punish Shikamaru," he stuttered out. She blinked a few times before smiling softly at him. She noticed Shikamaru's gaze that he suspected something other than what was on the surface, damn genius minds, and simply waved Naruto's apology off. "Naruto-san, we are going to eat tonight and you will be joining us. Shikamaru, please lead us to our hot spring and bathe so you and your new friend may be ready for dinner tonight. I will wash your clothes while you do that. Let's go," she said in a kind voice while holding out her hand to her as she descended the stairs to stand in front of him. Shikamaru muttered, "Troublesome," before starting to walk away. Naruto looked up at the woman and could sense no intent like the villagers, only a smile. So, he reached out and grasped her hand. "Arigato," he said as she began walking behind Shikamaru towards the hot spring with Naruto's hand in her own. He wondered, for but a moment, if this was what a child might feel like with their own mother. Chapter 4: Food, Shogi, and Teams. Naruto walked alongside Shikamaru and his parents, his freshly cleaned hair blowing in the wind as it dried. He had been scared when Shikamaru's mother had become so downright murderous, but she had simply had him wash and reclothed him before setting out for this Chuza's place. Honestly, Shikamaru's mother had been incredibly understanding and smiled constantly at him as they walked. It was nice, and he found himself smiling back at her as he walked comfortably with his friend's family. Shikamaru walked lazily next to his friend. He enjoyed seeing Naruto relaxed. Despite not knowing Naruto too well until recently, he still felt happy his friend was dropping that guard he seemed to constantly have. His sharp mind caught every flinch Naruto might have when he would be around Shikamaru's family. He had noticed how Naruto seemed uncomfortable with someone being so intimate as to wash him as Shikamaru's mother did, but he allowed it to happen, and now Naruto was starting to relax in her presence, as well as his father's. When they were close to Chuza's place, Naruto finally broke the comfortable silence that had been surrounding their walk. "Nah, where are we going?" he almost shouted, his exuberance shining through to his bright blue eyes. Shikamaru's mother turned and smiled gently to him. "To a friend's place, their food is the best," she said quietly. Naruto's eyes widened. "No way! Ichiraka's ramen is the best," he said as he pointed at Shikamaru's mother accusingly. Shikamaru and his father chuckled as Yoshino's eyebrow twitched. Suddenly a shout could be heard from the compound they were now standing in front of. "Oi!" A heavy-set woman came bursting out the doors, and the entire Nara family stepped back as the woman rounded on Naruto. "Who dares say my cooking is not the best in this village?" she shouted to Naruto. Naruto glared back up at the woman. No food is better than Ichiraku's. Ramen is the food of the gods, he shouted to the now red-faced woman. The woman's eyes narrowed. We'll see if you can keep that tune after you eat my cooking, the woman said as she brought herself up to her full height, and Naruto saw that she was wearing a purple blouse with golden trimmings, a pair of black pants and heeled shoes. Her eyes had some coloring to the at the corners as she looked up at the Nara family and broke into a smile before reaching down and grabbing Naruto by the scruff of his clothes. Let the lesson begin, she shouted as she turned around and headed back into the compound. Close the door behind you, Shikamaru-kun, she yelled as Naruto got glimpses of a few doors before he was set into a seat. Naruto's mouth watered as he looked at the veritable feast in front of him. Shikamaru chuckled as he walked up behind Naruto. This is the Akimichi clan. They have some of the best restaurants in the city, Naruto, he said as he sat down next to him. Naruto was still focusing on the food as the same woman from before and two males entered the room. Shikamaru, munch, so you're the munch guest tonight, Choji said as he looked at his friend. He sat down next to him and finally noticed Naruto staring hungrily at the table. Naruto? He asked between munches. Naruto turned to look at him with drool coming out of his mouth. Choji? He asked as his eyes returned form their glazed look, his stomach giving a large growl as he hadn't eaten in a few days. Choji blinked at his stomach's growl, and the older-looking Choji laughed heartily from the head of the table, bringing the young adult's attention to how Shikamaru's parents and Choji's parents had finally joined them. Naruto looked up and was set upon by a certain fear. Something he had forgotten to do nagged at the back of his head for a few moments before he suddenly stood up, drawing everyone's attention to him. He blushed and rubbed the back of his head before he bowed deeply and said, Ojama Shimasu. 1. The parents' shocked looks were missed as Choji and Shikamaru stared at him oddly before Naruto raised his head to look and see if he did anything wrong. His etiquette lessons having demanded he do this. He was treated to everyone looking at him oddly. He almost started to panic when a smile came across Shikamaru's mother's face. I don't believe we have had introductions, have we, Naruto-san? She said quietly. Naruto smiled at her and nodded. I am Uzumaki Naruto, he said boisterously, breaking the shock of his manners. Nara Yoshino, Shikamaru's mother said as she smiled and elbowed her husband. Troublesome woman, he muttered before saying, Nara Shikaku. Akimichi Hamiko, the heavy-set woman from before stated as she looked at her husband eyeing the food hungrily. And this is Akimichi Chuza, she said as she elbowed him as well, prompting him to wave at Naruto cheerfully before returning to stare at the food. Naruto chuckled at the man's attitude. He seems a lot like Choji, Naruto commented as he smiled at the adults. That caused a round of chuckles. Well, I can see we have 3 hungry people, Hamiko said as she looked at Chuza, Choji, and Naruto before continuing. The only thing left to say is, Ida Kamasu. With that, the feast began and Naruto gorged himself as fast as he could. The Akimichi were a fast-eating clan, but they stared in slight disgust as Naruto shoveled food into his mouth as fast as he possibly could. That is until he suddenly froze like a deer in the headlights. Naruto-chan. Yoshino began as she smiled sweetly at him, his danger senses warning him to remain in his seat. Please eat slower or I will be forced to tie you to the chair and spoon-feed you. She finished as an Oni mask appeared behind her head. Naruto quickly nodded his head before sitting straight up and setting his chopsticks down. He chewed his food slowly, enjoying the taste of the food now that he wasn't afraid of someone taking it from him. Yoshino's Oni mask disappeared as her smile became a bit less frightening. There, much better, she said before picking her own chopsticks up and beginning to eat her food at a sedate pace. The rest of the food was quickly consumed following the ravenous hunger of Naruto. Despite his slower eating, he was still very hungry from his forced fast, and the Akimichi family. Once Naruto had eaten his fill, he sat back and smiled lazily at his newest friend and whispered to him, Thank you for inviting me over, Shikamaru. Shikamaru just nodded back at Naruto as he sat in his own chair. Shikamaru's eyes darted over to Naruto and an unsoul gleam appeared in his eyes as he spoke. Would you like to play a game, Naruto? He asked. Naruto's intrigued expression was his answer. I enjoy playing shogi, I want you to play a match with me. He said to his friend. The adults and Choji had disbelieving expressions on their faces. The only person to beat Shikamaru was Shikaku, and Naruto was not exactly the brightest shinobi in the world. The parents knew of his academy performance. I don't know how to play Shikamaru. Can you teach me? Naruto asked curiously. Though he knew shogi was a boring game, he didn't want to deny playing a game with his friend, especially since he said he wanted to play with him. Practically a first for Naruto. Shikamaru nodded his head and looked up at the table, waiting for everyone else to finish eating, only to notice that everyone had their attention on them. Shikamaru shifted uncomfortably as his father opened his mouth to deny Naruto playing against him, but Naruto came to the rescue. Why did we come over here to eat, Yoshino-san? Naruto asked curiously. The adults looked a bit nervous, but Hamiko saved the day. They wanted you to taste my awesome cooking. Now tell me that my food is definitely better than that ramen, she shouted to break the awkwardness of the situation. Naruto's eyes seemed to come alight as he looked at Hamiko. Never, he said as if committing a mutiny. Yoshino smiled slightly and looked at Shikamaru and Choji. Why don't you two go set up the game so we can talk to Naruto-chan? She asked sweetly. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed and Shikaku noticed it. He waved his son off and Shikamaru got the hint as he grabbed Choji and left the room to set up the board for shogi. Naruto seemed to grow in his chair as his happy persona almost vanished, replaced with the look of a veteran shinobi hardened by years of service. I don't care if you don't like me, just don't hurt your kids for playing with me, he said in a serious voice. The adults all smiled sadly at him. Yoshino spoke again. We are not mad at you, Naruto-chan. If you wish to be friends with Shikamaru, that is his decision. We will not hold him back from assisting you, she said, smiling at him. Chusa spoke up as well. Choji is the same. We are not bigots, Naruto-san. We may not have been able to help you well enough in your childhood, but we have something to help you now. Naruto's serious expression turned into one of confusion, and the tension in the room disappeared as his attitude changed from a beaten and depressed aura to one of almost childlike wonder. What did you do? He asked eagerly. Hamiko spoke in a quiet tone. When we saw how malnourished you were, Naruto. Naruto's eyes snapped to Yoshino and Shikaku. Yes, they told us. But that is because the Akimichi are known as the masters of food. We are the ones ninja come to in order to devise a diet for training or for targeting specific areas of their bodies. Naruto looked up at the Akimichi with a bit of respect. While the Naras are the ones with the best medicinal herbs and medicines made from their deer's antlers. Naruto's look turned to confusion. But what has this got to do with what we ate? He asked loudly. Hamiko shushed him for speaking so loudly. Shikaka spoke now. The food we all ate tonight are double in the amount of nutrition it will give to us. In other words, since you ate this, you will be getting as if you ate for the last 3 days without actually having eaten it. It is unhealthy for a ninja to be as scrawny as you are. This concoction is used for ninja who have been starved in interrogation or for ninja who return to the village dehydrated and malnourished. It will help you gain some fat and be able to work your body better. Shikaku explained. Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered what Kurenai had said about eating healthier. But this is only temporary, you need to eat more than ramen. It is not healthy to eat this concoction for extended periods of time, Chusa said. Naruto's head fell and he mumbled something under his breath. He only understood half of what had been said. Basically, this food was good for him, but he couldn't eat it all the time. He was happy they had helped, but he couldn't afford anything but ramen. Yoshino's Oni mask reappeared. Naruto-chan, what did you say? She asked. Naruto, feeling the ki from Yoshino, quickly popped to attention in his seat and said quietly, I can't afford anything else. A quick glance around the table had a nod from Chusa and a grateful smile from Yoshino. Then you will come eat in Akimichi restaurants from now on, Naruto-san. I cannot allow my son's friend to be so unfit for shinobi duty. It is against my clan's purpose within Konoha. For the next week, we will keep feeding you food with this concoction so that you may regain some weight, but that is the limit, Chusa said, earning a teary-eyed Naruto. Hantoni? he asked, trembling. Chusa smiled and nodded his head while saying, "For free. For the first week, Naruto-san, but after that, you will have to pay." The big man was suddenly set upon by a blur of gray and burnt orange crashing into him and hugging him tightly as Naruto fought tears. The man merely patted his back as the adults shared a sad smile at such a small courtesy meaning so much to the small one in front of them. "Naruto, the board is set," Shikamaru called from outside the house. Naruto smiled and wiped his face with a towel offered from Hamiko, and the group left to find Chuji and Shikamaru sitting on the porch leading to the backyard with a shogi board in front of Shikamaru. Naruto withheld a grimace as he despised board games. He preferred to be running around, but he was feeling kinda sleepy since he had eaten his fill. So, he plopped down on the opposite side of the board and said, "So, how does this work?" Naruto asked. With those words, Shikamaru set to teaching Naruto how to play shogi and how each piece moved as well as the rules. Once he was done, "Want to try one game, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto's face was in a scrunched-up expression, indicating him trying to focus extremely hard on something. The two females were restraining from grabbing him and hugging him to death, screaming kawaii. After a few more moments, Naruto nodded and motioned for Shikamaru to begin the game. Shikamaru nodded and the game of minds began. 3 turns later, Shikamaru was in his thinking position, causing everyone but Naruto to be gaping at the board as they tried to figure out what Naruto was doing. Shikamaru only used his thinking pose when he needed to plan almost thousands of moves ahead. A few moments later, Shikamaru moved his piece with Naruto following suit almost immediately. 5 turns later, Shikamaru sat in his thinking pose again, trying to figure out Naruto's ploy as Shikaku sat next to the board and kept giving heated glares to Naruto. What no one could understand was why Shikaku was so frustrated. "He's got no strategy, but his luck is out of this world. If I wasn't sure he didn't know what he was doing, I would assume he was a master," Shikaku screamed in his head. 25 turns later, Shikamaru moved his final piece and said, "Game." Naruto's eyebrows furrowed and he stared at the board intently. Shikamaru's face was sweating lightly from all the calculations he put into the game. He knew Naruto was good, but this was ridiculous. "Again," Naruto said and began rearranging the pieces. Shikamaru smiled slightly and said, "Sure." This match lasted 60 turns before Shikamaru moved his piece into position and repeated, "Game." Naruto's eyebrows furrowed again and a frustrated look appeared on his face. "Again," he said forcefully and began rearranging the pieces. Shikamaru sighed but complied, and the group around them sat in stunned silence for the next match. At turn 100, Naruto moved his piece and said, "Game." Confidently, Shikaku and Shikamaru blinked and looked at the board before looking back at Naruto. Chuji, Chusa, Hamiko, and Yoshino all had their jaws on the ground as Shikamaru held his hand out. "I have never had anyone my age beat me before, Naruto. Good game," he said as Naruto shook his hand with a huge smile on his face. "That was actually fun. Can we do that again?" he asked. Shikamaru smiled and nodded his head, glad to have someone other than his father or Asuma to play against. Naruto looked up at the sky and noticed it was starting to get dark. "I think I should head home," he said. "It's getting late and I need to go to sleep." The group agreed with him and Shikamaru packed up his board while everyone else got ready. Chuji and his family waved at Naruto and the Nara family as they walked away. Naruto with one last invite to come eat in the Akimichi clan restaurants. As they were walking, Naruto recalled that he had often been thrown out of restaurants, but he had never come into the clan district. It was too far away. He smiled as he walked down the street, heading to the fork in the road that would lead to the central hub and indicate the separating of him and his new friend. It had been a great ending to a horrible realization. But he was determined to remain positive and kept his happy feelings as they neared the fork. "Naruto," Shikamaru started gaining his attention. "Where could I find you, say 3 tomorrow afternoon?" he asked. Naruto scratched his head as he grinned. "Probably around Training Ground 7, he replied. Shikamaru nodded and smiled as they reached the fork in the road. "Well, it was nice meeting you, Naruto. I'll be by tomorrow with a few things you will probably like, he said cryptically before he shook Naruto's hand. What is it? Naruto shouted while holding onto Shikamaru's hand firmly. He wouldn't let go until Shikamaru told him. Shikamaru chuckled. I will only tell you tomorrow, Naruto. I need to look at some stuff for you. He explained a bit. Naruto's eyes squinted, but he finally nodded and let go of Shikamaru before turning and bowing to Yoshino and Shikaku. He thanked them for dinner before turning and beginning to walk home. Once he was out of earshot, Shikamaru turned to his parents. We need to talk, he said, his usually lazy voice displaying a level of seriousness they never knew he had. Shikaku and Yoshino sighed. Having a genius child creates a lot of problems. Naruto looked up at the darkening sky as he walked into his apartment. Today was nice. I wonder when I will see Kurenai-san again. He thought as he closed his door and proceeded to his bedroom. Naruto walked down the street leading to his team's meeting bridge. A bright smile adorned his face as he walked through the village. He was remaining true to what he had discovered yesterday. He would be the same him as always, just trying to lessen his attempts with his teammates. So, he walked through the village, his fake smile plastered on his face as he was allowing his thoughts to run wild. I wonder what Kurenai-san is doing? His mind came up with first. He shook his head as he smiled a bitter smile. Probably teaching her team. Not that Kakashi-sensei trains us in anything. He reached a distance where he could pick out his teammates standing on the bridge, and a wave of disappointment and sadness washed through him. If this could be called a team, he thought to himself. He let his eyes wander to the clouds in the sky, and his fake smile was replaced with a small smile of happiness. What is Shikamaru gonna bring me? He thought to himself. I hope it's training books. Oh, I bet it's going to be some awesome jutsus. Naruto's normal exuberance shining through as he thought of learning flashy jutsus and defeating his enemies while finally arriving at the bridge. He opened his mouth, his previous exuberance still in effect as he shouted, Ohio Sakura, Sasuke. Though he was still his normally loud self, he did not add the affectionate chan to the end of Sakura's name because of her actions leading up to this point. Naruto's exuberance was smashed as Sasuke and Sakura gave their usual greetings. Achin. Sasuke grunted before ignoring him again. Sakura, on the other hand, marched over to him and smacked him on the back of the head as he smiled at his team. He never saw it coming as he felt dirt enter his mouth and looked up to see Sakura with eyes almost burning with what she believed to be righteous fury. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke looking back over at him with his usual Uchiha pride, but the smirk on his face was unmistakable. Naruto's heart clenched as Sakura began to speak. You baka! She shouted at him. Because of you, our whole day yesterday was wasted and we couldn't take any missions. She berated him as Naruto's eyes turned to an almost icy blue. Naruto dusted himself off and turned around. I'm not done with you, Sakura shouted and reached out to turn him back around. Only Kakashi's arrival, 2.5 hours early, saved her from being struck with Naruto's clawed hands. Unknown to Sasuke or Sakura, Kakashi had seen Naruto's eyes flash red as his two teammates continued to berate him for not being there the day before. He had not come up with an answer about what to do with his team when Naruto had appeared today and greeted them. He had smiled under his mask when he heard Naruto's loud shout even without the affectionate term for Sakura. His plan for their teamwork could still work without his infatuation of Sakura. In fact, he had been even happier to see that Naruto had given up on her as he didn't like his sensei's son being abused by the pinkette. That didn't make him stop her though. If Naruto wanted to allow her to hit him, it was not his place to tell him otherwise. Only if it would hurt their team dynamic, despite any personal feelings, would he interfere with their relationships. The love triangle that the team had was not important enough for him to address just yet. He felt they would grow out of their crushes as they matured and it would only be worked through with time. Ma, Sakura-chan. Naruto must have a good reason for leaving us early yesterday, Kakashi said from behind Sakura. Sakura whirled around with wide eyes. Even Sasuke was staring at their early sensei, while Naruto's hands were clenching and unclenching as his hands turned back to normal. After a few moments, Naruto turned back around and looked at Kakashi with icy blue eyes. Kakashi's single eye widened, but Sakura and Sasuke did not see it as they tried to comprehend that Kakashi was actually there. Kakashi almost took a step back from the likeness of his sensei in Naruto's face. The only thing stopping him was the fact that this was Naruto. Instantly, Kakashi's mind went into overdrive as he took in this latest complication for his team. Shit, I thought we could salvage this, but it seems Naruto has had enough of it. This is bad, especially with what I saw earlier. I'm gonna have to step in if it gets out of hand. If his eyes flash red again, I am bringing him to Hokage-sama for the seal to be checked. He thought to himself as all his plans for teamwork went flying out the proverbial window. Plus it seems this team will never work together. Kakashi withheld his sigh as he eye-smiled at Naruto. What are we doing today, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked without his usual exuberance. Sasuke's eyes darted to Naruto's, and only his pride kept him from shivering at the cold look within them. He instantly knew something was wrong. He had thought, just as Kakashi did, that because he was his usual self, Naruto was fine, but this action only proved that it was far from the truth. The Naruto he knew would never have such an uncaring look in his eyes, as if his teammates meant nothing to him, as if they did not exist except as things you might pass over when walking around, such as a twig or a bush. He hated that look, the look that said, "You are beneath me," and more. It was so alike Itachi's eyes on that night. Sasuke shivered and turned away from his comrade, his closest friend, the person who understood him best, despite him not acknowledging it. Sakura was woefully oblivious to Naruto's gaze as she simply yelled at him before turning to face Kakashi. "So, what's the excuse?" she shouted. Naruto simply ignored her as he stared into Kakashi's eye, awaiting the answer to his question. Kakashi mentally shivered but said, "All right, I need to talk to Naruto. Sakura-chan, Sasuke, please head to the Hokage Tower and wait for us so we can pick up our mission for the day." He turned to them and eye-smiled as he mentally prepared himself for this talk. His tone of voice was polite, but it was obviously an order. Sakura's face lit up as she heard she would be alone with her crush. It was slightly dampened by the annoyance she felt towards Naruto. Though she found him an annoyance, she did wonder what would possess him to leave their training early. He had always been one to love training, always asking for more. But she quickly brushed that aside as she nodded to her sensei before turning and looking for Sasuke, only to find he had already started walking away from the bridge. Sasuke didn't wait around. He was glad to escape such a gaze, had it registered that it was Naruto who was the owner of said gaze. He might have become angry, but the reappearance of those memories kept him from realizing this fact, and so he simply escaped so he could sort out his confused thoughts. As his two teammates left, Naruto's icy blue eyes seemed to regain their usual brightness as he leaned against the bridge's railing and looked over the river underneath their bridge. He didn't look up at his sensei as Kakashi leaned against the rail next to him. Naruto's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't believe how his teammates treated him. He had greeted them happily and they had ignored him, in Sasuke's case, or beat him before berating him, in Sakura's case. Neither of them checked to see if it might have been something wrong, as people who care about others usually did. Neither of them even thought he might have a good reason for walking off, regardless of the fact he didn't. It was the principle of the matter. His eyes stung as tears threatened to come to his eyes, but he blinked them back. Naruto's resolve set in stone before Kakashi even spoke. He would never attempt to help his teammates, outside of practice, again. Kakashi sighed as he stood next to Naruto. He couldn't tell what the blonde was thinking, and it scared him. He was usually a good reader. He could almost always tell what a person was feeling or the direction of their thoughts. When he had gotten the Sharingan, it had only improved his already keen insight. This was the reason he was able to fight S-rank ninja. The reason he was S-rank himself when he used his Sharingan. But this Naruto had somehow managed to go from a complete open book 2 days ago to an unreadable ninja in the same time. Kakashi looked down, saddened that this had happened, but he knew he needed to speak with Naruto for this team to work. "Naruto," Kakashi began slowly. "What's wrong?" he asked. Naruto didn't even look up as he answered his sensei in a fake happy voice that almost had Kakashi fooled. Nothing, Kakashi-sensei. What did you want to speak about? Kakashi wasn't fooled. He could see something was bothering Naruto and it was affecting the team's teamwork. He sighed before standing away from the railing and facing Naruto with the full force of his presence bearing down on his student. Naruto, whatever is happening with you has been affecting the team's efficiency and ability to work together, Kakashi stated in a firm tone, the first time Naruto had seen him be serious about something. Still, Naruto did not look up at his sensei as he contemplated what Kakashi was saying. I try to keep from invading your personal lives, but when it comes to this team, you need to be able to work with your teammates and obviously, something from your life is affecting that. I need you to tell me what that is, Kakashi said. Still, Naruto would not look up. Naruto heard everything that his sensei was saying, but he was mentally screaming in his head. This isn't a team and you do not teach us anything. As his mind replayed the events on the bridge for the past 2 days. He cringed slightly when he thought of the overwhelming sense of hate that had emanated from himself when Sakura had reached out to touch him again. He, somehow, knew he had tapped into that forbidden and evil chakra laying dormant inside him. He shivered as he thought of the unrestrained bloodlust that had engulfed him when he had only barely touched the vast ocean that was Kyuubi. Though he had managed to keep a lid on the feelings so his team wouldn't see or sense anything, he had bore the full brunt of the feeling. That was why he could almost shrug off Kakashi's presence even while he was standing so close to him. The lingering feeling of Kyuubi's oppressive nature overshadowing anything his sensei could provide. Kakashi waited for Naruto to answer, but when there was no visible effect of his words, Kakashi resorted to something he had hoped never to use against the blonde, Naruto. He stated his voice firm and carrying a tone of authority that had not been there before, the tone of an ANBU captain. I am going to have to suspend your ninja license if you cannot tell me what is wrong. Here, Naruto's air of fake happiness and restrained disappointment turned to one of shock. Naruto could not see the frown on Kakashi's face. It will be suspended until such a time that a mental fortitude test can be taken and a ninja psychiatrist has deemed you fit to return to duty. Your attack on your comrade earlier today shows that you need help, and if you are not willing to talk to me, then I must, as your sensei, protect you and my other students, he said. Naruto finally turned to look at his sensei. His eyes still had that shine from before, but Kakashi could see the hint of icy blue beneath them. Naruto stared into Kakashi's lone eye for a few seconds before his eyes turned icy cold again, and Kakashi mentally cringed. Wrong move, Kakashi, he thought to himself. Team, Naruto stated incredulously. This is no team, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's eye widened. If I am to be brought to the psychiatrist, then Sakura should be sent for repeatedly attacking me outside of a spar, and the Uchiha should be sent on counts of insubordination as he constantly ignores you, Naruto said in an odd voice. Our teamwork is horrible, but you already knew that, didn't you? He questioned rhetorically. You are even worse, Naruto said while pointing at Kakashi. You don't teach us anything and you expect us to work together simply because we were put on the same team. Kakashi's eye hardened, but Naruto didn't seem to notice. I will no longer attempt to make friends with my teammates. Kakashi's eye widened slightly, but the fierce gleam in his eye told anyone that he would have words about this. They do not want my friendship. During missions and team exercises I will attempt to work together, but outside of that, this team is dead and it is a disappointment to the will of fire Gigi speaks of, Naruto said as he glared into his sensei's shocked eyes. Naruto blinked and his eyes seemed to lose some of its iciness. He looked shocked that he had said everything he did, but he shrugged it off before nodding his head and turning to walk away. Kakashi looked down, saddened that Naruto actually thought that, but he was adamant that his teaching methods were the correct path. Their teamwork needs the most work, and he was going to make sure that they worked as a cohesive unit when working on missions. His eye picked out Naruto as he vanished into the crowd of people heading to the Hokage Tower. He shook his head, deciding to consult the Hokage before making any further decisions regarding Naruto. He disappeared in a swirl of leaves to meet his team at the tower for their mission. Naruto plastered a big smile on his face as he walked towards the Hokage Tower, leaving his sensei behind. He didn't know why he said all those things. He had no idea he even thought that until just now when he voiced them. He mentally frowned as he realized that he had not actually contemplated saying those things until Kakashi had threatened him. Despite this, he could not figure out why he had said such hurtful things. His team may not be perfect, but they were still decent companions when they were forced to work together, right? You know exactly why you said those things, Naruto. An ethereal voice whispered to Naruto. Naruto stopped and his eyes unfocused as he was caught by surprise. He looked around swiftly, his blonde locks swishing in the air as he tried to find the source of the voice. "Who's there?" he asked quietly. His eyes darted around trying to find his opponent. "Show yourself!" he almost yelled, drawing the glares of the populace to him. Naruto immediately looked sheepish from all of the glares and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment as he smiled at them all. Most just scoffed and muttered under their breath before continuing their walk. The others continued to glare at him as he started to walk again. Naruto walked through the village with little care in the world, as the incident with the voice had been written off as Naruto's lack of sleep because he was getting up earlier than normal for practices. Naruto continued towards the Hokage Tower, completely ignoring the little voice in the back of his head that sounded like it let go an exasperated sigh. Naruto walked onto Training Ground 7 with a smile on his face as he noticed that Shikamaru was already there. He put the horrible D-rank mission behind him. His team had been forced to capture Tora the cat again, and they had spent most of the day attempting to catch it. Oddly enough, Naruto had been the one to capture Tora, and upon petting the demonic kitten, the thing had turned into a motorboat as it purred all the way to the Hokage Tower while sitting docilely in Naruto's arms. True to his word, Naruto had worked well with his teammates, at least as well as was possible with their current teamwork, and the mission had gone rather smoothly. Kakashi had seemed mildly shocked but still not happy. Naruto had all but crushed his loudmouth nature next to his teammates through sheer willpower alone. It had created an awkward tension between the team, but they had worked together nonetheless. Naruto couldn't be happier. As Naruto drew closer, however, his smile faded as he saw a pile of books sitting next to Shikamaru. By the time he was near Shikamaru, he was eyeing the books with a wary eye as he greeted his friend, whose amused expression did not bode well for Naruto. "Konnichiwa, Shikamaru." Naruto greeted loudly as he grinned happily despite the growing feeling of dread forming in the pit of his stomach. "Konnichiwa, Naruto," Shikamaru said in his usual lazy drawl. He withheld the smirk that threatened to come to his lips as he saw Naruto eye the pile of books beside him with disdain. He knew Naruto was not very good at reading books, but he had made sure, after a long talk with his parents about what he could remove from their library, the books were fairly easy on the comprehension needed. "I brought you a few things I thought you might like," he said to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and he started to jump on the balls of his feet. "Nani? Is it some cool jutsu that we can use to burn those books?" he said while pointing at Shikamaru's pile of books. Naruto's smile was ear-splitting. Shikamaru's sweat dropped. How can he be so serious and down to Konoha one moment while being completely out the village the next? He questioned to himself before looking at Naruto and shaking his head. "No," he said, which prompted Naruto to stand still and begin to glare at the books. "I brought you some books on what I think would help you immensely," he said. Naruto turned to Shikamaru with a full-on pout. "Mao, but I hate reading," he complained. Shikamaru sighed and with a muttered troublesome, began to hand each book over to Naruto one at a time as he watched Naruto grab them reluctantly. Shinobi Rules. Basic chakra control plus advanced methods for those with large reserves. History of Konoha. How to train. Genjutsu for beginners. Were the 5 books that Shikamaru handed to him. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at them. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "What would I need History of Konoha for?" he asked. "History won't teach me how to be a better ninja," he exclaimed. Shikamaru almost frowned but replied, "It will teach you how to use that mind of yours, Naruto," he said while chuckling at his own joke. Naruto pouted. "I can do just fine without this, thanks," he said as he was about to hand the book back. Shikamaru decided to play his trump card. "But did you know there was a passage about a clan named Uzumaki?" he asked quietly. He knew Naruto did not know who his parents were. As such, he was hesitant to bring up the information. He shouldn't have been worried as Naruto's eyes widened, and he almost dropped the book before trying to rush through the pages to look at his own clan. Shikamaru smiled slightly as he knew Naruto would be interested then. He looked on as Naruto almost tore a page out of the book and decided to stop his frenzy. "I know you're eager, Naruto, but there are some other books. Besides, you get to keep these," he said while smirking. Naruto's face lit up like a light bulb when he heard he owned something his friend had given to him. He smiled broadly at Shikamaru, his book left laying in his hands as he thanked his friend. "Arigato, Shikamaru," Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded and waved at the other books. "Any other questions?" he asked lazily as he slouched down and could feel the need for Cloud watching reappear. Naruto looked at the rest of them before saying, "What's this about Genjutsu?" he asked, which caused Shikamaru's bored expression to go right back to interested. "I want to blow someone up, not try to get into their brains," he complained loudly. Shikamaru merely leaned back against a tree trunk and said, "This is probably the best branch of shinobi arts you can use, Naruto," he said. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he replied, he said. "Gigi said that I would be perfect for ninjutsu." Shikamaru nodded his head, acceding to the old man's point but disagreed. "Naruto, your mind is a veritable maze of crazy ideas. As a result, you are not the smartest of us," he said, drawing a pout from Naruto. "However, when the going gets tough, you always seem to come up with some plan or some action that manages to bring you to complete your task better than anyone else can," he explained as he finally looked straight into Naruto's eyes. "Genjutsu would be the perfect area for you as you would be able to create your own jutsu," he explained. Naruto's face had gone from pouting to excitement at hearing him make his own jutsu. "On top of that, with all of your ideas, you would be the most versatile shinobi since the Yondaime Hokage." Naruto's eyes widened. Time for the icing on the cake. Plus, so few people think that Genjutsu is any good. He started drawing Naruto's attention back to him from his excitement. "It is said that being a Genjutsu master is a waste of time and that only the weakest of shinobi would study this," Shikamaru said, drawing a thoughtful look from Naruto. "It is said that to be a master of illusions would be a waste of time and that anyone could beat them. No one ever takes Genjutsu seriously." Naruto frowned, about to ask why he should even try it then. "So, imagine what everyone would think when you manage to be the most powerful ninja in this village with a specialization in something that everyone else sees as worthless?" Shikamaru finished with a smirk on his face, knowing that would stoke Naruto's flames. Shikamaru knew Naruto craved acknowledgement. From everything Naruto had told him, he had easily picked out that aspect of Naruto. So, he knew that phrasing his explanation about why Genjutsu would be the perfect way to get Naruto to take it up. He was not lying and trying to make him use the wrong branch of jutsu. He truly believed that Naruto would be perfect with Genjutsu. His extremely analytical mind while within combat would be an asset to any aspiring Genjutsu users. Additionally, Naruto's pranks showed that he had a creative mind, and this would put that creativity to use instead of it being squandered by preset ninjutsus that Naruto would be consistently firing off. On top of all of that, Naruto's stealth was phenomenal. If Naruto used his stealth in combination with even a basic sense-altering Genjutsu, Naruto would be one of the greatest assassins the world had ever seen. Knowing Naruto would crave acknowledgement, Shikamaru planned to make him a Genjutsu master on par with Yuhi Kurenai. He knew that taking advantage of Naruto's craving for acknowledgement might be considered unfriendly, but Shikamaru was using it to Naruto's own advantage as, if he was useful with Genjutsu, then any ninjutsu he learned would be excess as he wouldn't have to rely on them as most ninja did. He was hoping to make Naruto into an unstoppable force on the battlefield and help him achieve his goal of being Hokage. Shikamaru was smart enough to know that Naruto's natural charisma, which had managed to spark his own curiosity, would benefit Konoha best from within the Hokage position. That is not to say he was doing this for Konoha. Naruto wished it, and it just so happened to coincide nicely for Konoha's future. Should Naruto decide to give up on being Hokage, Shikamaru would support his decision. After all, Shikamaru was more of a friend than he would ever be a shinobi. Naruto's eyes roared with a fire from within him as he looked at Shikamaru's smirk. "They don't think that Genjutsu is any good?" he stated incredulously. "I'll show them," he proclaimed as he raised his fist to the air. I will become a master of Genjutsu and then become Hokage to show them all that Genjutsu isn't worthless, he shouted. Shikamaru leaned back and smiled a lazy smile. Then I guess you have no more questions about those books? He asked. Naruto looked back at Shikamaru and grinned foxily. Nope. Arigato Shikamaru, he said loudly. Shikamaru simply nodded lazily. If you need any more books, Naruto, just ask, he said before starting to walk away. You can come eat dinner any time at my house. My troublesome mother has invited you, he said as he left the training grounds. Naruto smiled and looked down at his books. He was eager to read about his clan, but the Genjutsu book as well. Kurenai-san is a master of Genjutsu. I wonder if… He thought to himself, nah, she already denied me. I will train by myself. Besides, she has her own team. I will prove that Genjutsu is useful. That was part of the reason he had agreed with Shikamaru at the end of his speech, unknown to the boy himself. Naruto had remembered that Kurenai was a master of Genjutsu and he would be damned if her art was looked down upon. Naruto suddenly smiled foxily, his mind already coming up with different ways to use illusions. After all, this was the same mind that came up with the Oiroke no Jutsu. Chapter 5: Bloodlines and Control. Naruto's eyes shone with a bright fire as he looked at the history book sitting in front of him on the table in his apartment. He couldn't wait to read about his family. He closed his eyes as he thought back to the tears he had shed after Shikamaru had left. He had wanted to know about his parents for so long that he had cried when he finally found a link to them. An actual point that showed that his name was not just something given to him, but that it meant something. This was a dream come true. His eyes watered again as he thought of opening this book after his almost mad dash home from the training field. He had decided to learn about his family first and he would read the training manual next, followed by the Genjutsu book. Surprisingly, he had come up with a plan for which books to read as opposed to simply grabbing a book and reading it whenever he felt like it. He thought that if he was going to train by himself, he should set a pace for himself as he had seen ninja do when he had come across them at their training grounds and like what Kakashi would do during team exercises. So here Naruto sat, almost bouncing in his seat from the excitement of what he was about to learn. He smiled brightly and opened the book again. Throwing his carefully laid plan of methodically flipping each page of the book slowly to gain a glimpse of what was inside away, Naruto almost immediately began to frantically search each page as he flipped through them as fast as he possibly could to find any page with the name Uzumaki on it. Senju clan fights Uchiha clan. Nope, Naruto thought to himself as he saw a picture of the first Hokage along with Madara Uchiha. Battle at the Valley of the End. Interesting. Didn't know the Kyuubi was used, but it's so boring. Despite his curiosity for information on the Kyuubi, his ancestry took precedence, and that particular passage of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fighting was not interesting enough to distract him from his goal. Ambush on Senju Tobarama by Ginkaku and Kinkaku. Sacred items? Bah, he thought. Oh, the old man sure beat those guys good in 2 different wars. Naruto smiled as he thought of how kick-ass his Gigi was. Even the normal thoughts of betrayal that followed his Gigi were absent as he smiled happily. Yondaime-sama. Naruto's thoughts ground to a halt as he beheld the back of his idol atop a red-skinned toad. He could see the Kyuubi thrashing around away from the point of view of the picture. He frowned as he ran his hand over the picture. Why me? He questioned. A question that had plagued him since he discovered his burden. He sat there for a few moments, almost as if expecting an answer to come jumping out from the page. He shook his head and continued flipping the pages rapidly. Naruto frowned a few minutes later when he was reaching the end of the book. He hadn't seen a single mention of Uzumaki within the text. Shikamaru couldn't have been lying, could he? Naruto shook his head and started to reach the last few pages within the book. His eyes narrowed and his searching increased until he pulled on one of the last pages and his eyes suddenly honed in on his family name. Uzumaki, 473 to 500 inch, he thought to himself as he read the short sentence. What the hell does that mean? He shouted to himself. Naruto was frustrated. Understandably so, as he was so close to an answer he sought for most of his life. So, when he found the passage that Shikamaru had talked about, He did not expect it to simply be a set of numbers. He growled to himself and let his mind wander through a few pranks he could set up on Shikamaru when a thought crossed his mind. Page numbers? He questioned as he looked down at the page this passage was on. His sweat dropped when seeing that he was on the 800th page. So, pages 473 to 500 contain my name? He questioned again before turning the pages, and, just when he stopped on 473, there it was in small print, Village of Yuzushiogakure and its relation to Konoha. Naruto's excitement shot back up as he began to read the passage. Yuzushiogakure was established shortly after all of the major countries had their own hidden villages. However, it never amounted to such a size that it could claim it was as strong as any of its predecessors. Despite this fact, it was a formidable village all on its own, almost capable of matching any of the 5 major countries in a war. The reason for this could come from almost any of their Jounin-level ninja that seemed to be able to use some form of jutsu as yet unrevealed to the world. Even its allies were never informed of this jutsu's mechanics. Yuzushiogakure was a close ally to Konoha from the time it was formed until its destruction almost 15 years ago. The main reason for this was the fact that Yuzushiogakure Uzumaki clan, which was the most prominent, was loosely related to Konoha's own Senju clan. Though this was never confirmed, there had been no other reason offered for the alliance and no declarations of denial from either clan when said claim would be presented. The Uzumaki clan was well known throughout the shinobi world. Their bloodline was one of the most versatile and most diverse type one could find within our countries. There seemed to be 3 different types of bloodline within the Uzumaki clan. The first would be a chakra bloodline that was also the rarest. With this chakra, one could have more potency or could have an easier flowing chakra within their pathways, both making for excellent ninjutsu experts. Even rarer still was an ability that would allow one to manifest weapons through their chakra alone. This last type was so rare, only 2 people were ever recorded as having it and neither had ever left an opponent alive after combat while using their bloodline, such was their secrecy. The second type, which was less rare but still incredibly useful, was a sensor bloodline. This gave the Uzumaki an ability that would later make them famous for their incredible tracking or combat abilities. Not much is known about the mechanics of this ability, but it was assumed that the better the control one had was the better their sensor ability was should the Uzumaki own this bloodline. Though there were cases where the Uzumaki had limits within themselves, so there is a limit to how far one could sense a particular chakra. It was said that if one had a strong enough sensor bloodline, then one could fight on that 6th sense alone without the need for touch, hearing, or even sight during combat. The third type, which seemed to be active in any Uzumaki, was a body bloodline. This gave an Uzumaki increased regeneration from healing from wounds, most were given excessive chakra pools, and a longer life than most that gave their village its nickname, the Village of Longevity. Most Uzumaki had 2 of these bloodlines to some degree, but there were cases where only one type of bloodline was active within an Uzumaki. If there was ever an Uzumaki with all 3 types, they never allowed that secret to pass from their walls. All of these bloodlines in combination with their special type of jutsu led to their downfall. The fear of Yuzushiogakyo's alliance with Konoha sparked a preemptive strike before the Third Great Shinobi War. The combined forces of Kirigakure and Iwagakure attacked Yuzushiogakure in the middle of the night and destroyed the village, scattering the Uzumakis across the world. Only Kami knows what has befallen the last of this feared and respected clan. Naruto sat back and closed his eyes as he cried for his fallen clan. He was incredibly proud that his clan had been one of the most feared within the world. The fact that Uzumaki would strike so much fear as to warrant a preemptive strike from, not 1 but 2 of the 5 major countires spoke highly of their combat abilities. He smiled brightly as he promised himself, "The Uzumaki will rise again. My clan will not burn out from this. I will carry on our legacy," he thought to himself. After he had calmed down and read the passage once again, Naruto thought of the bloodlines the book said his clan possessed. He decided that he would work on his chakra control to see if he was a sensor. He already had plenty of chakra and he knew he healed fast, so he needed to learn if he had one of the other types. He decided that there really was no way of telling if his chakra was special because of Kyubi. Besides, he faintly remembered Irika once said that Genjutsu required chakra control to work properly. So, it would be a two birds one stone type of deal where he learns about his bloodline while working towards his goal of being a Genjutsu master. He smiled foxily as he marked the page he had just read and closed the history book. Naruto reached over and grabbed the chakra control exercises and smiled. Shikamaru knew about his large reserves, so he was happy about the extra exercises this book might contain, especially since this would be training. He opened the book and began to read about chakra. Chakra is made up of two parts, spiritual and physical. He read, "The balance of these two parts determines how well a ninja uses his chakra. Using too much of one type of these would result in poor chakra usage and control." He frowned. The best way to balance these energies is through meditation. His frown turned into a grimace as he closed his eyes and imagined himself reaching for his chakra. His chakra was always easy to get. He had been the first of the kids in his class to access his own pool. He smiled as he felt the energy within him. He reached farther in and felt for the combination of physical and spiritual. As he did, he felt his chakra whirl around him. He ignored it and pushed on deeper into his chakra until he could see the vast lake as parts of physical and spiritual energy. His spiritual actually looked small. So he withdrew and looked at the book again. Physical energy is increased when your body is fit and worked, while spiritual energy is expanded by knowledge and experience. It stated that was simple, all he had to do was train more. With his new food along with his determination, he would train even harder as he learned more from these books. To properly combine these elements, the best way to start would be by leaf attachment. Naruto smiled as he already knew this exercise. The book explained how it was done and Naruto reread it to make sure he was doing it right. He smiled and continued on. The next step is surface clinging. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. How could surface clinging help my chakra control? He asked. One would walk up to a surface that is jutting out of the ground, such as a wall or tree, and use chakra to stick to the surface much like one gets the leaf to stick to your body. Too much chakra will push a person away from the surface, whereas not enough will cause the person to unstick from the surface. The book informed. Naruto sighed as he scanned the pictures of the surface clinging. He saw one note on the pictures. Caution. Use running start when first attempting. It said. He scratched his head and jumped down from the table. He looked at his wall and began to run towards it. When he reached it, he channeled chakra to his feet and attempted to run up the side of the wall. Naruto took one step. He took another step. Naruto smiled. Then he took a third step and his foot slipped as he fell to the ground with a loud oomph. Before Naruto looked at his wall with determination, it was going to be a long night. Time skipped 2 weeks. Naruto sat on Team 7's bridge awaiting the other members of his team. He had decided to arrive early today so he could practice his other type of control exercise as he had finished surface clinging last night. It had taken him some time to get the correct amount of chakra down for his exercise. He had finally managed to reach his ceiling within his house. He had taken to putting a pillow underneath his wall when he was attempting to climb it. He was rather proud of himself in being able to master that control exercise, but he was making little headway in his self-made exercise of control. His surface clinging was completed but not mastered, so he was concentrating on his own practice as he took a small break before trying to master surface clinging, which required him to be able to fight and move around freely upon the surface for 1 hour. Naruto had arrived early to have some peace and quiet whilst he attempted his own chakra control exercise. As a result, he sat on the bridge with his eyes closed as he concentrated on feeling how his chakra flowed and how it reacted to his will. Now that he had finished the surface clinging method, he recognized how he kept the leaf stuck to his head rather easily. So he took a deep breath and attempted his self-made exercise. With his eyes closed, Naruto began channeling chakra beneath where he had the leaf currently. Then, he slowly started to decrease the chakra that held the leaf where it was. He smiled as he felt the leaf begin moving slightly. He continued decreasing the chakra, feeling his excitement build, as he anticipated the success of his technique. Finally, Naruto felt his chakra leave the leaf and the leaf start to move down. Unfortunately, a slight breeze appeared and the leaf was gently swept from Naruto's forehead. Damn! He cursed as his eyes snapped open and he glared at the wind as if it had committed a great crime. Naruto's glare was cut short as a grunt combined with a muttering of "dobe" alerted him to the presence of his teammates having arrived when he had been concentrating. Naruto's bright blue orb seemed to dim almost as if someone had turned the lights off within him as he greeted his teammates. "Sakura, Sasuke?" he said in a normal tone, causing a frown to appear on Sakura's face, along with a twitch of Sasuke's lips that hinted towards a downward direction. Sasuke nodded towards Naruto before leaning against the railing of the bridge. He was actually happy when Naruto had shown the emotion he normally did before those odd days 2 weeks ago. When he had heard Naruto curse, he had actually looked up in the hopes that Naruto might have returned to his old self and the past few weeks were just an act he had put on. Sasuke realized that, since Naruto had turned into something normal, Naruto had played a big part in keeping Sasuke from wallowing in self-pity. He had noticed that, without Naruto's loud exuberant yelling and attempts to beat him, Sasuke was slowly starting to brood more and more on the death of his clan. Sasuke didn't like that as it took away from his training. There was one other thing that Sasuke realized but didn't want to admit. He had enjoyed Naruto's attempts against him as he viewed him as a rival. As a result of that, he viewed him as something of a close friend to a brother. When Itachi had been around in Sasuke's youth, he had always been a rival and a person to overcome. That had carried over to Naruto when he had started to proclaim to be his rival. Despite Naruto never beating Sasuke, Sasuke had still seen and heard every one of Naruto's challenges. Even if Sasuke never acknowledged it, Naruto was the closest thing he would ever have to a friend up to this point. Sakura, on the other hand, frowned as she looked at Naruto with a somewhat hurt expression. "Why doesn't he call me Sakura-chan anymore?" was the prominent question on her mind. She watched as Naruto closed his eyes again and put a leaf on his head to continue whatever training he had been doing before she and Sasuke had arrived. She didn't like this new Naruto. He was cold to his team and way too quiet. She would never have guessed that Naruto could ever be like this, almost as if he were an actual ninja. She had, initially, been very happy with Naruto's new attitude. He had stopped asking her for dates and had stopped proclaiming every day that he would be Hokage. He had even stopped calling her Sakura-chan and making outbursts in the missions room when they would pick up their missions from Chunins. Their teamwork had even increased because she and Sasuke had not been as annoyed with Naruto's constant whining or loud exclamations, and the missions had been getting completed in almost half their previous times. Now, however, Sakura found this Naruto unnerving and completely alien to her. It didn't help that he would never look at her with that usual rational look he had throughout the academy. Sakura found herself even not asking Sasuke for dates anymore because, without Naruto's immediate attempt to ask her on a date after his rejection of her, she felt unwanted and ugly. Sakura had always been insecure about her forehead, and she knew she wasn't the best-looking girl in the class, but Naruto's constant pursuit of her had boosted her confidence. With that boost gone, she no longer felt comfortable going after the best-looking guy in their generation anymore. Despite this, her crush was still going strong, albeit in a softer, more quiet way. Naruto himself was oblivious to his teammates' distress concerning his new attitude. Oh, he knew that it had affected them and that they had changed as a result, but he no longer spent the time with them outside of missions he had initially tried to acquire. Before, he had stayed as late as possible with the team and would constantly try to start a conversation with his teammates so as to learn anything about them. He would make up excuses to walk with Sasuke or Sakura back to their houses. Yes, even Sasuke, as he did feel a sort of kinship with the last Uchiha, and, even though the two had never spoken a word whenever Naruto would walk them home, Naruto was happy to be in their presence even a minute longer than was necessary. He would even show up early on some mornings so as to sit with his teammates for as long as possible before Kakashi would show up. All in all, Naruto had been like an annoying pest, and it felt like they had finally squished him when they noticed that they missed his usual presence. Now, Naruto left right after Kakashi dismissed them. Most of the time, he would arrive late in the mornings, and often he would join them on the bridge only minutes before Kakashi, so Sasuke and Sakura could never get time to talk to Naruto. This, however, was never reflected on their teamwork. It was near flawless at this point. They held nearly all of the records for the damnable D-rank missions. The main reason for this was that there was no more bickering between the team. Since Naruto no longer questioned each and every order, the missions went much smoother. On top of this, when one of his teammates would make orders in the field, Naruto was usually the first to respond and, if ever any were directed straight at him, the blonde boy had no hesitation upon carrying out their orders. Kakashi himself had praised their teamwork, though he still had yet to teach the team anything beyond teamwork exercises. In Naruto's mind, he replayed those missions and grimaced. Sure, he listened to their orders even if they sounded completely horrible, because he knew that cooperating with them was his best chance at a workable team. He swallowed his pride and his questions, while simultaneously carrying out their orders to avoid their berating him. Should they try, they would only have themselves to blame. This was Naruto's mindset while working with his teammates. Simply follow orders and work as a unit with your team so as to complete your mission. Really, this was influenced by the ninja rules book Shikamaru had given him, and he had adapted it to suit his purposes. Naruto had to occasionally squash his loud side with a firm lock of willpower, but otherwise the team was the epitome of what a genin team from Konoha should look like on paper. In their own personal lives, that couldn't be farther from the truth. About 2 hours later, Naruto was sitting with the leaf on his head and concentrating so hard on his chakra that the world seemed to almost be a blur around him. Naruto closed his eyes and breathed in deeply before sending his chakra out. Okay, I tried slowly letting the leaf fall, but that doesn't work. It leaves it too open to the or other stuff. Naruto thought to himself. So, how do I get it to move while staying attached to me? He asked himself. Still with his eyes closed, Naruto's mind wandered around, throwing random thoughts and ideas into his head, and each being summarily thrown back out as Naruto's creative mind overused its figurative juices. Without noticing, Naruto's concentration on the leaf wavered and Naruto's mind was suddenly assaulted with an influx of information that caused Naruto to open his eyes and start to pant as he clutched at his head. Sakura looked up at Naruto as he acted as if he had a straining headache. She was still hesitant to approach him, but he was her teammate, right? So, she stepped closer, unaware that Sasuke was watching, and asked quietly, "You okay, Naruto?" Naruto's blue eyes snapped to hers. He had not expected her to show kindness to him. As his mind reeled with the information he had just gained, and from the unexpected turn of events his face twisted into his overused smile, as a very small spark of warmth shone in his eyes before they squinted as he replied, "I'm fine, Sakura. Thank you." Sakura looked at him worriedly for another moment before nodding and scampering off towards Sasuke again. Sasuke himself had noticed Naruto's change again and wondered why it was he had answered her normally instead of how he had been recently. Naruto closed his eyes again and he thought to himself, what the FK was that? Living in the slums and not having parents led to Naruto having quite the vocabulary if he were so inclined. Today was one of those days. What the hell happened? I was concentrating on the leaf when I suddenly saw other people around me without my eyes. No, I sensed them. Naruto's eyes almost snapped open, but the smile that lit up Naruto's face was the first true one since Kurenai had received one. I'm a sensor, he thought with pride as he felt himself slipping into his receptive state again. Naruto could feel the chakras around him. There's Sakura and Sasuke. Both of them seemed kinda confused. Wait, what? He thought to himself. How could he tell they were confused? He felt their chakra pulsed and he chalked it up to his sensing the disruption in their chakra. Let's see. The next closest is... He trailed off as he expanded his search, attempting to train his bloodline to reach more than a few feet. He knew he would need some serious training and meditation to use this in combat, but for now he was going to bask in knowing he had 2 of the 3 types of the Uzumaki bloodline. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he looked over the bridge's edge, drawing looks of confusion from his teammates before Naruto called out, "Kakashi-sensei, come out here." His team's eyes widened as Naruto's senses rang true and Kakashi appeared on the bridge behind Naruto. Naruto almost thought that he had mistaken a chakra signature from another person with Kakashi since he was not under the bridge like he had sensed him. However, when Naruto closed his eyes, he could sense that the signature under the bridge had disappeared. He grinned foxily as he opened his eyes again and looked at his sensei's narrowed eye. Kakashi was impressed with the blonde. Kakashi was a master of stealth almost as good as Jiraiya himself. For Naruto to have sensed him, especially since he had never shown any signs of having that bloodline until today, was absolutely astonishing. Granted, Kakashi had not been using his full ability as he was in friendly territory and he was only trying to hide from Chunin-level opponents. That still meant Naruto could, given time and concentration, sense people with Chunin-level ability and stealth. Kakashi would have to ask the Sandaime for some of Kushina's old scrolls. She had never been a censor, but she did have copies of most of the Uzumaki scrolls. Unfortunately, Kakashi was unable to tell Naruto that his ability was a bloodline and he couldn't reveal his heritage, so he would have to pass the lectures off as private training made special for Jinchuriki or something along those lines to get Naruto to fall for it. Kakashi's narrowed eye suddenly lost its edge as he smiled at Naruto. "Good job, Naruto. How did you know I was there?" he asked curiously, trying to figure out how Naruto knew to sense people's chakra signatures. A rare ability even before the last war and even more so in the present. It was possible to train for such a thing, but that training paled in comparison with the actual ability. Where one trained in this ability might be able to find a Jounin with some difficulty and Chunin with some hard work, Genin or civilians were out of their reach as their chakra pool was too small. As a result, any ninja capable of hiding their chakra signature would be able to, rather easily, evade someone trained in chakra detection. Naruto's ability, on the other hand, was pure and raw talent. He could sense even the rodents in the ground with enough work put into training him. Kakashi himself was trained in chakra detection and he had always envied others who had the ability to sense chakra on the scale Naruto would be able to. That didn't mean he was going to hinder Naruto. Actually, he was excited to have a sensor on his team. It would make Naruto much more deadly, especially with his stealth. A shiver went up Kakashi's spine as he imagined Naruto in an assassin uniform. Naruto just smiled foxily as he said, "I was just sitting here when I felt you, Sasuke's and Sakura's chakra." He explained, "I didn't know what it was at first, since it was so weird, almost like seeing in a whole nother color. Like everything was gray with dots of blue for chakra." Kakashi nodded. That sounded right. His sensor world would define itself as he trained it. Kakashi suspected that Naruto had just come across his bloodline, as opposed to seeking help from someone else to train him without his knowledge or somehow having training that he had missed, and decided he would simply congratulate Naruto on his discovery. "Congratulations, Naruto, it seems you are a chakra sensor, a rare aspect these days," he said with his traditional eye smile. Sasuke's eyes widened as Sakura's jaw dropped, and she looked between her sensei and Naruto with an expression resembling a fish. "The dobe is a sensor?" Sasuke ground out, jealous of such a potentially powerful weapon. The Uchiha clan scrolls had mentioned sensors many times and they all came with the same warning. Do not attempt to fight unless assured victory. Should the opponent be skilled with their sensor ability, it would be easy for any sensor to track the Sharingan with their ability. Though this was not one of the most dangerous threats Sasuke had come across, it was the most consistent one. Every time a sensor was mentioned, the warning was present. That alone put Sasuke on edge around his already unpredictable teammate. Sakura, ever the bookworm, knew exactly what a sensor entailed. As a result, she was just as shocked as Sasuke, while not for the same reason. She knew that having a sensor on their team would catapult their abilities, especially Naruto's. A sensor was very rare, and she could honestly say that this development was not unwanted. She, surprisingly, liked the idea of having a sensor on the team, even if it wasn't Sasuke. So, she simply settled for looking at Naruto in slight amazement as Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly like he used to. Naruto was slightly abashed as Kakashi actually complimented him. He grinned foxily as he rubbed his head in embarrassment. As a result of all of this, the only person who heard Sasuke was Kakashi. Kakashi's eye narrowed slightly, but he simply decided he would have to pay a little closer attention to the Uchiha. After all, Obito's legacy couldn't be allowed to be left behind of his senseis. Kakashi clapped his hands and brought the attention back to himself. "Okay then, my cute little Genin," he said, drawing a glare from Sasuke and a slight one from Sakura. "We should go get our mission for the day." He turned around and whipped his little orange book out as he headed to the Hokage Tower with two disgruntled genin and a slightly happy one. Naruto was walking with a slight grin as he followed his sensei. basking in the glow of his accomplishment on top of Kakashi's slight praise. As a result of all of his elation, he paid no heed to the glares directed at him. Naruto was still grinning goofily when he thought it might be a good time to ask Kakashi for help. Naruto turned to Kakashi and sped up to draw next to him. Just as Naruto opened his mouth though, Sasuke spoke from Kakashi's other side, alerting Naruto to the fact that Sasuke had somehow managed to come up here with him and they had left Sakura behind them. He glanced back to see that Sakura didn't seem too happy about being left behind. He quashed the urge to go offer his apology as he turned back to Kakashi and Sasuke's conversation. Kakashi, Sasuke started only to be stopped by a raised hand from the silver-haired man. I know what you're going to ask already, Sasuke-kun, and it is not possible to become a censor. One must be born with it. Kakashi stated as his nose was still buried in his book while simultaneously sidestepping a person who was about to knock into him. Sasuke scowled. I wasn't going to ask that, he said like a petulant child, which Naruto noticed he almost looked like. He had to stifle a chuckle at the thought. I knew there wasn't another way to become a censor. The Uchiha scrolls mention censors abundantly, he stated arrogantly. Kakashi's eyebrow raised. He suspected he already knew what Sasuke was going to ask. I was going to ask, is there another way to sense chakra without having the censor ability? He stated, drawing a surprised look from Naruto and a sigh from Kakashi. Yes, it is possible, he stated, drawing another surprised look from Naruto and a hungry gleam to appear in Sasuke's eyes. However, it is nowhere near as powerful as Naruto's capability, he said, causing Sasuke's spark to dim a bit. It is called chakra detection and it takes intense training to be able to utilize it in any form during combat. Like I said before, it is nowhere near as strong as Naruto's, but it is still useful. I use it all the time, he claimed. Sasuke's eyes were full of an eagerness to learn this technique as Naruto felt a bit let down that his ability was able to be copied, even if only on a scale that was like him compared to Kakashi. However, it did occur to Naruto that if Kakashi could do this chakra detection thing, then he would be able to help him train his sensor. Again, he opened his mouth to voice his question when Kakashi spoke. I could teach it to you, Sasuke, he offered. Sasuke's answer was his usual grunt as he turned away from Kakashi and dropped back a few steps. Naruto's happiness evaporated almost as fast as it had appeared and he looked straight ahead as he spoke to his sensei in a normal voice. What about me, Kakashi-sensei? He asked. Kakashi looked down at his other student and almost did a double take as he sensed Naruto was not too happy. But he responded truthfully, I'm sorry, Naruto, but seeing as I am not a censor, I can't really help you too well. I would just say follow your instincts and keep working on the basics. It'll come to you naturally just like it did on the bridge. He offered an eye smile, but when Naruto didn't even turn to answer him, he let out a low sigh. Strike two, Kakashi, he thought to himself. Naruto's eyes returned to their ice blue. He had allowed his mask to drop for the last time. Why do I keep letting them hurt me? He asked himself. A dark voice whispered in the back of his mind, seemingly too quiet for Naruto to make out what it was saying, and Naruto looked around hesitantly before shrugging it off as a figment of his imagination. He resolved that, no matter what happened, they would see nothing but Ninja Naruto from now on. Naruto frowned as he walked away from the mission debriefing. Oddly enough, they had never debriefed straight to the Hokage yet. Naruto had read that missions should be reported to the Kage of your village, but these menial chores didn't seem like real missions to Naruto anyways, so he shrugged off the odd coincidence. After all, he really didn't want to see his Gigi right now anyways. He was still coming to terms with the fact he had lied to him his entire life. Though he no longer trusted the old man, he still held him in high regard and as a close personal friend, despite his actions. The mission debriefing, nor the mission actually, was what had Naruto in a foul mood. No, it was his team. Sakura looked like he could begin to build a teammate relation with after his revelation as a censor. Her concern for his health earlier this morning combined with how she no longer attacked him for the slightest thing, though that may be because he doesn't really talk anymore, were quickly endearing her to Naruto. After all, despite what he might have decided upon, he knew he needed to have some type of relationship with his team, and honestly wanted more than just that as he had always hoped for more when he had been younger. Even though he would no longer go to the lengths to prove he was worth their time, Naruto did want to have a cordial team so as to say that he had more friends. This may have been contradictory, but Naruto now knew he would always welcome more friends, and he felt, if Sakura and Sasuke changed, he could actually have a relationship with them beyond their current one. He wouldn't push for their friendship, but neither would he deny them a chance to build such a relation, should they show the proper effort after everything they had done to estrange him. He noticed he was reaching the training grounds and headed to Training Ground 7. Sakura was well on the way to doing that. Sasuke, on the other hand, had only seemed to draw further in upon himself when he found out about Naruto's sensor ability. He seemed almost jealous of Naruto's ability, and, anytime Naruto closed his eyes, he would narrow a gaze that Naruto could feel was boring a hole in his head. Naruto disliked Sasuke's deep stares and, even after only one mission, resolved that he would have to see if he could do something about that if it continued. Naruto stopped and sighed as he looked at the monument stone. His eyes started to burn with the flames of determination. All right, I have my control to where I can sense now. So, I should start on the next control once I master this one, and I can start reading that Genjutsu book Shikamaru gave me. Naruto thought to himself as he smiled slightly at finally getting to read about his, now chosen, field of expertise. He couldn't wait to show Kurenai what he might make. The thought made him grin foxily as his mind went into overdrive, thinking of the many things from his pranks that he could use within an illusion. When he started to rub his hands together, he suddenly sweat dropped as he thought to himself, "What am I doing?" Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before shrugging it off and closing his eyes, expanding his sensor ability to sense any nearby people. Though he could only sense a few yards, he figured that constantly training it, along with increasing his chakra control, would help increase his range. As his other senses fell away, Naruto was treated to his sensor Visen. He could feel the earth and the wildlife around him in varying degrees of gray, while his own chakra pool was a sort of center of the dome-like vision he obtained when he focused. When he sensed that no one was nearby, he opened his eyes and used his other senses to make sure that he hadn't missed anything before nodding to himself and entering the underbrush, heading to his training clearing. Naruto smiled as he sat down in his training clearing and looked around. He had done some more surface clinging before doing some push-ups and sit-ups, while intermittently running laps around his clearing. He had read some of each of the books except the Genjutsu book. Once he had finished his training in control, he would sit down to read more of the books, as he realized it was easier to read the books when he was slightly tired, though it also had the effect of making him sleepy while reading. So, he had basic knowledge of each of the books, and the training one had helped immensely. After gaining weight from the heavy type of food the Akimichi restaurants would serve him, he had quickly burned any excess fat off when he stepped up his training regime according to the book How to Train. He had doubled his push-ups and sit-ups, as well as almost quadrupling the amount of laps he ran. At first, Naruto had been slightly disappointed with his progress, but as the weeks went by, he noticed that things that Naruto had trouble lifting or moving before were slowly becoming easier to handle. As such, Naruto was quite pleased with his progress, even if it was only slow and steady. He disliked having to wait for it, but he was trying his best to appreciate how much work he should put into being a ninja in order to become a ninja of the caliber that legends were made of. Naruto smiled and produced his Genjutsu book from his coat. He immediately set it down and opened the book, eager to find out its secrets, when he noticed a page had fallen from it. He blinked as he snatched the paper off of the ground and brought it up to his eyes. "Dear Naruto, below is some words which I thought might help you understand the book better. Use them wisely. Subtlety, the art of stealth and covert ops. It is what you do when you hide. It is being able to blend into the background or being able to do something without being noticed. Finesse means you need to have a lot of skill, something which you have in spades when you concentrate. Shikamaru." Naruto blinked before folding the paper up and putting it in his pocket. He was slightly happy and slightly angry. That Shikamaru might believe he wouldn't know what those words meant slightly hurt Naruto. Of course, that was dimmed by the fact Shikamaru cared enough to write out the definitions himself. After having read the first two definitions, Naruto had skipped to the end to see who it was. In hindsight, he should have known it was Shikamaru. Deciding to take his friend's concern as a blessing, he returned to his book and smiled as he started to flip through the beginning pages to get to the first chapter. Reading all those other books finally got him used to how teaching books were organized. He finally reached the first chapter and began to read, taking his first steps into the realm where reality and fiction blur together. Genjutsu, the art of illusions. This art of jutsu used by shinobi is one of the hardest to master as it is difficult to gauge one's level. Often, one is only considered a master when said person is capable of defeating their own teacher in this art. Unlike ninjutsu or taijutsu, genjutsu is very versatile and only limited to the user's imagination and creativity, whereas ninjutsu and taijutsu rely heavily on preset factors, namely the environment for ninjutsu and the shinobi's body for taijutsu. Genjutsu relies heavily upon the user's mental finesse. Genjutsu masters are few and far in between, mainly for the difficulty and the necessary conditions that must be met in order to be capable of using genjutsu to its fullest extent. The biggest block for the aspiring genjutsu user is chakra control. Many people simply do not or cannot maintain the proper control that this art requires. This is because one must have almost perfect chakra control to be able to invade another's mental chakra pathways and implant their own chakra to activate their illusionary tactic. The best genjutsu users are often highly intelligent and capable of noticing even the slightest details in order to recognize when they are caught within genjutsu or for casting their own. Observation is another key element while casting a genjutsu. The more real the genjutsu is, the more likely one is to notice that they are caught within an illusion. For example, if one would cast a genjutsu on a person while in a clearing with trees, grass, and a single small rock on a person who is observant, and the user does not put the rock within the illusion, then the target would immediately notice that they were within an illusion. Remember, observation is key while creating an illusion concerning one's surroundings. There are 3 types of genjutsu known to the world. The first and most widely used are the illusionary tactics and abilities that genjutsu are known for. This type of jutsu is cast by invading another's mental chakra pathways and implanting your own to induce the illusion upon your enemy. Examples of these would be sensory jutsu, which confuse the senses into thinking something is there when it is not, environment jutsu, which change one's surroundings to cause one to panic or believe they have left the area of danger, or pain jutsu, which make you believe you have been hurt when your body has not been touched in reality. This type of jutsu is the most versatile while being restricted, versatile in that one can add or subtract from their image or senses, restricted in the fact that, should one change too much, it can be easily found out. The second type of genjutsu is a dojutsu cast genjutsu. There are very few known dojutsu genjutsu, but there are 2 deadly clans known for their proficiency in dojutsu genjutsu. The first and lesser-known clan is the Kurama clan. Their dojutsu has no specific shape or name and, as such, could be considered the deadlier of the 2 dojutsu as one could never tell if it was activated easily. This clan is known for its inner demons that are slowly killing their bloodline. The inner demon usually controls the Kurama's genjutsu ability and leads to a power struggle which the Kuramas are steadily starting to lose. As a result, this clan is slowly dying out. The second clan, and the most prominent, is the Uchiha clan. Their dojutsu, the Sharingan, takes the form of a red scara with any number of 1 to 3 tomos in both eyes to show one's maturity within the clan's progression. Their dojutsu allows the Uchihas to sense genjutsu easier as it allows them the ability to see chakra when activated. In addition, the eyes themselves give the Uchiha the ability to cast genjutsu with mere eye contact with enough training. There is a rumored ability within the genjutsu world that another form of the Sharingan allows the user to use a genjutsu known as Tsukuyami, in which it is said that the user holds control over time and space. This ability has never been confirmed, but the abilities within the Sharingan eyes leads many genjutsu users to believe this tale. The final type of genjutsu, and the rarest, are genjutsu that actually affect the surrounding area. These genjutsu seem similar to ninjutsu as they seem to attack the target's chakra network but attack any person within the range of the genjutsu. The only known technique of this type of genjutsu was used by the Shodame and Naidame Hokages of Konoha. The technique is known as Kokwanju no Jutsu, Journey into Black Darkness technique. All of these types of genjutsu make up the genjutsu field of expertise. Finally, there are 3 known ways to dispel a genjutsu. The first, and least recommended, is inflicting enough pain on yourself to break the control the chakra within your mental pathways has upon your mind. The second, and most widely used way, is to completely stop your flow of chakra and then release a large amount of chakra throughout your entire mind to disrupt the hold the opponent's chakra has upon you, then expelling it from your mind. Finally, one can have an outside source of chakra pulse their own chakra within your coils to expunge the opposing chakra from within your body. This concludes the first chapter of your lesson upon Genjutsu. Naruto blinked as he read the first chapter and then pulled out the paper Shikamaru had written for him. "Thank you," he whispered as he held the paper like a lifeline. He hadn't understood half of the bigger words. Naruto suddenly looked up, quite perplexed as to how someone had managed to sneak up on him as he heard the bushes rustle. "Genjutsu? Naruto," the voice said. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 6: The Genjutsu Users. "Genjutsu? Naruto-san," the voice said from the bushes. Naruto's eyes were locked on the rustling before it stopped and out stepped a woman. "Kurenai-san," Naruto shouted as he got up and appeared next to her. She blinked as she looked down at his bright blue eyes. "How are you?" he asked loudly, excited to see his friend after so long. Kurenai smiled slightly. "I'm fine, and how about yourself?" she asked politely. Naruto grinned widely. "I got a new friend," he stated with his eyes sparkling like diamonds. Kurenai's returning smile seemed to widen. "And guess what?" he continued. "What?" Kurenai asked playfully, indulging his boisterous attitude for now. "He gave me books on how to train," he said with a huge smile on his face. His eyes squinted as his smile grew while he talked. "Shika really helped me out. These training books helped me change my training so I get more out of it. Did you know there were better ways of controlling your chakra than leaf clinging?" he asked. Kurenai's wine-red eyes narrowed slightly, though Naruto didn't catch it. "Yes, I did. How did you learn of it?" she asked. "Did Kakashi teach it to you?" she assumed. All of a sudden, Naruto's boisterous attitude seemed to deflate at the mention of his sensei's name. His bright blue eyes seemed to dim and his shoulders slumped slightly. Small things that no one would notice if they were normal. Kurenai, on the other hand, is not normal. She is a jounin and she is known for her genjutsu prowess. As such, she picked up on Naruto's body language, which basically said, "I don't like Kakashi." "No, Kakashi-sensei did not teach me this," he stated in a more somber voice, his tone suggesting that he didn't want to talk about it. Kurenai quickly changed the subject. "So, what books did Shika-san lend you?" she asked curiously as she looked at the Genjutsu book lying in the clearing, her mind churning ideas about what Kakashi could have done to warrant such a reaction in Naruto. Naruto's eyes brightened. "A few, but that is not the best part." He smiled again, though it held a hint of sadness. "He said I could keep them," Naruto stated gleefully. "How to train, shinobi rules, chakra control plus more for those with higher reserves, history of Konoha, and Genjutsu for beginners were the books he gave me," he said after seeing Kurenai try to look at the cover of his book when he didn't give names. Kurenai looked down at the Genjutsu book, seemingly in thought, as Naruto grinned at her. Naruto was enjoying being in her presence again. It made him feel much better being with his friend. He had eaten at Shikamaru's frequently, so he was used to Shikamaru's company, but he hadn't seen his first real friend since those days about 2 weeks ago. He had been worried she had been run off or that something might have happened to her. But she was here now, so he put those thoughts out of his head and focused on her. She was wearing her usual dress, the wrappings that looked more like medical tape than a dress, along with her red sleeve and ninja shoes. "Why history of Konoha?" she finally asked after she had been in thought. Naruto blinked before a grin that oddly reminded her of a Cheshire cat spread across his face. "Did you know there was a clan called Uzumaki?" he asked. Kurenai's eyes locked onto his own squinted ones as he grinned. His happiness was palpable as he continued talking about his family. They were one of the strongest clans, feared as much as any of the biggest one in Konoha. So feared, in fact, that IWA and Kiri had to surprise attack them in order to take them out with their full forces before the start of the Third Shinobi War. He said, a hint of sadness creeping into his voice while pride took a much bigger part of it. Kurenai's eyes were locked onto his own with a seriousness that he had only seen when she had told him to come out, when she thought he had been spying on her. So, he continued, they were feared for two things. The first was some obscure jutsu that only their jounins knew how to use, he said, drawing a nod from Kurenai. The second was their bloodline, he said, causing Kurenai's usually unexpressive eyes to widen in shock. There were three types: body, which allowed for an impressive healing factor, excessive chakra pools, and a longer life than most. Naruto repeated almost word for word from the text, something he had memorized since it was the first indication of his family. The chakra, which was the rarest but also usually the most powerful as it allowed for easier casting of jutsu. The strongest could even make weapons out of their own chakra. Kurenai's eyes were back to their usual size as she took in all of Naruto's information. Finally, a sensor, which allows for one to sense others' chakra. If the bloodline was strong enough, it could allow the Uzumaki to fight without their sight and use only their sensor. Naruto finished with a prideful smile at knowing about his heritage as Kurenai's eyes rested on him with a thoughtful look. That's pretty impressive, Naruto-san. I'm surprised I never heard of them, Kurenai commented. Naruto beamed at the praise to his clan. The best part is that most Uzumaki unlocked 2 parts of the bloodline, so I can have 2 parts of it, he stated with a big smile on his face. And he paused for effect as he saw Kurenai lean forward slightly. I discovered I was a censor today, Kurenai, he shouted, his excitement making him forget to add on the honorific to her name. Kurenai's only response was a smile which caused Naruto's cheeks to burn red as he noticed how beautiful she looked while smiling a full-blown smile, and she spoke. That's amazing, Naruto, she said, dropping the honorific off of his own name. Naruto tried desperately to banish his blush, but she seemed to just giggle at his obvious attraction to her. Arigato, Kurenai, he stuttered out in response. An awkward pause followed as Naruto attempted to control his blush, and Kurenai just stood there seemingly slightly amused at his reaction to her, though it was not unexpected. So, how good are you? She asked curiously. I can only feel chakra while they are close right now, but it was suggested that increasing my control and practicing with it would increase my range, so don't worry. Soon, I will be able to feel everyone in Konoha, Naruto boasted slightly as he smiled, his blush having abated to just a pink tint on his cheeks. Kurenai chuckled slightly. You still never told me how you knew about the advanced chakra control techniques, she said as her eyes strayed to the Genjutsu book on the ground again. Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly as he smiled shyly. Shika gave me that chakra control book, remember? He said, which caused Kurenai to nod in admission that she had heard that. So you learned it from the book? She asked for clarification. Something in her tone seemed off to Naruto. His eyes looked towards her as he nodded in assent that he had, and saw her tense slightly as her hand clenched slightly. Something he had noticed she had done when the people had glared at him, so he assumed she was slightly angry. He couldn't think of anything that she would be angry about him learning from a book, but he shrugged it off as she looked at him. What have you learned from the chakra control book? She asked. Naruto smiled as he said, I sort of mastered surface clinging. I can walk up and down the wall in my apartment and walk across my ceiling, but I can't fight on it for an hour just yet. He explained. I wind up using too much chakra and pushing off the wall. Naruto's eyes widened as his problem with his self-made control technique was suddenly solved. He immediately jumped forward and grabbed a leaf up from the ground. He sat down on the ground and closed his eyes as he placed the leaf on his forehead and began to concentrate. Kurenai watched slightly stunned at what he had done, suddenly moving so fast she had trouble following him. When he settled, she noticed that his eyes were closed and a look of concentration had come across his face. She was slightly curious on what he was doing when she noticed the leaf on his forehead. Stick the leaf to your head with your chakra, Naruto thought to himself. He felt the leaf stick and a grin threatened to form, but he held it back as he wanted to see if his idea worked. Apply the same amount of chakra right underneath it to grab it. He concentrated on his chakra and willed it to follow his directions. His lips twitched when he felt his chakra stabilize. Now, slowly increase the chakra from the top of the leaf all the way down so it slowly pushes the leaf down my forehead to the tip of my nose, he thought as he applied what he had just realized. Naruto had discovered that he needed to force the leaf to move, not allow it to move around through some other method and randomly stick to himself again. So, he had taken what he learned through the surface clinging and applied it to his own training. Following the method of sticking the leaf to his forehead, then slowly pushing it down by increasing his chakra output to push the leaf down by not applying the chakra throughout the whole area the leaf was sticking but simply near the top. Naruto concentrated intensely as he felt the completion of his control exercise at hand. Slowly, ever so slowly, he felt the leaf begin its slow descent down his forehead. His lips formed a grin as he felt the leaf begin to slide past his eyelids. Once it reached the tip of his nose, he opened his eyes and the leaf floated away as he jumped up and yelled, "Yay! I did it, I did it!" Naruto was jumping around for a few minutes before Kurenai brought him back with a pointed cough. He chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed his head and bowed in apology. Excuse me, Kurenai, I got a little excited," he said. Kurenai grinned slightly. "It's okay, Naruto. Though I am curious as to what you did," she asked with a curious look to him. Naruto smiled, happy to explain what he had come up with to his friend. "Well, Kakashi-sensei kept telling me my chakra control needed to be improved and I didn't know any other way to increase my control past the leaf clinging," he explained, drawing a look from Kurenai that seemed half confused and half displeased. He continued before she could speak, oblivious to how she had reacted. "So, I decided to try to use it while we waited for Kakashi-sensei every day." He let out an exasperated sigh, before speaking in a louder tone. "But it was so boring," he exclaimed, drawing an amused expression from Kurenai. "So, I tried to improve it. I came up with the idea of moving the leaf across my body with just my chakra," he finished. Kurenai's response was, "How did you finish it?" she asked. Naruto then proceeded to explain how he had started his exercise and through all his different attempts culminating in his success today. "That is impressive, Naruto. You have made a complicated way of controlling your chakra when you add more leaves," she commented. "Good job." Naruto blushed but responded, "It's nothing. After all, I need good chakra control in order to be a Genjutsu master, right?" He grinned cheekily. Kurenai's shocked expression couldn't be held from her face this time, and her voice spoke of it when she said, "A Genjutsu master? Why would you want to become a Genjutsu master?" she questioned. It wasn't that she doubted his determination. It was just that so few ever thought anything of Genjutsu, and she had been working hard ever since she became a jounin to prove the usefulness of Genjutsu. Naruto's normally exuberant eyes turned into a fiery blue that seemed to engulf Kurenai's own red eyes as he looked at her with total seriousness. "I had wanted to be a ninjutsu specialist because Gigi had told me I would be perfect for it after I found out about." He trailed off as he clutched at his stomach. Kurenai nodded as he looked down for a second. "Kyubi?" he stated in a whisper. "But Shika managed to talk me into thinking about Genjutsu as my specialty. He said that my creativity and unpredictable plans were perfect for a Genjutsu user and making Genjutsu." Kurenai nodded, agreeing with Shikamaru's assessment of Naruto. He also said that it was looked down upon branch and that no one ever really respected it, so I want to become a Genjutsu master and then Hokage so everyone sees how great Genjutsu is," he declared as his blue eyes seemed to have a fire burning in them. Kurenai smiled, not one of those half smiles she had been favoring him with, not even just a happy smile. No, this smile held an emotion Naruto couldn't quite place. It was odd. The feeling it induced in Naruto was one he had never felt before. He felt strong and his chest seemed to swell as he looked upon Kurenai's smile. The smile that, even if he couldn't recognize it, held pride for Naruto choosing such a difficult path. Though soon, Kurenai's smile faded to be set in a grim line upon her face. Naruto's determination seemed to falter slightly, but he looked at her as she opened her mouth to speak, sadness being reflected in her eyes. "I'm sorry to tell you this, Naruto, but..." Kurenai sighed and her eyes darted down before locking with Naruto's. "I don't think you could ever maintain the chakra control necessary to be a Genjutsu user," she said softly. Naruto's blue eyes almost seemed to break, but he looked down from Kurenai before she caught a good glimpse of them. "Why?" he asked quietly. Naruto felt his resolve weaken as his first friend expressed a lack of faith within him. He was hurt that she would believe that he couldn't become a Genjutsu master. It hurt terribly. but he had to know why. To top it off, she was a Genjutsu mistress, so she would know if he could become one, just as the book said. Naruto heard Kurenai sigh before shuffling slightly. Kyuubi and your massive chakra reserves make it difficult for you to control your chakra. That is why you can't do the Bunshin, Kurenai said. Naruto's eyes snapped to hers. How do you know that? He asked curiously. His head cocked to the side as he took in what she had said about his chakra pools, something he had known about. Kurenai frowned but responded. All of the Jounin sensei were briefed about all of the graduates this year in case we had to teach you. Naruto nodded and looked back down. An awkward and heavy air settled in the clearing as Kurenai felt the weight of being a person to tell someone that their plans would not work. Naruto was in deep thought. You said it was hard, he said softly, catching Kurenai's attention. Naruto looked up at Kurenai and his eyes were back to their fiery blues as he spoke. Hard, but not impossible? He questioned. Kurenai shifted again under his piercing gaze. No, not impossible but dash. She attempted to continue before being cut off. Then I will still do it, he stated as if he were already a master. His confident grin never wavered as he looked at Kurenai's stunned expression. After all, they said that outrunning Anbu while in burnt orange was impossible, but I still did it, he said cheekily. Kurenai stared at him oddly for a few more minutes, his grin never wavering as she seemed to contemplate something, until she suddenly giggled behind her hand. Just as suddenly, she broke out into a fit of laughter, her melodious laughter washing over the clearing. Naruto's eyes closed as he listened and focused on how calming her laughter was, as it also seemed infectious as he felt his mood improve. Naruto's confident grin formed into a bright smile as he listened to his friend's laughter ring out and lighten his mood. His smile stretched across his face before he had even realized it as he opened his eyes again to see Kurenai's chest shaking with her laughter, drawing his attention to her breasts, but he quickly turned high attention to her face, knowing that Kurenai wouldn't like him staring, nor did he want her to think him a pervert. Finally, her laughter subsided as Naruto's eyes locked with her own closed ones before drifting down to her red lips. Naruto watched her mouth open and close as she gulped breath in after her explosive laughter. He smiled challengingly at her as she looked back down at him, wiping a tear from her eye. Oh dear Naruto, you most certainly are the most unpredictable person I have ever met and the only one to ever make me laugh like that, she said as she favored him with a small smile. Naruto's challenging smile turned into another foxy grin. All right, if you want to be a master, who am I to tell one of the only ninja in all of Konoha who sees the use of Genjutsu as something worth it? No, she asked rhetorically, drawing a great big grin from Naruto. What has Kakashi taught you though? She asked. Naruto's eyes suddenly went cold again as she mentioned his sensei's name. About? He asked almost coldly. Kurenai's eyes widened slightly as her smile faded. Anything? She replied in her mission tone, something that sent a shiver down Naruto's back. Teamwork exercises, Naruto answered. Kurenai waited a few more moments before it became clear that was all Naruto was going to say. Her eyes narrowed as she spoke. You mean to tell me that he has only trained you in teamwork exercises since he got you from the academy? She asked. Naruto nodded. No taijutsu, ninjutsu, no physical training, just teamwork? She asked again. Again, Naruto nodded. Kurenai's hand clenched again as Naruto watched her. Is that why you asked me to help you train when we first met? She asked quietly. Naruto looked down but nodded again, a bit embarrassed as she figured him out. Did you ever ask Kakashi for extra help? She asked curiously. He kept telling us that our teamwork needed to be improved before he would help us any more than teamwork exercises, Naruto said, though Kurenai picked up on Naruto's body language as he said that. She could tell something else was bothering him when he went to stop, but she gave him a look that said to tell her everything. He continued. He kept to that until today when we found out I was a censor. When we were walking towards the Hokage Tower to accept our mission, Sasuke asked if he could be trained in something similar to censors. He said, chakra detection. Kurenai supplied. Naruto nodded. Kakashi-sensei said that he was trained in it and that it was nowhere near as powerful as mine, but it was still useful and that he even used it. Here, Naruto's hand clenched. Before Sasuke could even ask, Kakashi offered to train him in it. Naruto said with a bit of resentment in his voice. Kurenai's eyes narrowed slightly. How did he expect your team to train without him teaching during these weeks? She asked. He mentioned trying the library, but I can't get in there, Naruto said sadly. A silence descended as Naruto looked at the ground, contemplating what he had just revealed, and Kurenai seemed to wage an internal war to anyone who watched her face. The silence stretched, seconds becoming minutes until a voice shattered the silence. Then it seems you are in need of a teacher, Naruto, Kurenai said a little formally. Naruto looked up at her. Yes, but I don't know who to ask. Kakashi-sensei won't help me. Iruka-sensei is busy with the academy, and Gigi is the Hokage, he can't always help me. Naruto said as he hung his head. You have your own team, Kurenai. I can't take their place. Kurenai smiled softly. No, you can't. Naruto's head dropped a bit more. But they are all from clans and none of them seem interested in Genjutsu. His head snapped to hers, hope in his eyes. I would enjoy teaching my art to an aspiring Genjutsu user. I can handle some extra training hours after my own teams, she said to him. That is, if you want. A slightly teasing tone making its way into her voice as she offered her services. Yes, he said as he jumped towards her and hugged her tightly. Thanks, Kurenai. I won't let you down. Kurenai just ruffled his hair a bit before a light pink dusted her cheeks from where his head was buried. Deciding that he didn't mean anything perverted by his actions, she felt the need to tease him a bit. You know? She started making his head tilt upwards so he was looking up at her through the valley of her breasts. I usually put anyone who touches me like this in a genjutsu for perverts. She chuckled as Naruto suddenly jumped back and blushed as he looked down at the ground. Sorry, Kurenai. I got excited again, he said. Kurenai opened her mouth, a witty retort about the double meaning of his words on the tip of her tongue, when she realized what she was about to do and shook her head at herself. It's fine, Naruto, just please do not make it a habit, she said. Naruto nodded. Now, I need to know all of your abilities so I can help you train. Could you please tell me what else you might know besides surface and leaf clinging? She asked. Naruto looked bright for a few seconds upon hearing the question until he suddenly hung his head and mumbled something Kurenai couldn't hear. Slightly taken aback at his response, she spoke up. What was that, Naruto? She asked. Naruto shook his head and looked back up at her, a hint of a smile on his face as he said, Well, I can do Kawarimi and Henge pretty well, but Bunshin still escapes me. I guess you know why, he said as she nodded. The only other thing I know besides the control technique is most of the shinobi rules and Kage Bunshin. He finished with a pained smile on his face. He knew that was painfully little, but it was all he managed to accumulate during his years of trying to train himself. He knew his taijutsu was horrible. He watched as Kurenai's face seemed to blank out and become thoughtful before she spoke in an almost detached tone. I am sorry to be asking this again, Naruto, but Kakashi never taught you any taijutsu? She asked. Naruto shook his head and Kurenai sighed as she shook her head. I think we might need to go see Hokage-sama about this. What Kakashi is doing is not appropriate for training genin. Naruto cocked his head to the side in a curious expression as Kurenai looked down at him. Why is that, Kurenai? He asked. Because with all of your D-rank missions, you should soon be heading out on C-rank missions with your team makeup. If he has not taught you anything yet, there is a high possibility of… She trailed off as she didn't want to explain it to a new genin. Death, Naruto stated, his eyes icy blue as he remembered one of the shinobi rules. Never hesitate, for your enemies will not. He recited. He may be dense, but he quickly picked up the more morose parts of the job he had chosen. Though he was hesitant to take another's life, he had chosen his path and nothing would sway him. Kurenai looked down at Naruto with appraising eyes before nodding and continuing. Dying, so I must inform the Hokage that your team will not be ready as soon as they should be. It is a duty any senpai has towards their kohai, she added. Naruto nodded. A comfortable silence fell as the two were wrapped in their own thoughts for a few minutes before Naruto spoke. When do we start, Kurenai? Sensei? He asked. Kurenai's wine-red eyes fell on his own bright blues and she grinned slightly. Unfortunately, I can't really train you until your control comes up to an appropriate level, so we will have to concentrate on that. But it is important to train your body to be able to move away from your opponent, as well as be capable of dodging projectiles while casting your Genjutsu. At Naruto's confused face, she elaborated. Genjutsu is a mid-long range fighting style Naruto. You cannot be right next to your opponent when trying to cast Genjutsu, or a wide variety of things could happen to disrupt your jutsu and allow your opponent the upper hand. Naruto nodded as he filed the information away. Kurenai watched until he looked back up at her and waited expectantly. She had done research on every genin just in case she was assigned any of them. She had found that Naruto would need a slower pace of lecturing, but the practical would be where he excelled. So, she took pauses as she began to explain to him the basics of his field. First, go climb the tree while I am talking. This will help your observation skills along with your control skills. She explained. Naruto nodded and walked to a tree. He placed his foot upon the trunk and began walking up and down the tree as Kurenai sat on the ground and spoke. The main advantage of Genjutsu is that one almost never realizes when they are in a Genjutsu until it is too late. If you manage to make your Genjutsu subtle enough, then you can even assassinate your opponent without them ever knowing you were there. A hint of pride colored her voice as she spoke of her field of expertise. It is an art that relies heavily upon subtlety, finesse, and intelligence. As rare as it happens, when Genjutsu masters are facing off against each other on the battlefield, it is usually the more intelligent person who wins. Kurenai said as Naruto reached the top of the tree and headed back down. There are very few Genjutsu users within Konoha, Kurenai said. Who are famous for using Genjutsu? Naruto interrupted a bit excitedly, almost making himself slip. Kurenai frowned, then smiled softly at his exuberance and replied. Well, there is me, she said as Naruto nodded his head. To be honest, I am the only jounin from Konoha that utilizes Genjutsu as a primary form of attack. Many ANBU and jounin use it with another branch to increase the effectiveness of their attacks, but only myself utilizes this particular branch as my main attack method, she admitted. Naruto was a bit shocked that there would only be one Genjutsu user within Konoha, but then he remembered something that the book had said about Genjutsu. What about the Uchiha? He asked. As he was facing away from her, he missed the look of annoyance flitter across her face. Many of them were quite proficient in it, but none of them used it like I do. Kurenai fell silent, contemplating telling Naruto this next piece of information as he started to walk back down towards her again. The only Uchiha that used Genjutsu as a master was Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's older brother, Kurenai said as she looked up at Naruto, who was halfway down the tree. Naruto's concentration failed a moment as his mind blanked at that bit of information. Sasuke's brother had been hailed as one of the best ninja to come out of Konoha, rivaling even the Yondaime himself in terms of potential. Naruto had read about the famous ninja from Konoha in the history books, and he had marked Itachi as someone he would never want to fight. The sight of his picture alone had sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Oddly enough, no clear picture of the Yondaime had been present within the book, only an outline of him as he faced the rampaging Kyuubi. Kurenai stood ready to catch Naruto should he fall from the slightly shocking information, but she was surprised when he seemed to blank out for a few moments and simply remained rooted to the tree as he stood there. When his eyes became refocused and he continued his exercise as if he hadn't missed a beat, Kurenai was impressed. He was already well on his way of mastering this control. Restarting her lecture, because of this, I am going to drill you in different aspects of different areas at random times during our training to see how fast your mind can adapt to situations and how promptly you react. The better your reaction, the better you will be when facing another Genjutsu user and, by extension, the rest of the shinobi world. Kurenai explained, a Genjutsu user's worst enemy is another Genjutsu user, as they will most likely be the most capable in dispelling your illusions and harming you. Many shinobi are apt in detecting and dispelling genjutsu, but a genjutsu master such as myself can usually place a genjutsu without someone noticing unless they themselves are adept at genjutsu. Naruto nodded and Kurenai stopped to let him absorb the information again. She watched him go up and down the tree again before starting again. Now, the second most dangerous type of shinobi to a genjutsu user is usually a taijutsu expert, as they are close combat specialists and are the perfect counter to you being able to cast your illusion on your opponent. There are many different ways of stopping them from getting close to you. I use a distraction method. My clothes combined with my looks and a minor genjutsu I can cast without hand signs or a time delay helps me to do this. Naruto looked at her with some adoration in his eyes as he thought of being able to do that. Kurenai's cheeks dusted a light pink again as Naruto whispered, "Amazing!" Kurenai's light pink turned into a cherry red, but Naruto had turned back to his training. She coughed and got her blush under control, wondering what was wrong with her, as she continued. "You, however, do not have that luxury," she stated, causing Naruto's face to turn into grim determination. "The easiest way to make you capable of escaping taijutsu masters would be to increase your speed," she said, drawing a raised eyebrow from Naruto as he descended the tree again, this time looking at her as he walked. "Your body is a clean slate right now with not much definition because of the neglect your previous teachers have given you. I am glad you told me about the food you have been eating." Naruto's eyes hardened slightly, but he still looked at Kurenai. Kurenai grimaced but continued, "This is actually a blessing, as instead of you becoming a strength type, we can make you into a running type which focuses on speed and would allow you to train your body to the point where you could escape just about anyone," she explained, which caused Naruto to scrunch his face up in thought. "So, I would be like Sasuke?" he asked. Kurenai shook her head. "No, Sasuke's taijutsu relies on him being fast, yes, but it also requires him to hit hard in order to deal damage when he dodges strikes. As a bonus, his Sharingan eyes allow him to map opponents' movements, which cuts down on how fast he has to be to dodge their strikes. I am going to train you into being a, for lack of a better term, speed demon. You will be so fast that you will be able to dodge people's attacks even without the Sharingan. Only those who train as hard as yourself will ever hope to be able to keep up with you," she explained as he looked up at her with wide eyes. Sasuke's style requires him to focus on speed while allowing for a decent amount of power to be worked into his training. Your training, on the other hand, will be specifically speed with very little strength. It will increase your speed farther than Sasuke can hope to achieve without following the same training. "Really?" he asked with slight amazement in his voice. Kurenai nodded. An errant thought came across Naruto's mind. Kurenai-sensei, how do you know how to train like this if you don't use it?" he asked curiously. Kurenai smiled. His observation skills seemed to already be put into use. She was rather sure he wouldn't have picked up on that before. "Just because I don't use that method doesn't mean I don't study it in case I meet another genjutsu user who might make use of it. I wouldn't be much of a genjutsu mistress if I didn't study my craft thoroughly, right?" she asked rhetorically as Naruto nodded in understanding. "How do we do that?" he asked. Kurenai shook her head as she noticed how low the sun was. They had spent a few hours talking since she had appeared and it was getting late. "Tomorrow, Naruto. For now, I think it's time for dinner and then to head home," she said. Naruto nodded and jumped down from the tree he had been training on. Slightly winded, but nothing he couldn't handle. He grabbed his book and looked at Kurenai as he motioned for her to lead the way. She raised an eyebrow at him in question. He waited a few moments before speaking. "Aren't we heading home?" he asked. Kurenai opened her mouth to speak when how he had escorted her home those 2 nights 2 weeks ago passed through her mind, and she smiled at his chivalrous action. "Thank you, Naruto," she said as she began to walk away from the clearing, and Naruto fell into step next to her as they departed. As the now master and student emerged from the training grounds area, Naruto began to think about Shikamaru's books and how much they had helped him. "I should really find a way to thank him. If it wasn't for those books, I would be worse off than I already am." Naruto took a sidelong glance at Kurenai. "Plus, I wouldn't have a teacher who was dedicated to helping me, and I wouldn't understand her either." He blushed a bit in embarrassment at how many words he had learned just from that small piece of paper Shikamaru had added to the books he gave him. He shook his head to rid himself of his blush and smiled slightly as he thought of how much time he had spent with Shikamaru, up to the point of making his own nickname for his closest friend his own age, calling him simply Shika, something Shikamaru had actually seemed to take to well. Naruto had been a little surprised when a lazy smile had been Shikamaru's response to his new name. He had expected him to find it troublesome, as the lazy Nara always called things, but Shikamaru had simply said to call him as he liked. Naruto had grinned happily as he used his new nickname. As they got close to the merchant district, Kurenai slowed and looked around, before heading towards a shop with a teacup sign in front of it. Naruto followed, a bit enclosed in his thoughts as he walked until he heard Kurenai opening the door with the light ringing of a bell signaling her opening of the door. Naruto looked up to see Kurenai walking into the store, one which he recognized pretty vividly as they had thrown him out Rator forcibly the last time he had attempted to eat there. He frowned but plastered a big smile on his face as he spoke to Kurenai from outside the little shop. "I'm not too hungry, Kurenai. I think I am going to head home," he said as he looked at her with squinted eyes. Kurenai's wine-red eyes appeared over her shoulder as she looked at him with a questioning glance. "You just spent the entire day training and you aren't hungry?" she asked, a hint of disbelief coloring her voice. Naruto nodded emphatically as he put his hands behind his head. "Well, I will see you tomorrow at the training ground again, sensei," he said as he went to turn around and leave. As he walked away, he heard the door close to the shop behind him, the bell ringing softly again as he trekked towards his home. His shoulders slumped slightly from not being able to eat with his friend when he sensed something next to him. "Then you will just have to escort me to my home so that we may eat there. I would welcome the company after my long mission," Kurenai said with a slight irritation in her voice at having forgotten about his condition. "That is, if you wish to stay," she stated. Naruto looked shocked for a few moments before he smiled and whispered, "Thank you," then spoke in a louder tone that Kurenai had an easier time catching. "I know a restaurant that would love to cook for you instead of making you cook after your long mission," he offered as he looked at her with a questioning glance. This time, Kurenai waved her hand in front of them as if to sweep something out of the way, the sign of him to lead the way to his choice of dinner for the night. Naruto's steps seemed to gain length as he strode towards the clan district of Konoha. Naruto stepped up to his favorite Akimichi restaurant and was about to walk in when Kurenai grabbed his arm. "Naruto?" she said hesitantly. "Are you sure you want to eat here? I mean, it is rather expensive," she questioned. Naruto looked at her through squinted eyes. "No, it's not, Kurenai. Now, come on. I'm hungry," he said forcibly, completely forgetting how he had said he didn't want to eat earlier in light of being near his favorite restaurant. He turned around and walked to the door as Kurenai followed him, a wary look in her eye. Naruto opened the door and walked to the host's podium as Kurenai looked around at the restaurant. It had a little waiting room cut off from the rest of the restaurant. There were a myriad of chairs and padded benches sitting around the area, leaving a wide path from the door straight to the host's podium. The restaurant was made of an aged oak that gave the restaurant a relatively earthen yet foresty smell. The walls were not smooth, rather made up of stacked logs that gave it a wave-like ripple as it started at the ground and went to the high ceiling. The ceiling itself boasted a rather impressive chandelier that hung from the middle of the roof, lighting the entire room with a dim glow. The floor was a slab of concrete, unlike the rest of the room, that had exquisite rugs underneath any of the seating areas. Kurenai turned to look at the podium of the host and noticed that there was an Akimichi standing at the podium, leading her to realize that Naruto had brought her to a clan-owned business. Naruto reached the host's podium and smiled up at the Akimichi standing behind it. "Akitoshi-san, could I get my usual table, please?" Naruto asked as he had become a regular customer since the Akimichi allowed him into their restaurants. He had frequented this restaurant so much lately, along with eating almost as much as any Akimichi, that the Akimichi family owning it had reserved a table for him every night. He had been so grateful he had started to give them the same patronage he used to give Ichiraku's. Kurenai walked up next to Naruto as Akitoshi smiled down at the bright bundle that was Naruto. "Sure, Naruto. Just let me make sure it's ready," Akitoshi responded as he turned around to check the restaurant. The sounds of the inhabitants of the restaurant finally coming to Kurenai's ears, as she arrived near the opening leading to the restaurant proper. Naruto looked up at her as Akitoshi turned back and his eyes widened at seeing Yuhi Kurenai, the proclaimed Ice Queen of Konoha, standing next to Naruto. Naruto was oblivious to the wide eyes Akitoshi gave him as Kurenai looked at him, and he seemed to get lost in her eyes. He could swear that he had never seen eyes so mesmerizingly beautiful before. A small blush came to his face as he looked at her, but he didn't look away until Akitoshi spoke again. "Right this way, Naruto, Yui-san." Naruto turned from Kurenai's mesmerizing eyes with a small sigh of relief at having been interrupted at staring at his friend and sensei. He didn't know why her eyes captured him so, but he knew that he enjoyed it whenever she had her eyes on him, probably more than he should, but he always enjoyed people watching him. It was just never to the degree that he seemed to enjoy Kurenai's red eyes taking in his every movement. He let out a small shiver for some reason unknown to him and followed Akitoshi as he signaled for him to go to his table. Kurenai had simply stared back at Naruto as she observed his reactions. Naruto completely missed the look in her eye as she noted his body had shivered. Naruto walked behind Akitoshi and Kurenai followed them as they made their way through the restaurant, the few Akimichi in there looking at Naruto for a glance before returning to their food. As they settled into their table, in a corner where not much of the restaurant could see, Naruto turned to Kurenai and smiled at her as the two picked up their menus and began to look for their choice of food, neither feeling the need to speak just yet. After a few minutes of the both of them sitting there looking at the menu, Naruto laid his menu down and observed Kurenai as she looked at her menu. He took the moment to appreciate the beauty and maturity that she exuded as she sat opposite from him. Truly, no girl of his age could compare to the presence that Kurenai carried around her, even if Naruto was only barely aware of it. He decided to train a little bit as he closed his eyes and let his mind return back to its receptive state. He smiled slightly as he felt the table and the chair under him come into his vision as a slightly lighter version of gray than anything else. Seems his control was already improving, and started to stretch his mind outwards towards the restaurant. That was when he came into contact with Kurenai's chakra pool. Naruto gasped and his eyes widened in shock as he stared at Kurenai with a blush adorning his face, though the look of something in his eyes was not lust. This inexplicable feeling he had felt washed over him as his sensorability went haywire and he began to sense things from distances he hadn't reached yet, and he was sure he wouldn't reach until years of training. Kurenai's chakra pool was not as big as his own, but there seemed to be a bit of difference between her own chakra and Kakashi's. He would have compared it to Sasuke or Sakura's, but he hadn't really paid attention to them. Her chakra was a light blue in color. Something that he hadn't been able to make out with others was the color of their chakra. Even Kakashi was just another shade of bluish-gray to him. Usually, when he would sense a chakra, it would simply move along even if he prodded it with his sensor, then it would just ignore him, much like any actual person he had met. Kurenai's, however, seemed to react positively to his sensor ability even without him prodding it for feeling. It had seemed to grow and encompass his sensor while sending unknown feelings back to Naruto's already overloaded brain. His breath became a bit labored and he watched as Kurenai's eyes suddenly rose to meet his, her wine-red eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of concern gleaming in her eyes as she laid her menu down and went to speak. Oddly enough, right before Kurenai spoke, Naruto could swear he felt his Gigi's chakra somewhere nearby, but her concerned voice broke his train of thought and the feeling vanished as she asked, "Are you all right, Naruto? You look a little feverish." She leaned forward slightly, concern etched onto her face. Naruto just nodded dumbly and said, "I am fine, Kurenai," he said, cursing his stuttering. Kurenai's eyes narrowed and Naruto waved her off. "Just my sensor ability picking something up that was a bit unusual. I had never encountered it before and I don't really know what to make of it. Though I am new to this sensor thing, so it will probably happen again," he said as he scratched his head in slight embarrassment. Kurenai looked at him for a moment and a tense silence engulfed them until the waiter reappeared to take their orders. Kurenai's eyes did not leave Naruto's as she ordered her food and waited for Naruto to order his before speaking in a hard tone as the waiter retreated from the tense atmosphere. "Naruto, as your sensei, I would like to know if there is anything bothering you. It would be detrimental for our training if you were not to inform me if something is wrong." Naruto nodded his head. That is as your sensei, she said before her voice softened. As your friend. His eyes locked with her own mesmerizingly red eyes. I would like to know the same thing in case I can help, she said softly. Naruto looked down for a moment before sighing and rubbing his hair again. I was just trying to train my sensor while I was waiting for you to choose what food you wanted. Normally, everything is just a shade of gray. Even chakra pools are nothing more than differing shades of bluish gray. Here he looked at her. But when I sensed your chakra, it was a vibrant light blue that almost seemed to. He trailed off as he searched for the right word to explain the feeling he had received. Kurenai waited with a question in her gaze. Rub? Me as my sensor went haywire and your chakra almost burst into my vision. Whatever Kurenai had been expecting, it obviously wasn't that as she sat back in her chair, and her eyes seemed to unfocus from Naruto's bright blues while contemplating this new development. Naruto watched her curiously as her face remained blank during her contemplation. He didn't have the slightest idea of what was going on, but now that he had told Kurenai what had happened, minus the odd feelings he had received, he wanted to know her opinion. Naruto waited in silence for another 3 minutes before Kurenai's eyes refocused on him and she spoke. I don't know anything about it. Sorry, Naruto, she said as Naruto's shoulders slumped very slightly. I have a couple of theories, but the most likely is that it is something unique to the Uzumaki sensor bloodline and that you will have to figure it out on your own, she said with a frown marring her beautiful face. But I don't think it is anything dangerous. I did feel my own chakra spike in response to your sensor, but I don't think anything is wrong. For now, let us assume that everything is fine and you are just careful next time you meditate, okay, Naruto? She said. Naruto nodded and the meal was spent in quiet speech, Naruto and Kurenai speaking about anything that may come to mind whenever it came to them, until the bill arrived. Naruto put the money down for the bill and made to rise when Kurenai pulled out her own money. Naruto's eyebrow raised. A man should pay for the food, Gigi told me that, Naruto said as he looked at Kurenai's money. Kurenai smiled and said, That is, indeed, usually the case, Naruto, but this meal was to commemorate you becoming my student. I will pay for today. If we go out to eat together again, you will pay. Naruto was about to argue that Gigi had said that the man should always pay when a sweet glare from Kurenai made its way towards his face, something he recognized from Yoshino giving to her husband. He froze slightly and simply nodded his head as he retrieved his money and Kurenai laid down her own. The glare went away and a small giggle escaped her lips before she stood and the two left the restaurant. Naruto walked Kurenai to her apartment building again, and the two stood at the entrance for a few moments before Naruto spoke. Arigato for training me, Kurenai. See you tomorrow, sensei, he said as he turned around after having bowed to her while smiling happily and began to walk away. Kurenai watched him go and a hint of a smile appeared on her face before turning around and heading into her complex. Chapter 7: Genjutsu Creation and Speed Training. Naruto looked up from his perch on the bridge. He stared, for a few seconds, at a spot on the bridge, drawing the attention of his teammates. Just as Sakura opened her mouth to say something, Kakashi appeared at the bridge in the exact spot Naruto was looking. Sakura's jaw dropped and Sasuke's jaw clenched. You're late, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto stated. Kakashi looked down at Naruto. As Naruto's teammates started to get accustomed to his new tone of voice, and I smiled. I would have been on time, but a black cat crossed my path and caused me to go around the village instead of coming straight here, and on the way I saw a little old lady that needed help with her groceries, Kakashi said as the rest of his team simply looked at him like he was crazy. Well, let's go get our mission for the day instead of training first. I think changing it up a bit today would be nice, Kakashi said. Team 7 just nodded in agreement while Naruto and Sasuke stood up from their respective stations. Naruto from the railing of the bridge and Sasuke from leaning on it. Sakura stood from watching Sasuke and the three fell in behind Kakashi as the Jounin whipped out his orange book and began giggling perversely. Naruto's eye twitched from his sensei's giggling, but he ignored it as he began to think of what he had read about making Genjutsu, something he was eager to start doing as he already had many ideas down on paper about some jutsu he wanted to try to make. Genjutsu, opposed to ninjutsu, are relatively easy to produce. Because of ninjutsu's popularity, there have been many more shinobi that utilize that particular branch of the shinobi arts. However, there have been relatively few in comparison with the overall amount of shinobi who were capable of creating their own new ninjutsu. Even with the minor amount of shinobi who utilized genjutsu, almost all of them were capable of creating new genjutsu. Now, if genjutsu is much easier to create than ninjutsu, then why would genjutsu have so many less techniques? The reason for this is that with the hundreds of shinobi that have attempted and perfected creating jutsu for the ninjutsu branch of the shinobi arts, those techniques were passed on or copied through a variety of different means. Genjutsu, on the other hand, were harder to copy because many creators would layer their jutsu so that the target could never witness the genjutsu being applied or used. Another suspected way in which genjutsu were kept secret were that many genjutsu masters would never take on an apprentice, for such a small amount of shinobi actually proved to have an aptitude and a willingness to specialize in genjutsu. As a result, there are few documented genjutsu. The main problem when creating genjutsu would be getting the initial hand signs for the technique in the correct sequence. For a genjutsu, hand signs are the crux upon which the technique is fated to succeed or fail. Much like ninjutsu, should a single hand sign be out of sequence, the genjutsu will not activate, or it may activate only to be something completely different from what the user had intended. This is because the hand signs arrange the flow of chakra that allow the genjutsu to be molded. If the chakra flow is wrong, then one's jutsu will not come out as intended. The process of creating genjutsu is a relatively short process. The first step is to imagine the scenery or the attribute that you wish to utilize in your technique. Once you have the idea for the jutsu in mind, you should utilize the hand signs within a sequence that would accurately activate the technique. The best way of discovering the sequence for a technique would be to find a master of genjutsu and ask them to help with their expertise in which hand signs to use. For genjutsu, hand signs equate more to the reality and the illusion you are trying to cast than for the movement of your chakra. The hand signs do mold your chakra, but it also directs what type of genjutsu may be used, one which affects the senses or simply fools the brain and not the body. Upon finding the correct sequence of hand signs, the genjutsu should be attempted on an opponent to ensure that the quality of the genjutsu is where it should be. Should it be inferior, one should add hand signs shown later to stabilize the illusion. Once this has been accomplished, you have created your own genjutsu, a relatively simple process that is not nearly as dangerous as making ninjutsu, which have a tendency to implode upon themselves when used incorrectly or for creating chakra burns. Naruto unconsciously smiled as he thought of how easy it should be to create a few of the genjutsu he already wanted to make. He was bouncing around in his head with excitement at how soon he might be able to create one with Kurenai's assistance. As he walked, he remained oblivious to how his team had noticed his wide smile and had relaxed because of his loss of frigidness. As they were coming up to the Hokage Tower, Naruto was brought out of his delusions of grandeur and noticed that he had started to smile. Almost instantly, his relaxed posture and smile disappeared behind his icy blue eyes and straightened back, giving him the position of being at the ready. Just as quickly as his countenance changed, did the tension in the air surrounding Team 7 return, and again Kakashi shifted uncomfortably at how much they relied upon Naruto as their mood controller. Just as they entered the wide expanse in front of the Hokage Tower, Naruto's head snapped to the right as he looked at a fellow entrance. His sensor ability picking up a chakra signature he was familiar with, as it was not gray either, but a lighter blue than Kurenai's. He cocked his head to the side in confusion as he waited for the source of the chakra to emerge. The rest of his team had continued on for a few steps before realizing that Naruto was still standing in the middle of the wide expanse. "Naruto!" Sakura called out to him. "Come on, or we are going to be stuck capturing Tora the cat again." Naruto shuddered and Sakura's face broke into a grin at affecting her less than emotional teammate for the first time in weeks, before she realized Naruto still didn't move. Kakashi himself almost spoke up when he too turned to where Naruto was looking and noticed that Team 10 had just entered the clearing. Naruto's icy blue eyes scanned over the group and locked with Shikamaru's own before Naruto's face broke into a small grin and he relaxed slightly, obviously waiting for something. As Team 10 was walking, Naruto took the time to scrutinize Ino and Chuji since he hadn't before. "I should know my comrades if I need to imitate them in a genjutsu too," Naruto thought to himself. So he started with Ino. Her hair was a blonde much like his own, but it didn't seem to shine as much as his. It was tied into a ponytail with one bang hanging over half her face, concealing the right side of her face. Both of her light blue eyes locked onto Sakura, and sparks seemed to fly between the rivals of love. Her nose was daintily small compared to the rest of her face, and her jawline was rather feminine. Naruto felt a hint of pink rush to his face when he compared her to Sakura. Naruto blinked, and the feeling was gone as he continued taking her attire in. On her arms, she wore warmers that went from mid-bicep to her wrists. Her dress was a two-piece purple shirt with 3 metal rings on her left breast, which led down to the medical tape wrapped midsection carrying on to her hips, upon which sat her skirt of the same purple leading down to her mid-thighs. On her feet were the standard shinobi sandals. Choji's brown hair stuck out in 2 tufts from his underwear-like headband, leading to 2 almost mouse-like ear-looking pieces of hair. His eyes were slightly slanted, but the only thing notable about them was they were a small and beady black color. His cheeks had swirls upon them, like most Akimichi. He had a white scarf tied around his neck, which fell down to about his knees behind him. His shirt was cream-colored with his clan emblem emblazoned on the middle of his chest with a Lgith green jacket over it. His arms and legs were taped up with medical gauze, and his feet were covered by the normal shinobi sandals. His dark gray shorts fell to his knees, and, to finish his outfit, he wore earrings within his ears. By this time, Team 10 had followed Shikamaru to where Naruto was standing, and Naruto's own team was walking back towards them. "Yo, Shika," Naruto said in greeting. "Troublesome Naruto," Shikamaru drawled out, looking at the iciness within Naruto's eyes, having rarely seen it before. Naruto turned to the rest of the team. "Nice to see you again, Ino-chan, Chuji," he said as he plastered a smile on his face that didn't look a bit fake to anyone but Shikamaru. "Asuma-san, how are you?" he added as he noted the smoking jounin in the back, who smiled back at Naruto and nodded his head in answer. Ino ignored Naruto in favor of glaring at Sakura and yelling out, "Good morning, Sasuke-kun," before she seemed to materialize right next to him, and Sakura started to bicker between the two of them over Sasuke. It must have been so lonely being only with Forehead and Naruto. "I am so sorry I am not on your team, Sasuke-kun," Ino managed to get out before Naruto tuned her out. Chuji, on the other hand, spoke through his munches. "Hey Naruto. Nice threads. Munch munch munch, sorry about. Munch, leaving so soon. Munch, that training day, but that match against Shikamaru was, munch munch, awesome. By the way, Munch, Mom says come visit more often," he offered, and Naruto's smile seemed to lose some frigidness as he nodded to Chuji. By this time, Kakashi and Asuma shared a look that was not missed by Shikamaru. "Thanks, Chuji. And tell your mom I said thanks too, okay?" Naruto asked nicely. Chuji nodded as Asuma spoke. "What match with Shikamaru, Naruto?" he asked. Naruto and Shikamaru looked up. "A shogi match, sensei. Troublesome blonde managed to give me a good game," Shikamaru drawled out as he cast a bit of a glance at Naruto as he cautioned, ignoring Asuma's hacking cough from him, inhaling too much of his cigarette in disbelief. "Game today, Naruto?" Shikamaru asked. Naruto thought for a moment. "Kurenai did agree that I should keep my new area of expertise a secret, so I can't walk her home and I will have some extra time. Why not?" Naruto nodded, and Shikamaru's shoulders slumped as he regained his lazy posture. "Well, I think it's time for grabbing our mission." Kakashi spoke as Sakura and Ino finally stopped glaring at each other and realized Sasuke was standing next to Kakashi along with the rest of their teams, as they seemed to be all by themselves. The both of them shot one last glare at their rivals before rejoining their respective teams. The two teams parted ways after having grabbed their missions from Chunin again, and Team 7 headed to the farm they were to help that was near the edge of the city limits. As they walked, Kakashi noted that Naruto's slightly less frigidness had dissolved when they left the presence of Team 10 and decided to get some information about when Naruto had become friends with them, as he didn't know about said friendship. After all, a sensei should know all about his students, so he knew their capabilities, right? So, he walked up next to Naruto, his nose still buried in his book, as he spoke in a drawling tone of voice much like Shikamaru's. "So, Naruto?" He noted Naruto looked up at him, his icy blue eyes remaining so and causing a mental flinch from how much coldness seemed to be reflected within them as opposed to how bright the boy had been. When did you become friends with Shikamaru-san and Chuji-san? Naruto simply looked away from Kakashi as he responded. If you really wanted to know, you wouldn't be reading your perverted book while trying to talk to me, he retorted coldly. Kakashi had to blink at the sudden frigidness he had exuded directly towards himself. Up until yesterday, Naruto hadn't really been too cold to him, specifically more just to his teammates in reaction to their own actions, but the way he spoke to Kakashi just now had never been seen before. Kakashi suspected it was because Naruto might be jealous because he had offered training to Sasuke and hadn't been able to help Naruto himself. He had asked the Hokage for access to the Uzumaki scrolls within the Hokage vault, but the Sandaime had said that only Naruto himself would be able to open the scrolls now that he was an adult, and they couldn't risk him realizing that he was from a clan and start to try to find his parents. It would be disastrous if he managed to figure it out and inform the wrong people. Kakashi had argued that they would be able to get some blood from Naruto by accidentally hurting him in practice or some other ruse to gather it, but the Sandaime had refused that idea readily. Kakashi didn't understand why the Sandaime would be stonewalling him so well for Naruto's training, but who was he to argue with the Hokage? He had the interests of Konoha and Naruto in mind, so he accepted the Sandaime's actions. Though he did extract a promise that if Naruto ever got hurt and Kakashi wound up with some blood from it, he could access the scrolls then, but that wouldn't be until a few C-ranks into their careers, which wouldn't be for a few months at best. Kakashi was also a little surprised at how Naruto was detracting from the subject of his question by diverting it into a rib against himself and the content of what he reads. But he is a genius for a reason. Oh ho! Another reader of the goodness that is Ika Paradise, Kakashi said with an eye smile at his student, though he was inwardly wondering if Naruto actually knew what sex is without having parents to explain it. I didn't know you read it, Naruto. Naruto spared a cold glare at his sensei as he said, I don't. I just know that every woman hates that book, and the only thing all women hate are perverts. Sakura and Sasuke looked on as their teammate initiated a battle of words with their sensei. Now that's not true, Kakashi stated as if all women didn't hate his book. Not every woman hates perverts, he said with an eye smile. Sakura glared at her sensei as Sasuke broke into a slight grin and Naruto snorted. Right? Naruto drew out as they arrived at the farm. Kakashi noted that he had never answered his question and resolved to find out later as his team walked up to the farm door and he knocked on it. The farmer came out and smiled at Kakashi. Ah, my farmhands are here today. Well, y'all can start out back picking the carrots and I will come see you in a few hours, he said as he turned to go back into the farm, but his eye caught sight of Naruto standing in the back and he turned right back around, facing Kakashi. On second thought, I need someone to shovel some manure from my old compost heap to the new one I want to make. Think I could have that blonde-haired kid to do that for me? He asked politely, while pointing out the old compost heap and the new area on the other side of the farmland. But Kakashi and Naruto both saw the underlying gleam in his eye. Kakashi internally sighed as Naruto's ice-cold eyes bored into his sensei's head, while Kakashi nodded. He couldn't deny the man because he was the client, no matter how much he may want to. Kakashi turned around after the farmer had closed the door, and he opened his mouth to speak when he noticed Naruto was already gone. He sighed internally again and eye-smiled at his other two genin, who seemed rather smug at knowing they didn't have to shovel manure. You heard the man, get to work? He said as his usually chipper mood was replaced with a more serious countenance at how they were enjoying their teammates' misfortune. Sakura and Sasuke marched off as Kakashi turned to the distance where Naruto must have headed to get to the old compost heap. His black eye shone with sadness at how his sensei's son was treated. Minato-sensei, what would you say of the village? He thought as he looked up at the sky. What would you say of the Sandaime? He asked as he looked at the Hokage monument. He sighed again and headed off to talk to Naruto. Kakashi found Naruto laying on a bale of hay as he looked up at the sky with a leaf, seemingly, being pushed along the blonde's body. He stood there and observed the exercise, wondering why he was not doing his job as he had been rather proficient as of late, while also noting the technique would be rather intensive should he add more leaves. After waiting a few minutes, he decided to approach Naruto, and when he reached a few steps from him, Naruto spoke. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei?" he said. Kakashi didn't seem surprised, but he was slightly. He kept forgetting the boy was a censor. "I was wondering why you weren't doing your job," he said in a happy tone while smiling at his subordinate. Naruto didn't even open his eye, nor did his leaf stop moving as he pointed in one direction, which Kakashi followed to see a Kage Bunshin wheeling a wheelbarrow over for Naruto to use. Kakashi nodded and said, "Good thinking, Naruto, but D-ranks are to build teamwork," he mentioned. Naruto actually opened an eye and scrutinized his sensei. His normally icy blue around his team had diminished slightly. "You do realize that you nullified the teamwork aspect when you separated me from my teammates by following the client's orders, right?" Naruto deadpanned as he internally patted himself on the back by using a couple of the words Shikamaru had taught him. Kakashi's sweat dropped as he face-bombed himself in his head at his blunder. "It seems I had forgotten about that. I suppose using your Kage Bunshin isn't going to harm this mission," he replied lamely. Naruto merely closed his eyes again and began concentrating on his sensor ability while doing the control technique. Kakashi didn't leave and spoke again. "Naruto, I am still curious about when you met Team 10. In a more serious tone than before." Naruto looked at his sensei again. He seemed to debate with himself for but a moment before. "I met them about 2 weeks ago. Shika and Chuji helped me out after I did," he replied. Kakashi frowned. "What did you need help with?" he asked, concerned. Naruto's blue eyes seemed to regain their frigidness as he looked at his sensei with a look of almost disbelief before it was hidden in an uncaring mask. "Nothing much, just some food issues," Naruto lied. Kakashi nodded his head as he accepted what Naruto said. It made sense. The Akimichi and Nara clans were renowned for fixing bad nutrition for shinobi, and, now that Kakashi thought about it, it would have been a good idea to talk to them about Naruto's eating habits. Though it seemed Naruto had already taken care of the problem himself. Kakashi didn't know to be pleased that Naruto had taken the initiative or disappointed that he hadn't come to his sensei for help. He smiled down at his student. "I'm glad you took the time to fix one of your own problems. But you know you can talk to me about anything, right? I am your sensei after all," Kakashi said in a happy yet serious voice. Naruto looked at him with an unreadable expression for a few moments before nodding and closing his eyes again to continue his training. Kakashi looked at Naruto scrupulously for a few moments before deciding to leave the blonde to his own devices for now. He trekked away to watch his other two genin while reading his book. Naruto's casual facade faded to be replaced with a grim look upon his face when he sensed his sensei leave his sensor range. He was a little angry at how much it took to get Kakashi interested in him and not Sasuke. He was rather sure that Kakashi would have already known if Sasuke had made friends with another of his generation almost as soon as it happened. He would have known if Sasuke dash. Naruto shook his head to stop his thoughts. He wasn't one to brood over who was getting more or not. He had always gotten the short end of the stick, and he was content with his lot in life for now. He would grow strong under Kurenai's leadership and not Kakashi's. He was more than content to let Kakashi believe that he was his sensei while he trained without his knowledge. After all, if he was actually his sensei, he would have tested his abilities thoroughly and helped to correct them like Kurenai was. She may not have tested him, but it wasn't necessary as she was capable of detecting his flaws without testing them, for some reason. He closed his eyes and began to train his sensor again. It had grown in leaps and bounds in the range he could sense. Though he had only been training it for a few days, he had already tripled it from just a few feet to being able to sense chakra about a foot out. Though he still could only tell vague descriptions of who contained the chakra, his ability to feel different types of chakra was slowly being fine-tuned. As Naruto trained his sensor, his chakra control exercise was being utilized while his Kage Bunshin shoveled manure, so he didn't smell for his training session with Kurenai later on. A small smile crept along his face as he thought of what he might be learning later on today. Naruto strode into his training clearing while humming a happy little tune. His happy mood attributed to the fact he got his paycheck plus his stipend today, so he had quite a bit of extra money at his house for this week. He did have some set aside for a rainy day, although he couldn't keep the smile off his face in the prospect of starting 2 different types of training today. His speed training and possibly making some genjutsu. His smile threatened to break his face in two as he looked at a spot within the clearing and spoke, "Heya Kurenai-sensei." Kurenai appeared a second later, within her shunshin, and looked at Naruto with a puzzled expression. "How did you know I was going to arrive here?" Sensei. Naruto deadpanned as he looked at her. Kurenai at least had the decency to look sheepish as she was reminded about his bloodline. A slightly awkward silence filled the clearing as Kurenai wondered how she had forgotten her students. Potentially, greatest asset, and Naruto simply stared at her with a deadpan expression from her question. It was broken when Naruto's face broke into a wide smile as he almost bounced on the tips of his feet while speaking loudly. "So, what are we going to do today?" he asked. Kurenai smiled slightly at how eager he was. "Well, today we are going to start with," she said as she looked at him through the corner of her eye. She noted he was leaning forward in excitement at what he was about to learn. A small smirk found its way onto her face. Stretching, Naruto face-planted and looked up at his sensei with an expression of disbelief while Kurenai giggled at how he looked. "Stretching?" Naruto asked dubiously. Kurenai nodded and Naruto stood up as she positioned herself in front of him. "Stretching is an important part of working out, Naruto. By stretching your muscles, it allows your blood to flow before you start any strenuous activity, while simultaneously allowing you to bend yourself during battle in ways others won't expect," Kurenai stated as she set her legs together so she looked like a tower and motioned for him to mimic her. He looked doubtful, but he followed her lead and she spoke. "Stretching will also allow your muscles to remain taut and not become too cumbersome, which would weigh you down while hindering your movements." As Kurenai finished speaking, she bent down at her waist and touched her toes. "For this pose, you will lean down and attempt to touch your toes while keeping your knees locked. Stop when you feel a slight burning in your lower leg muscles and hold it for as long as you can before standing up," Kurenai said as she returned to her full height. Naruto nodded and bent down, his fingertips reaching to his ankles but not quite able to reach his toes. "Good," Kurenai said as he held the pose. "You already seem a bit flexible, Naruto. If we continue this, it shouldn't take long for you to become limber," she appraised. Naruto seemed to brighten and held the pose for a good 30 seconds before Kurenai had him stand back up. "Don't spend too long on any certain stretch. We don't want you to strain one set of muscles too much." Kurenai then set her feet about shoulder-width apart and leant down to her right side as Naruto mimicked her action. "This will stretch your right leg. Just like before, stretch until you start to feel a slight burn, then stop and hold it for about 45 seconds before releasing it. Then we switch to the left leg." After 45 seconds had passed, Naruto and Kurenai switched legs and continued their stretching as Kurenai exhibited a few more leg stretches for him. Kurenai finally stood up and shook herself out to feel how her legs were stretched as Naruto did the same. "Next, I will show you a few arm stretches. These will mainly just allow you a wider range of movement with your arms. Now, grab both your hands and raise them above your head like you are making a platform with your palms facing away from your head." As Kurenai exhibited how it should be done, Naruto's eyes were drawn to her impressive bust, as the way her arms were put together emphasized her assets. His head swam, and a flash of how they had looked when he had first seen her flashed across his mind before noticing that Kurenai was looking at him expectantly. He hurriedly followed her example, hopeful she hadn't noticed his staring. After a few more stretches, all of which seemed to have emphasized her impressive bust and made it much harder for Naruto to concentrate for some reason he couldn't understand. "Why the hell do I keep seeing her naked breasts?" Naruto screamed to himself. "I should be training, not thinking these perverted things. Only hentais do that," he told himself as he shook his head clear and paid closer attention to Kurenai. Kurenai nodded to him as he stood up. "That is all the stretches for now. Let's begin conditioning your muscles," she said. Naruto nodded and Kurenai led him to one side of the clearing. "Okay. I want you to run from one side of the clearing to the other as fast as you can, and we will see where to go from there," Kurenai said. From there on, Naruto was drilled into conditioning for his speed training. Many different techniques were used to target certain parts of his muscles. One such training method had been for him to run up a hill to target his calf muscles. Every day he would train until he could feel his legs could go no more. Luckily, his bloodline seemed to improve his downtime and he increased by leaps and bounds in comparison to how Kurenai had expected him to. Time skipped 2.5 weeks. Naruto panted as he finished his daily workout, his legs shaky from the intense workout he had put them through. He reached down and rubbed his ankles through the weight that were strapped onto them. His body adapted quite quickly to his workout, so he had become much quicker, much faster than even he had ever dreamed of. Kurenai even said that he was as fast as a jounin when he could take his weights off. He had almost preened from the praise Kurenai had been giving him and, as a result, he had trained even harder than ever before. His progress grew at an astonishing rate with a personalized teacher that was capable of working with his every need. It helped that he trusted her with every aspect of his training and told her anything that she might ask in the hopes it might help her train him better. He had already shown her a few Genjutsu ideas and she had praised each of their basics as the two worked together to fine-tune them and make them battle-capable. Though he had already succeeded in creating 3 of his own, they all required extremely long hand sign sequences to activate and he would have to work on them in order to be able to use them in combat. Naruto had learned that, though the process for creating Genjutsu was relatively simple when put on paper, just as ninjutsu creation seemed easy when first introduced, putting it into practice would have been nigh impossible without Kurenai's help. He wouldn't have even had an idea of where to begin, much less how to complete it. Despite how hard it was in practice, he had still managed to complete those techniques with Kurenai, so he was quite proud of himself in that area. Naruto had added up to 3 leaves to his personal control exercises and he had mastered the surface clinging technique while moving on to the water walking exercise. He could already walk on water, that had been much easier for him to master, something he attributed to his larger chakra pool. He had yet to master it, but his chakra control had never been better. Now, when he attempted to make 1 shadow clone, he would make 2 instead of the normal 5. For the amount of chakra that a shadow clone takes, that was very impressive, according to Kurenai. All this time, Naruto had only walked Kurenai to the edge of the training grounds before she would shun away to keep their master/apprentice relation a secret, as Naruto and Kurenai had agreed that hiding Naruto's true strength would be in his own best interest. Ignoring the general populace, it wouldn't be good for Kurenai to be found teaching another Jounin student without his permission, either. True, nothing could technically be done for it, but it would look bad on Kurenai, so Naruto agreed with that in mind, along with the idea of hiding it from his opponents at large. There was one snag on Naruto's training though. He had completed making the Genjutsus. However, he still couldn't seem to cast a single one. His control was seemingly inadequate for casting Genjutsu even despite his huge leap in his control. It frustrated him that he still could not cast a Genjutsu even though that was what he had been working for. When he cast the jutsu, it might catch for a short period of time, but he would lose control of his chakra right near the end, as if a flux of chakra from outside his pathways disrupted his jutsus. He and Kurenai were both at their wits' end on how to solve this dilemma. Team 7's teamwork, on the other hand, had never been better. Their mission record was flawless, and they never had anyone complain about them as they finished their job quickly, quietly, and efficiently. Kakashi had begun teaching Sasuke about chakra detection, and even Sakura had apparently been getting help from their sensei as her aptitude with medical jutsu was discovered. She couldn't heal anything beyond a small cut, but she was becoming useful in her own way. Naruto had been surprised to learn that she was learning such a thing since he didn't actually know what that was. He had seen his chakra books talk about control for medics, but he hadn't actually thought ninja were the medics. Though, she would be useless during a fight as her taijutsu still remained horribly subpar, and she had no genjutsu or ninjutsu to speak of besides the Academy 3. Sasuke had been mollified when Kakashi started to train him in chakra detection. Though the going seemed slow, from what Naruto could tell, Sasuke was pleased he was receiving training in something other than teamwork exercises and becoming stronger. Naruto was pleased that Sasuke's recent change from going into an even more introverted teammate to, not necessarily active, but still would now work with Naruto more likely than ignore him as he had been doing. Even Kakashi had said that their teamwork was now back to what it was before Sasuke became jealous. He just said it a different way. Naruto had improved his kunai and shuriken accuracy though, something Kurenai had thought would be useful in distracting opponents, along with his sash to allow for some more room to be put between him and his opponent when he managed to cast a genjutsu. She had taught him the hand signs for a few of the genjutsu that Konoha had acquired over the years, but they weren't very effective against anyone who was used to Genjutsu. He was ecstatic upon learning them, though, so he was not bothered by their little usefulness at all. He had even suggested a few uses that Kurenai hadn't thought of, something she praised him for. All in all, Naruto had gained very little in regards to training in Genjutsu that he could use. He would be more useful in a fight because of his increased speed, something which hadn't come to his team's notice since Kakashi had forestalled any spars in favor of the teamwork exercises they had been doing. Other than that, his strength was pitiful in regards to any person with some taijutsu experience, and he knew very little ninjutsu. His sensor bloodline, however, was extremely improved. It had continued to grow by leaps and bounds upon his discovery, and he could now sense things to within 15 yards of himself if he concentrated. If he didn't, he had a constant area surrounding himself while on guard that allowed him to sense up to 6 yards away from him, and even if he was completely relaxed, 1 yard away from him. If he had time, he could sometimes pick out a color within the person's chakra system, like for Kakashi. His chakra color was light blue, but Naruto would see a whitish-purple color sometimes flicker inside his sensei. It perplexed him that he couldn't figure out what that meant, but Kurenai had asked him to check her own. He had been hesitant to do so because of what had happened last time. He actively searched for her chakra but complied and felt those same feelings being reinforced from before. As he plunged deeper, however, he noticed that she had a light blue color that was almost indistinguishable from her other chakra. He had managed to find it only after 20 minutes of constant observation, something he was sure he could only stand while looking at hers, or possibly Shikamaru's, chakra. After he had explained it to her, she had nodded and told him to disregard it for now, that she would explain that in one of their future sessions if Kakashi didn't explain it first. It was something that Naruto had been anxious to learn, and when Kurenai had told him that she knew what it was, he was almost bouncing around in anticipation. Her declaration of telling him she wouldn't explain it yet had dampened his mood, but he had only stared at her for a few minutes before nodding and acquiescing to what she felt was best. After all, she was his sensei. Naruto stopped contemplating on the past few weeks and slightly brooding over how he still couldn't cast a genjutsu, as he looked up at where his sensei appeared. He didn't say anything, nor did Sakura yell out at her sensei that he was late, as the 3 genin looked at their sensei expectantly, having gotten used to his antics and formed a semi-camaraderie. The team was nothing like what it had been when it was first formed, but their work was near flawless, competing with the legendary genin teams for completion records and approval comments. Kakashi smiled at his team. "Since my cute little genin didn't yell at me today, how about we see if Hokage-sama has a C-rank mission for us today?" he said as his smile increased further from how Sasuke perked up, and even Naruto's frosty eyes seemed to gain a glint of excitement. Naruto's frostiness had faded a little with Sasuke's warming up, and Kakashi was happy about that. He hoped they could form a good bond that wouldn't be broken even if Sasuke or Naruto ever got jealous again. He was still trying to get the Hokage to allow him access to the Uzumaki scrolls for Naruto, but the Hokage had effectively stonewalled him again. So, he was stuck with what to do about training Naruto, as he knew that Naruto really just needed basic training that he was going to introduce to the team as a whole. Finally, no more of these damn boring chores, Sakura exclaimed in a relieved voice. "I agree, it is about time we do something more than chores. Our success rate is almost unmatched," Naruto said as he had taken to reading about various things that caught his interest in the history of Konoha book. He had also finished the rules for shinobi and had begun trying to integrate them into his life. Sasuke added. Kakashi almost sweat-dropped but simply kept his eyes smile as he turned to head to the Hokage Tower after whipping out his own book. He was a bit surprised when Naruto whipped out a book and began following his sensei from behind. He smiled internally as he giggled perversely after reading a passage, along with seeing the dumbfounded expression on his other 2 genins' faces. "Naruto reads?" Sasuke asked almost incredulously. Sakura just nodded her head dumbly as her mouth did a nice imitation of a fish out of water. Unknown to any of them, Naruto smiled into his book as he sidestepped a pole. Observation skills were amazing, and this was one of the best ways of training it. He ignored the jab at his intelligence as it was expected. He realized that before he had met Shikamaru and Kurenai, he probably wouldn't even look twice at a book. Kurenai had mentioned she did something like this back when she first started, and he had decided it wouldn't be too obvious what he was training with Kakashi as his legitimate sensei. Sasuke and Sakura soon shook themselves of their shock, something which Naruto had been doing constantly for the past month and a half, and followed the rest of their team to the Hokage Tower. Kakashi and Naruto entered the Hokage Tower with Sakura and Sasuke following them close behind. Sakura looked decidedly happy to be standing next to Sasuke, but the rest of her team could tell that she was also excited about a new mission. The whole team was ready to stop those damn chores that the Hokage dared to call missions. Sasuke was not being such a slouch either. To the casual observer, he seemed normal, but his team could tell that he was standing straighter and his shoulders seemed to be thrown back in pride at getting their first C rank. Kakashi glanced out of the side of his eye at Naruto. As had become normal, Naruto seemed to only have a frosty countenance with icy blue eyes skimming his book as he walked forward with all the confidence one would usually find only in experienced Chunin. Kakashi mentally nodded, his team was ready. Naruto himself was a little curious if they would be cleared for this mission. Kurenai had mentioned she would have to tell the Hokage about Kakashi's neglect, but their mission record stood apart from anyone else's. He was also a little apprehensive about seeing his Gigi for the first time in almost 3 months. He felt a tightness in his chest as they ascended the stairs into the mission room where the Chunin were usually at for their daily missions. Naruto had thought it a bit odd that the Hokage hadn't seen his team once since their formation, but he wrote it off as the Hokage being very busy. He was not one to look at a gift and scoff at it. He hadn't wanted to see his Gigi. His feelings of betrayal from the only person he had seen as family was a huge blow to him, and he hadn't wanted to talk to him after having seen him following his registration approval and meeting Konohamaru. Naruto steeled himself as he allowed Kakashi to open the door and step inside before him. He let Sasuke and Sakura draw next to him as he placed his book away, and the 3 Genins stepped inside together. A show of unity that couldn't be missed with Sakura in the middle, Sasuke flanking her on her left and Naruto on her right. As they entered, they were treated to the sight of multiple piles of scrolls stacked on top of a U-shaped amount of tables. On their right was Umino Irika, who was acting as the Chunin assistant today, just as he had done a few times before. He was a rather unassuming Chunin who wore the usual flak jacket with a blue shirt and blue pants, a kunai holster on his right leg, along with blue shinobi sandals. His hittai was tied around the top of his head as his brown hair was tied up into a messy ponytail. On his face was a scar that traced from cheek to cheek across his nose. On their left stood simply some more stacks of mission scrolls. The room was rather plain itself, only holding a wooden floor and high ceiling with nothing adorning the wall except a large Konoha symbol behind the seat which had been unoccupied each time Team 7 had entered previously. The team advanced together to stand in front of the back end of the U-shape and Kakashi spoke. Team 7 reporting in for mission, Hokage-sama. The team watched as the most powerful man in the village of Konoha finally raised his head to address the young people in front of him. Naruto noticed the hat. First, the hat he wanted to wear one day. It was white with a veil falling around the back of it. The only deviation in color was a wedge of red that had a white circle with a red kanji for fire upon the crest of the hat. The rest of the elderly person's body that was shown was covered in white robes befitting and bestowing the office of Hokage, the fire shadow, and the leader of Konohagakure. His face was slowly revealed to the team and Irika. A short white beard appeared on his chin, which morphed into a withered jawline. Wrinkled skin led up to a wooden pipe set within a pair of equally wrinkled lips showcasing the age of this person. 2 liver spots appeared on his left cheek as it was brightened by the lights in the room. Finally, 3 lines, each trio underneath their own eye, appeared. Vertical lines going from the bottom of his eye to the top of his cheek, appeared as his black eyes flashed in the light, both of them shining with a wisdom none now living could hope to match. A few spikes of graying dark brown hair appeared from beneath the Kage hat. Sasuke and Sakura stare, slightly in awe at the man in front of them. A man they knew had fought through 2 shinobi wars and had remained undefeated all throughout his time as Hokage, still holding that impressive record to this day. The man strong enough to face down the Kyuubi no Kitsune in battle and manage to assist the Yondaime in defeating it. A man who held the title of the strongest ninja of Konohagakure for the longest and most successful reign of any Hokage before him. A man who is called Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi. Kakashi chuckles inwardly at Sasuke and Sakura's reaction, something every person finds amusing when knowing the Sandaime as well as he did, was seeing the reaction people have to him when they first meet him. He wasn't disappointed, as he watched his other genin. However, he missed the brief flashes of emotion running across Naruto's face. Naruto's ice-cold facade broke upon seeing his Gigi's eyes. He felt the rush of betrayal flash across his face and his hurt appear for a few seconds, something he was sure his Gigi caught if the slight tightening of his mouth was any indication. He schooled his features fast though. He had forgiven his Gigi for his actions, but he had not forgotten. It was hard to forgive him, but he had managed to do so. However, it would forever be in his memory of his Gigi lying to him repeatedly when he asked why he would be attacked by a mob those few times it had happened, or when parents would take their kids away. Since Naruto couldn't seem to control his emotions enough, he retreated behind his usual mask for his team, his icy blue eyes returning and his face set into an uncaring mask, though if one knew Naruto well enough, you could see the hurt that was reflected in his eyes whenever he would look at his Gigi. If he took notice of how Iruka and the Sandaime seemed to question why Naruto was so quiet and seemingly cold, he didn't show it. All of this took place in the few seconds it took the Sandaime to take a puff of his pipe and reach up to pluck it from his mouth. His sharp gaze bore into the genin in front of him. "Ah, Sakura-chan, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun, what a pleasure to finally see you all as ninja. As Hokage, I welcome you to the shinobi ranks. I must apologize for my lateness, but my job has been pretty busy of late," the Sandaime said as he smiled benevolently at the team. Sakura bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Sasuke bowed his head and replied, "Hokage-sama." Naruto himself just inclined his head. "Heya, Gigi, long time no see," he said in an impassive voice, something which caused the Sandaime to flinch slightly. Sakura turned to her teammate, a righteous flame in her eyes. "Naruto, show Hokage-sama the proper respect." She almost hissed out at him. Naruto turned his eyes on her and she almost flinched back but held her ground. Never did she miss his adoring look more than right now. "It's quite all right, Sakura-chan. I must say it is rather refreshing to see one person capable of seeing me beyond my position. How have you been, Naruto-kun?" the Sandaime asked politely. Sasuke's hands clenched and Sakura looked taken aback before shrugging her shoulders. Kakashi simply eye-smiled at the Sandaime. Naruto turned back to his Gigi and spoke, "Fine, Gigi, just hoping to get a mission," he said in his impassive voice. The Sandaime seemed to slump in his chair upon his answer. "Well, Iruka-san, what do we have in the way of D-ranks today?" the Sandaime asked in a weary tone. "No," Sasuke declared. "No more chores. Kakashi says we are ready for a C rank. I am done doing these chores for those too lazy to do it themselves," Sasuke said. Kakashi sighed and Sakura had small hearts in her eyes as she looked at her crush. Naruto just seemed to accept the going-ons. "Now see here. The missions are broken up by experience and difficulty. There is a reason you genin can only take D-rank missions. The table is broken down by..." Iruka started only to be looked at with uncaring eyes from the genin. "I don't care. I want something other than those damn D-ranks," Sasuke said again. Iruka suddenly pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. He tacked it up to the wall and pulled out a pointer as he began to explain. A-rank missions are for jounin only. These high-profile and often dangerous missions include many different types of combat and require a jounin skill and experience to complete successfully. B-rank missions are assigned to special jounin and experienced chunin who have the skill set required for this slightly less dangerous mission. C-rank missions are usually assigned to chunin. However, an experienced genin team can be assigned a C-rank mission, which is usually a non-shinobi combat mission. Finally, D-rank missions are assigned to newly minted and slightly experienced genin to work on their teamwork and provide money to the village and themselves. These are often low priority. Iruka explained as he pointed to each spot on the scroll depicting an A, B, C, D, and the ranks of jounin, special jounin, chunin, and genin. He looked up to note that everyone had ignored him except the Sandaime and Naruto. He smiled at Naruto, but received a cold stare in response, causing his smile to falter. The Sandaime puffed on his pipe for a few moments while the genin ignored Irika's finishing lecture and finally spoke. A very good breakdown of our missions, Irika-san. However, Kakashi, do you really think they are ready? He asked seriously as he eyed the jounin. Kakashi nodded and looked at the Sandaime over his perverted book while replying, I believe they are. The Sandaime puffed his pipe a few more times. Sandaime-sama, you can't be serious that. Irika started only to be silenced as the Sandaime raised his hand. Very well, since your sensei thinks you capable, I have a C rank which should suit your team rather well. Irika-san, please go fetch their client. The Sandaime said as he handed Irika a scroll. Irika looked down and sighed as he nodded and stood to leave. Very well, Hokage-sama, he said before leaving the room.